Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. The weather is dry, which unlike yesterday's practice session, which in the early part of the day had to be halted due to localised flooding, we're hoping for a full dry day here at Teesside Autodrome. The first round in which championships can be settled in this 6 from the best of 8 round series. I am David Sullivan. I will be joined, as always, here at Teesside by the fantastic Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Teesside. Good morning, YouTube and the rest of the world. Hope you're all well on this fine Sunday morning.
It's a wonderful Sunday morning
It
as well,
is.
Tom, because we're at a racetrack, and what better place to spend a Sunday?
Than 26 feet of elevation.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm almost touching clouds.
At least I'm glad you said cloud. So we, as we look on the stream at the map of the Teesside Karting circuit here, just over 1 kilometre in length. Lots of turns, lots of hairpins, very technical circuit in that there's fast turnings, there's slow speed hairpins. Heading out over to the start-finish line, as always, very shortly, will be the Bambinos for their first heat.
Of course, Tom, and as we've mentioned, it is championship. It's busy time at the season. It's business end of the season with the championships, and you always know it's important when the championship laptop gets broken out with the spreadsheet. So we're
into the business end now, aren't we?
We'll run you through that throughout the day as to who can do what and where. We've got around about half of our championships can mathematically be settled. Some definitely will. Some very unlikely they won't unless something unfortunate happens to one of the drivers, unfortunately. But we've got a couple of. I think Bambino can be wrapped up today. Tom, senior Rotax as well as can the junior category for that. And, of course, Cadet Pro, in which Thomas Potter's been fairly dominant for most of the season in that class.
Well, since we're getting Bambinos out next, shall we run through the permutations of that?
Oh, it's really simple. If Chloe McGill outscores Buddy Hugo, she wins the championship today. And if she doesn't, she'll be back in October to try again.
Great stuff. Okay, so Chloe McGill just needs to outscore Buddy Hugo, as David said, and that will then secure her first Teesside Owner Driver Sprint championship title. Keep your comments, or please get involved in the comments on the YouTube channel. We will only be able to see them on the YouTube today. On the YouTube today. But please keep them coming in there. We will endeavour to give you a shout out. Good morning to Frida Yeadon, who wins the prize for first comment of the stream.
No, Michael Burke was in before we even started.
Oh, he was? See, look, that's Australian time for you.
He's awake, isn't he?
Yeah, that's Australian time for you.
Fresher than
Great
now.
to have you with us, Michael Burke. So, in fact, that prize goes to you. You're welcome to come and get it from Teesside the next time you're in the country.
Yeah, it is time, though, for the first race of the day. It will be Bambino, heat number 1.
So Bambinos are already heading towards the grid, but I will run you through a grid as we have it.
I'm not sure we're going to get it on the screen, but we do have Buddy Hugo on pole position for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome, with Chloe McGill sharing the front row. Then we've got Amelia DL and Jake Gibbon on the second row, with Jamie Walsh and Grayson Crawford on row 3. Then we've got Freddie Blackshaw in P7, with Sebastian Crawford being in 8th place. And then rounding out our Bambino grid here, we've got Tyler Gruffity and Sebastian McCarthy, your 10 Bambino runners here at round number 6. We're just going to...
Tyler Gruffity, a new name for this weekend.
It is. I think we've actually got a fair few new names, Tom. We'll run through them as much as we can, in all the classes, but we've got a couple in the Rotaxes as well. And certainly one new name in senior Pro Kart after a successful practice day yesterday. We'll get to that one in around about an hour's time. And of course, Tom, a debut as well for the Micromax class in their own right here at Teesside Autodrome, joining us for the first time on their own grid here at Teesside. And they will have the customary 3 heats and the final.
Yes, indeed. That's something we will broach as we get there. But yes, a whole new class here for this weekend. If you missed the Paddock show, we've got 3 heats and a final for Micromax as well.
And also another very special debut, which I'll run through after the green flag drops, which is now. It's a good start from the outside of the front row from Chloe McGill, and she slots straight in behind Buddy Hugo, and already is right on the rear bumper. A little nudge into the D chicane. Just a reminder for Buddy Hugo that Chloe McGill is right in his wheel tracks, with Amelia DL slotting into 3rd place, with Gibbon in 4th as they make their way through the chicanes for the first time.
And into hairpin 1 they go, still line astern. It's pretty much as you were as they left the grid. And round hairpin 2 and onto the back straight for the first time. Now, as we said, Chloe McGill only has to outscore Buddy Hugo here today to take her first championship here at Teesside Owner Driver Sprints anyway, as she's already latching onto the rear bumper of Buddy Hugo. Now, we've seen this throughout the year so far, Chloe McGill keeping her powder dry early doors.
Yeah, and the thing is, in the heats, Tom, as well, there is only 1 point difference between all of the positions in the heats. It's 50 for a win and 49 for second, and then that goes down 1 point sequentially for all the places. It's the final where it gets very, very interesting, because effectively McGill could finish second behind Hugo in all the heats, and then she's just got to jump him in the final, and then in the final there's a 7 point swing between first place, which is 65, and then down to 58 for second place. It's another 5 point drop from down into 3rd, and then the same again for 4th, and then it starts tightening up after that. So it rewards the final, which is how it should be. But now McGill gets to the inside of Buddy Hugo out of hairpin number 2, and I think she's got the nose there, Tom, so Hugo's not going to be able to turn in, and Chloe McGill does the champion.
Out of hairpin 2 and straight up the inside of Buddy Hugo. Before Buddy could get there and close the door, we see Amelia DL in 3rd place, now just over 2 seconds back. And then it comes Jake Gibbon, Jamie Walsh, Freddie Blackshaw, Grayson Crawford, Sebastian McCarthy, Sebastian Crawford, and Tyler Gruffity. And support coming in online on the comments as well for Jamie Walsh. So we've got Aaron Humphreys and Stacey Walsh saying good luck, Jamie Walsh.
Quite timely as well, Tom, because he is closing in on Jake Gibbon for 4th place, and has been, since dropping away at the start, has been reeling Gibbon in for 4th place as they go around hairpin 1. Does go slightly wide round there, though. That will keep the revs up, but will lose him actual track position down that back straight. But he has been closing in pretty much lap on lap. He's been sort of gaining down the far end of the track, round South Bank, and then maybe losing it through hairpin 1 and 2. So, you know, a game of cat and mouse really at the moment between Gibbon and Walsh.
Indeed, we focus on the front 2, but out of the commentary box window I can see that gap closing.
Half a quarter of a second then between the top 2.
And there we have the hand gestures that we were talking about.
I was about to say
yesterday.
that was the additional debutante I was talking about.
This is
for the first appearance here
Theo,
at the grand age of 8 weeks
and
here at Teesside. So
Theo has been fully peer pressure named.
Oh, it turned out that at the double header, Chloe and the entirety of the Alpha Live network got her own way.
And so Alpha Live / Chloe. Let's claim our credit for it. Alpha Live have named a baby now.
Oh, I've heard rumours that his middle name is actually Alpha. Theo Alpha McGill.
Okay. Not Theo Thomas David McGill. Maybe that's pushing it too far. So we look here now. This is the battle for 4th place. This is the one we were talking about between Jake Gibbon and Jamie Walsh. And Jamie Walsh is now right there on the back of Jake Gibbon. Has been closing in, as David said, lap on lap, and he's now right on the rear bumper of Jake Gibbon and looking to move through.
Very strong round the bottom end of the circuit, the South Bank and the hairpin 3-4. But then we'll potentially lose a bit round the first part of the track. There is a yellow flag out at hairpin 1, so that's going to negate any potential overtaking opportunities, as we've got a driver on the grass in the 51 of Tyler Gruffity. So, and in fact Walsh has dropped away, Tom. You can see it on the screen there, by almost a second in the early part of the lap from Jake Gibbon. So Jake Gibbon's got a little bit of cushion now, and so a little bit of respite for at least a lap or two.
Yeah,
Behind that, though, Pardon?
Bit of an odd one.
Yeah, but behind that, Tom, there's a great battle going on around about 50 metres further back between Crawford, Blackshaw and McCarthy.
Yeah, separated by 0.7 of a second, those three. And we've got, is that Sebastian Crawford, the 51, that's Tyler Gruffety.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, Crawford has actually dropped behind Blackshaw, Tom. He's the driver in the black cart. So he's had a bit of a problem down the back straight as he's now got to the inside of Blackshaw. Blackshaw closes him off. Sebastian McCarthy, though, started the day in 10th place, will now come over the start-finish in 6th place. A great jump up for Sebastian McCarthy. 2 places on the previous lap as we're well past half race distance now as Walsh makes his way round the lap traffic and through the chicanes.
I'm keeping my eye out the commentary box window.
So am I, Tom, because I can't see Grayson Crawford, and he is actually coming off the circuit into pit lane. So that would explain why he slowed a lot on that previous lap. Looking out the window, I saw McCarthy.
That's Tyler Gruffety.
Tyler Gruffety off at
hairpin 1.
Yeah, I was looking out the window, and I could see McCarthy, I could see Blackshaw, but then there was no Crawford as he came through in front of the commentary box as we out of the window. As you can see, the com box there to the right-hand side was pretty much in line with the start line, but that means we can also see the entry to hairpin 1 and the exit of hairpin 2 quite clearly as well.
I was looking at the gap that Chloe McGill had managed to build up, because Buddy Hugo is, as you said, David, similar to Jamie Walsh, very strong around the back end of the circuit. Chloe McGill had gapped him over the final half of the circuit, but Buddy Hugo reels her right back in through the D chicane, the national loop, and then hairpin 1 and 2. So we're going to see whether Chloe McGill can bring this gap back out again, because it was over 0.3 of a second over the line, and now Buddy Hugo is right there with 1.5 minutes to go.
We say it a lot, don't we, about this Teesside national circuit, but it is a circuit of 2 halves. You know, it's pretty. You know,
the thing is, with the exception of the D chicane, they're almost identical.
Yeah. I mean, the hairpins at the far end, 3 and 4, are a little bit wider in radius, but it's still the same, isn't it? It's a hairpin.
It's a right-left hairpin at 3 and 4 rather than a left-right instead of 1 and 2. But yes, it's, as you said, David, it's a 180-degree long right-hander followed by 2 hairpins. Now, you would think that wouldn't really make much of a difference, but there is a definite split. You will be faster in one half of the circuit than you will in the other. Yeah, you always have a strong half. We see that. You know, the exceptional drivers, they're exceptional everywhere, not just here, all around the country. But, you know, this sort of, for drivers that are coming and that are developing as they start their racing career, of course, some of these drivers in this Bambino class, it's between 5 and 8 years old, so they are the youngest of all of our drivers. The amount of people as well who say that D chicane is their favourite corner on the track as well. It's pretty much all of the Bambinos.
Yeah, mine as well.
the cadets. Oh, mine as well. Most of the cadets, that's their...
Oh, round the lap traffic there, Tom. Sorry, as we begin the last lap. It was very tight, and there was a bit of a squeal on the bank. I don't know where that was from, but I'm guessing it was a nervous squeal more than an excited squeal.
Yes, I think it came from the Hugo camp.
Into hairpin 1 then for the final time for Chloe McGill and Buddy Hugo.
Hairpin 2 as well already, and Buddy Hugo lining a move up but couldn't quite get the drive off of hairpin 2. Down the back straight for the final time and into South Bank. Has Buddy Hugo got any kind of response for the pace of Chloe McGill? He is right there on the rear bumper. Has a look up the inside. He's going to go through at hairpin 3. Great move from Buddy Hugo. Uses the full width of the track, but leaves the door open for Chloe McGill. She can't take advantage. And Buddy Hugo gets great drive out of hairpin 4 and will come across the line to take victory in heat number 1. Buddy Hugo doing everything he needs to do to keep this championship alive so far today.
Yeah, great move from Hugo there. Fantastic racing from the front 2 in our Bambino class as Amelia DL comes over for 3rd place. Tyler Gruffety will take the checkered flag as well. He'll be classified in 9th in front of Grayson Crawford. He will pick up points for that first heat, Tom, as he completed half race distance. 4 laps down, though, as he retired. Gibbon comes across in 4th as Walsh closes in again towards the end of the race for 5th with McCarthy, then Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford completing our remaining runners in 8th place.
Just having a quick look through the comments, we've had Haas Pro Kart have been in touch with us.
Haas Pro Kart Mercer or Haas Pro Kart Alexander?
Oh,
because there's.
Good question.
I don't know
it
which
doesn't
one.
say.
No.
It just says Haas Pro Kart.
Oh, hello.
I would imagine that's probably Josh. Has asked who's winning Senior Pro Kart today. Well, there's one way to find out, and that will probably be around about 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I would stick around.
Stick around. You could have a small wait, but we've got Senior Pro Kart. It will be the final heat of our cycle.
Or maybe he's instigating chat by.
Well, we're not going to put a poll up,
no, but enticing us into some predictions.
And Catherine Potter has been in touch. Surely you should be prepping for your session, Catherine. But she says, I'm racing in junior Rotax today, and good luck to my brother Teapot in Honda Pro. Lillian Eyeball has been in touch and said, good morning all. Good luck to Charlie Eyeball and from Grandma Lil. And Catherine Potter again has been on and said, good luck everybody in Junior Pro. Yeah,
Finn Collister has been on saying the same as well, wishing everybody good luck in Junior Pro, which is timely because it is time for heat number 1 in Junior Pro.
If you missed our Paddock show that we filmed yesterday, we had a great chat, or rather I had a great chat with Maximus Shields' dad Barry, and Maxim has taken pole position. He gave us a great rundown of the class of Junior Pro Kart, what's been happening this year, and everything like that, and what the plans are for Max for next year. So Maximus Shields takes pole position with Harvey Still in second, Oliver Watson in third, Sophie Pawsey in fourth, Danny Bean takes fifth, and Christian Oblag in sixth. Marty Gilfillan in 7th, with Harry Brown in 8th, Sebastian Pereira in 9th, and Amy Frame rounding out your top 10. Then it's Ben Arnold, Joe Arnold, and Leon Wilson.
I'm not convinced Oliver Watson is with us, Tom. He wasn't here practicing yesterday, and I haven't seen him in the paddock either. So, and a quick count of the kart suggests that there's 12. I'll confirm in a moment, but I think there's 12. But the most enticing thing for this one, Tom, is the top 2 in the Junior Pro Kart Championship. Harvey Still and Maximus Shields share the front row for this opening heat. Random grids, of course, for Junior Pro Kart, so we're going to have 3 random allocations. You'll see a different driver on pole position for each of our Junior Pro Kart races. It'll be the same as well for Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart. They don't qualify on the Saturday, so it's a random grid allocation for all of those classes. The remaining classes, they have qualifying, and we'll run you through the qualifying grids as well. So there's going to be a vacant berth on the grid in 3rd place at the moment, which is where we were expecting to see Oliver Watson, although, as I say, wasn't here for practice yesterday, so unlikely that we are going to see him on the track today. Final runner, Leon Wilson, rolls into position, and it will be almost time to go racing in Junior Pro Kart then for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome. We await the marshal to make his way to the front. Keep an eye as well on Christian Oblang and Sebastian Pereira. Oblang on the 3rd row, Pereira on the 5th. They're still in contention for this championship. Only 40 points split the top 4 in this Junior Pro Kart Championship, with Harvey Still entering round 6 with a 21-point lead. We're away and racing then in Junior Pro Kart, and Still slots straight in behind Shields. Fantastic start from Oblag though, Tom, from 6th place, sweeps round the outside of Danny Bean, and despite the fact that 3rd was vacant, so it is only 1 place, he is up into 4th as they make their way through the chicanes for the first time.
Yeah, great start for Oblag there, just threaded the needle, got a great launch off the line, and is already moving through for 3rd place. The entry into hairpin 1 for the first time. We've got a yellow flag. Who is that off?
Marty Gilfillan off at hairpin 1.
They head down the back straight for the first time. And into hairpin 3, it is Maximus Shields from Harvey Still. It looks like Oblag has held on to 3rd place.
Yeah, he's
and has
through,
in fact.
But there is a big gap, Tom, from Shields and Still. And what Oblang really needs here is an early race battle between those two to bring himself back into contention, because as we know, 2 karts is normally quicker than 1 if they decide that they're going to work together in the early phase of this race and then sort it out at the end.
Absolutely, yeah. If Harvey still can go with Max Shields here and push along, it could be done and dusted, with the exception of these two fighting it out potentially on the last lap. But if Harvey still gets a bit racy, that's going to bring Oblag and Sophie Paws and potentially even Amy Frame.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Tom, is that Still does look very, very racy. You know, he's certainly into hairpin 1. He's throwing that kart in sideways in the early phase of this race. Maybe that's needed, though, because it's a lot cooler than normal.
Well, that's exactly what I was just going to say.
Head towards the end of the season, which means he's got to work hard to get those tyres warm.
With the drop in temperature, it's going to take potentially even 3 laps before the tyres are fully up to temperature, or even close to fully up to temperature. As you can see, Harvey still again sideways into hairpin 1. Really trying to work that car, work the tyres now to get that heat and get that grip. Christian Oblag definitely doesn't look like he's a second behind anymore. He's moving up towards the back of these two.
Still has dropped away a little bit off Shields, and by a little, you know, it doesn't seem a lot, but 2 kart lengths is...
When you're in the slipstream as well, yeah.
It is a lot, isn't it? So
it's telling.
We'll see how he goes, though. He does get a good run there out of hairpin 4 and really closes that gap up as they come over, start, finish. Shields, though, leads them onto lap number 4.
Yeah, this is the big difference between the last round and this round is the drop in temperature. I mean, it's not huge, but it's enough to really make a big difference to the tyres that we're running here.
Well, you think it's been 9 weeks, Tom, since we raced here last at that double header at Teesside Autodrome at the 25th. It was around about the 25th of July, wasn't it? Then we had the ill-fated British 24-hour race the week after. Then the traditional summer break means that it's been 9 weeks before since we last raced here at Teesside Autodrome. We are back, though, for the final 3 rounds through September through to the end of November to culminate the 2022 championship. Shields then still leading the way from Harvey Still as they come over the line, but Christian Oblang has really joined in now.
Our front 2 has become a front 3. Sophie Pawsey now 2.7 behind, and Amy Frame 4.6, with Sebastian Pereira on the back of Amy Frame as well. So that's your top 6. Then you've got Joe Arnold, Danny Bean, Ben Arnold and Harry Brown rounding out your top 10. Oblag gives the signal to work with Harvey Still. I think they can see Shields moving away, but potentially Oblag could be better served sending it early and getting through quickly while he's still got the momentum. Getting through early and trying to have Still push instead.
Well, it's all mind games. If I was there, I'd say, "Oh, I'll work with you," and then at the first opportunity, I'd send it.
Yeah, that's. Well, normally what happens is the driver in front, or in this case, it would be Harvey Still, will point to his helmet and say, "Work with me," which is the signal to the driver behind that I'm going to leave the door open at the next corner and you can pass me.
Which isn't the intention, is it? The intention?
No, of course it's not.
No, not at all.
But that's exactly what it means. If you're behind, it's take full advantage of the next corner.
Down the back straight they go then. We've got a yellow flag out at hairpin 1, and that's Harry Brown, who has gone off, and I think he's dislodged the tyre wall on the outside, but he rejoins behind the...
there's Oblag up the inside into hairpin 4 for second place.
Side by side then.
Tried to do a block pass, couldn't quite get it done, and that's actually going to cost momentum. What Oblag really needs to do is get up the inside of South Bank corner. So as they exit hairpin 2 down the back straight, that's the way to get through and keep up momentum. That isn't going to cause a big gap then to Max Shields. So that's already gone out to half a second now.
It is the only corner as well, really, where you're not going to have the immediate opportunity for a re-overtake. That's the fantastic thing about this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit. With the back-to-back hairpins, is that if somebody does you into one of them, there's almost an immediate opportunity every single time to come back through. That's why we see a lot of last lap moves into hairpin 4, because it means that the driver's not going to have that opportunity to come back. You really do have to defend that final lap into hairpin 4 if you've got a driver on your rear bumper. Over, start, finish. 3 laps to go then. Shields leading the way, but Harvey Still sets the personal best, as does Sophie Pawsey in 4th place. And, fairly lonely 4th place at the moment for Sophie Pawsey, as behind her Sebastian Pereira and Amy Frame, with Joe Arnold in tow. battle it out from 5th down into 7th place. Oblang goes down the inside of Harvey Still into hairpin number 2, still with a look over his shoulder. And then goes slightly wide into South Bank and leaves that door open for Christian Oblag.
Yeah, still looking squirrely. The kart is, as you would call it, David, a pig on roller skates. It's all over the place, especially at the rears. You can really see him working the wheel, fighting the handling of that kart. It is just not tuned into these conditions right now. However, could well have the perfect setup for if the sun comes through.
Or yeah, or even if just later on a couple of degrees and the track temperature warms up. I think we're expecting pretty much cloud cover for most of the day, but yesterday in practice, the drivers didn't get a huge opportunity to put in a lot of miles on dry track because it was raining for most of the morning and took most of the afternoon to dry out, although the Cadet and Bambino qualifying sessions were carried out with the track in dry. So we've got some quick times from them. But yeah, for the junior, and especially for the juniors as well, they've been out on a track with a lot of the seniors who would have been slicks only, of course, so they may well have taken that opportunity to test more with slick tyres in the wet. Last lap board is out. Personal best for Christian for Still and Shields, but Oblang sets the fastest lap of the race, and they are coming up to some lap traffic towards hairpin number 1. Great awareness from Leon Wilson to go round the outside and allow the 3 leaders to come through, and Harvey Still dives to the inside of Maximus Shields at hairpin 2. And for Shields, who's led 95% of this race, Still is down the inside with half a lap to go.
Yeah, really forced the issue there, and Max Shields returning the favour through South Bank as well. Finds a gap and pushes it open and
talk about
makes his way through.
As you say, talk about forcing the issue.
Oh, and there's Oblag fully sideways and straight into the side of Harvey Still.
Maximus Shields then will come through to take checkered flag and the victory in heat number 1. Still and Oblang 2nd and 3rd, with Sophie Pawsey coming through for 4th place in front of Pereira, Frame, and then Joe Arnold. The scene, as always, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart, set very, very early on. The top 3, absolutely nothing between them. But a huge amount of mutual respect. It's fist pumps all round, Tom, as they head down towards the hairpin 1 between Still and Shields. And that, for me, is the perfect way to describe the racing here at Teesside Autodrome. Hard, fair, but very respectful at all times.
Absolutely, 100%. And we've had a lot of support coming in as well for the Potters. And we've got a new distance record. Michael Burke is no longer our furthest away viewer.
Oh,
we've got Amy Valentine, who is tuning in from New Zealand. Well, Amy, tell us where you are abouts in New Zealand. Are you North Island, South Island? Whereabouts are you in New Zealand? Because it's a big old place. And cheering for Thomas Potter in Cadet and Micromax Go Teapot, and Catherine Potter too in Junior Rotax. Good luck to you both. More support coming in from AK Racing, saying good luck to Catherine Potter and Thomas Potter. Chelsea Timmis as well, pretty much saying the same. Leanne Howard has said good luck, Will Howard. Love the stickers, all the best, love Mum and Alana. Now,
well, we're about to see them, Tom, because it's time for heat number 1 in Honda Cadet Pro.
So your grid for Cadet Pro, as we will try and get a look at the stickers as well for Will Howard as we go through and they line up on the grid. But Thomas Potter taking pole position. Amy Peacock in 2nd place with Alfie McBain, who we spoke to yesterday during the paddock walk, in P3. Then we have Stanley Clark, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, another of our interviewees yesterday, with William Howard in 6th. And then we have Ben Robinson and Jack Collinson. JJ Plowman in 9th with Edward Rye in 10th. Holly Swan is 11th and Alex Lynn in 12th. Then we have Joshua Sullivan and Harris Alley, but Joshua is not here.
He's not here, and Harris Alley unfortunately didn't set a time yesterday in qualifying.
Okay, so that clears that up.
Couple of things to address, first of all, in this one, other than the new sticker kit for William Howard, which we'll see in a few moments, is the emergence of Alfie McBain in our Honda Cadet Pro class, having raced in club for all of the season towards the front, this being his final year in the Honda Cadet class. He's made the decision to move up, Tom, and I am really, really pleased he has done, because what he's done is not only has he given up the trophy, really, because he would have almost certainly been in the top 3 at the end of the season, but he's proved that decision was vindicated yesterday. Benefited massively as well from a tow, but from Amy Peacock, but that's all about qualifying, and that's good awareness. Smart thinking. And he starts his maiden Honda Cadet Pro race there in the number 8 from the inside of the second row in 3rd place. So Alfie McBain making the jump. Let's see how he fares against this top-level class of Honda Cadet Pro runners. Thomas Potter, he goes off pole position with one hand on the championship trophy already. He just needs to finish an average Tom of 3rd in this Honda Cadet Pro class to wrap the championship up at the end of the day. But we'll be seeing a lot of Thomas Potter because he will be out in Micromax as well later on. Another driver who will be pulling double duty, Amy Peacock. She'll be out in Minimax as well in around about half an hour's time. So it's going to be a very, very busy day for some of our drivers.
Yeah, double classing is always tricky. Oh, we've got a brief pause here.
It's because there's a barrier. There's a barrier in the way, Tom. We definitely need that moving.
Because for cadets, we run straight for the first lap.
Amy Peacock, I think she was all in for leaving it there because the only gap was in front of her second place bird. Straight through.
So Amy Valentine, while we've just got a brief pause, has said she is in Opotiki, I hope I've said that right, Amy, North Island of New Zealand, and is currently building a website for the Potters.
Here we go then, Tom. Green flag in hand of the start line marshal. It's down and we are away and racing. It's a great start from Peacock and she slotted straight in behind Thomas Potter. The top 4 already into single file by the time they make it towards the first corner. It's been a good start though from Ben Robinson. He's up from 7th place into 5th as they make their way through, and it's a good start as well from Harris Ali. He makes up 2 places on the opening lap as well, moving up from 13th into 11th.
Yeah, as they head through hairpin 1 for the first time, hairpin 2 for the first time, and down the back straight, all nice and clean so far. Amy Peacock right onto the tail of Thomas Potter, and we saw this at the previous round as well, although immediately straight up the inside of hairpin 3.
Potter, very, very wide round South Bank, Tom.
Yeah, left the door open, and Amy Peacock doesn't need another opportunity. She's straight through. Oh, bit of contact in hairpin 4 as well. Between Alfie McBain and I think that was William Howard as well, so potentially messing up that brand new sticker kit for William Howard, but we'll have a look at that if we can as they're trying to go round. So it is Peacock from Potter, Stanley Clark, Ben Robinson, William Howard, Alfie McBain, Jack Collinson, JJ Plowman, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Edward Rye, your top 10.
The top 2 breaking away then. Stanley Clark in 3rd place. He's moved away as I think there's that Ben Robinson, I believe, down the inside of William Howard. Moves him up into 4th place as Potter down the inside of Amy Peacock into hairpin 3. And he moves back into the lead as there's a contact warning flashing over start finish before Alex Lynn in the number 6. He's currently behind Harris Ali. He's going to receive that as he comes over start finish. Although generally with contact warnings, Tom, you pretty much know that it's coming. It's very rarely a surprise.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, exactly that. I've had a fair few of them in my time. Most of them were justified as well. In fact, pretty much all.
Potter then leads from Peacock as they enter the back straight. Stanley Clark, they were a lot closer now as the overtake from the previous lap from Thomas Potter has lost a little bit of time from him and Amy Peacock, although Stanley Clark then very, very wide round South Bank. We're finding that a lot today, Tom. We saw it with Potter early on. I don't know whether the track temperature being a lot lower is potentially minimising the grip, but either way, Robinson has rejoined the back of this train now, and then it's William Howard in 5th place.
Yeah, these front 4 are starting to come together now. We do see this a lot in Honda Cadet. There are trains that tend to form because of the parity of the power units and the chassis and things like that. It's very, very close across the entire grid. It really does come down a lot, even more so in most of the other classes. It comes down to driver skill that gets you to the top of this grid and right to the front. So you end up getting these trains where they will end up slipstreaming, and then there'll be a bit of a gap, and then there'll be another train of slipstreamers, and and that which is what we've got here at the moment. And we've kind of
Peacock,
got
Tom, alongside Thomas Potter out of hairpin 4. Tries to get alongside and run all the way around the outside, but has to slot back in.
I was just going to say William Howard's kind of in no man's land at the moment, but it seems like he's now being reeled in as well, and we're going to have essentially 2 trains forming. So the first one, the front 4 that we're looking at now, is Potter, Peacock, Clark, Robinson, then the gap, although that has looked like it was about to change order there for the front 4, but then there is a gap. Then it's Howard, McBain, Collinson, Plowman, Stansmore Wilson and Edward Rye in train number 2.
Just having a quick look there with William Howard, Tom. He was pretty much in the middle, wasn't he, of all the position, that front train and the second train. He was on his own. And I think he's had a bit of a slow run out of hairpin 4 on the previous lap, and that's what's allowed the others to close right in on him, as now Alfie McBain is right on the rear bumper of William Howard, as round the hairpin on the previous earlier on in that lap. Isabella Stansmore Wilson was alongside JJ Plowman's 111 cart.
Robinson took the final step on the podium as well through hairpin 4 on that previous lap, and has now moved clear as well of Stanley Clark in 4th place. So that's Robinson up to 3rd, and is now looking like homing in onto the back again of Amy Peacock and Thomas Potter as these two duke it out once more. We pretty much saw this for the entirety of the last round, didn't we? Was it the last round or the one before?
It was round 4. It was the Saturday, wasn't it?
Yes, round 4, correct, yes. With Amy Peacock having...
Oh, Potter went very, very wide there, Tom, to the point where I thought he might have...
It was the Bambino line,
yeah,
almost.
I thought he was going on the grass then. 3 minutes remaining through the D chicane, nose to tail, as William Howard drops down to 7th place. McBain and Collinson 5th and 6th respectively, so Howard's now right in the midst of that battle from 5th down to Edward Rye in 10th place. Yeah,
heading down the back straight, 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Robinson and Clark are now duking it out for 3rd place, and it looks like potentially Clark has got back through at hairpin 3.
He has, Tom.
He has, and then sealed the deal in hairpin 4 and got the job done, and is now moving away himself. So Robinson's pace up and down, it seems, certainly in respect of Stanley Clark. Then you've got the gap then back to McBain, who sets a personal best, followed by Jack Collinson, William Howard also with a personal best, JJ Plowman, Stansmore Wilson and Edward Rye. Then there's a 3.5 second gap back to Holly Swan and Harris Alley, and then another 2 seconds back to Alex Lynn in 13th.
Yeah, Plowman with a good overtake there on William Howard. That moves him up into 7th place. Howard going backwards from the early phase of this race, Tom, where he was very, very quick in the early phase, potentially maybe gone too high on the tyres there. That could be the issue with that one. We've seen a lot of drivers not getting them up to temperature. They could have gone higher. But Edward Rye also, Thomas, found a way past Isabella Stansmore Wilson for 9th place.
Yes, indeed. And you pointed out Alfie McBain, who's running at the front of this train in P5, and you pointed out that rightly Alfie McBain with a difficult choice, but has made the move to give up that potential 2nd place, well, guaranteed pretty much 2nd place trophy as it stood at the moment in club.
Yeah, he's still in the battle for the championship. Pro. That's the thing, Tom. And,
exactly. Give up that fight for the championship in club to move up to pro, which is exactly what this split in classes was designed to do. We've got Jack Collinson has just moved through as well on Alfie McBain. I think we put the commentator's curse on him because he's just lost another place as well to JJ Plowman.
Yeah, Plowman coming through. That'll put Plowman up into 6th, and that's going to be his best finish if he can hold on for the final few laps, moving through from 9th place in his qualifying. So he's up into 6th place then, sets a personal best as well, including that overtake. The 5 of them, though, Tom, have moved away ever so slightly from Isabella Stansmore Wilson, who's dropped back into a fairly lonely 10th place at the moment. Still got great battles going on, though, between the top 2 and then the 2 behind as well. As on the previous lap, Robinson was past Clark, and then Clark got back through. I think the last lap board could potentially await them, Tom, as they come through. Certainly on the overhead gantry, it's down to 0, so they're going to come through. And it will be as they cross the line here. The last lap board is out for Thomas Potter, leading Amy Peacock. Then it's Ben Robinson back in front of Stanley Clark.
Potter with the fastest lap of the race as well, starting the final lap. So really putting the hammer down now. Trying to break this toe of Amy Peacock. She is still right there and has a good line out into hairpin 2. Gets a good exit and good drive. Potter goes very defensive, moving to the inside as they enter South Bank for the final time in heat number 1.
Yeah, then moved out just as Peacock did as well into hairpin into South Bank. Let's see whether Peacock's going to make the move down the inside. It will need to be straight lined, and Potter has the door firmly closed, but then Peacock's going to get the run alongside. I think Potter might have enough to run all the way around the outside and does so. He slots back through and takes the victory, although Peacock gets alongside. Then it's Robinson in third with Clark in fourth. Collinson, Plowman crosses the line for a best of sixth in front of Alfie McBain in seventh. Howard, Wright and Stansmore Wilson complete your top 10 in front of Holly Swan, Harris Ali and Alex Lynn.
And Alfie McBain with the personal best on that final lap as well. So McBain really showing well here in his first race in the pro class. Here at Teesside. It's a great end to heat number 1. Another victory for Thomas Potter. David said earlier on, Potter needs to average third place here throughout the day. So that's done him absolutely no harm in his attempt to win this championship here today. That brings us to an end of heat number 1. And next we are going to have Cadet Clubman.
Grid then sees Samuel Yeadon on pole position with championship leader Sebastian Benson alongside. Charlie Eyeball and Cameron Tipping with his best qualifying sees him line up on the outside of the second row. Layla Berryman shares row number 3 with Joey Swan. Then it's Riley Sims-Ezard with the best qualifying for him up in 7th. Similarly for Thomas Harper, the first time we see him up inside the top 10 in 8th place. Then it's Mason Dinsdale and Charlie Quine with Mason Webster and Reese Cranston sharing row number 6. Morgan Cooney starts 13th. He shares row 7 with Riley Buckton-Young. Then it's Ollie Carter and Ashton Carmichael with Henry Colburn and Matty Prinku-Wright debuting in 18th place. The grid then completed by Toby Turner and Bradley Swift, your 20 Honda Cadet Club runners.
A big grid here in Cadet Club. So this is where Alfie McBain was racing previously. It's an identical class, identical karts, identical engines, everything exactly the same. What we've done here for this year at Teesside is we've split the grid and essentially given another championship to get a bit more airtime to the people who would have been sort of mid-pack and a little bit further down, with the greatest of respect to them.
Well, if you look at the double header as well, Tom, cumulatively between the two classes, we had 44 entrants. You know, for that double header back in thing, as Yeadon gives us a little wave to the camera. You know, you can't. You know, you could run 44 karts, but feasibly, when you're doing lap times of 46, 47 seconds, it's a kart per second, and that's quite tight.
Yes, it is. Absolutely, yeah. And
there is that risk as well then in the final phase of the race, particularly the finals, which are 2 laps longer, that you are going to catch the tail of the race up, which we haven't seen in Honda Cadet Club this season, mainly being because the bigger you make the grid, the further apart it spreads naturally, because, you know, on that opening lap, everybody's getting entangled with each other, everybody's battling with each other, you know, there's more going on, and therefore the field spread just becomes further naturally because of the amount of karts that are on the track.
Yeah, correct. You, if you're towards sort of the 2/3 distance back into the field, coming to hairpin 1, yeah, you're going to find it very difficult to take that first hairpin at full race pace. And that's going to be the way right the way through. Your natural racing lines just get blocked by other karts already being there where you want to be. So yeah, field spread is quite big, especially with the bigger classes. You see it a lot in senior pro kart as well, because we don't have any kind of split grid there. Everybody's just lumped in together, and by the end of the first lap, you know, front to back of the grid is probably 15, 16 seconds apart.
Yeah, well, we know Pro Kart's massive because normally they have to move the barrier on the outside, which we had to do for Cadet Club, remember, back at the previous round. We had almost 30 entrants in this class at the double header, which always garners extra attention. Green flag is up. The green is down, and we are away and racing. It's a good start from Benson, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get in, Tom, because it's a very fast-starting Charlie Eyeball moving through from third place, the inside of the second row, and he moves past Sebastian Benson and into second place as they make their way towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Yeadon leading the way. There's a great move down the inside in the background from Mason Webster, down the inside of Riley Sims-Ezard, hard on the brakes into hairpin 1. As the field is cleanly through. Good start as well, Tom, from Toby Turner. He makes up 4 places on the opening lap. Yeah, great start for Turner. And I thought Yeadon had been passed into South Bank Corner, but in fact, it's gone the other way. Yeah, he's moved away. So Benson's moved back past Eyeball, tipping in 4th, although Eyeball gets a good run out of hairpin 4. We've got Joey Swan off, Tom, on the outside. And we've got Morgan Cooney trimming grass as well in a separate incident. Joey Swan, I think where that kart is, I don't think he's going to need marshal assistance to get that back on track. Rear wheels spinning on damp grass at the moment, so I'm not sure what caused that incident, but Joey Swan, one of my calls for a podium, will be down at the tail of the field, and that will also mean, Tom, because you start where you finish, in heat number 2, he's going to be coming through from the back of the grid. Well, talking about field spread, Joey Swan is now over half a lap behind. Eyeball, Tom, is back down the inside of Sebastian Benson for second place, and Yeadon, despite the fact that there's been battling going on for second, has not managed to break away. No, he hasn't. So it is Yeadon from Benson. In fact, well, they're just about to come across the line, so I'll give you the top 10 as they come over the line this time for the start of lap number 3. So it is Yeadon from Eyeball, from Benson, Cameron Tipping, Layla Bowman, Mason Dinsdale, Sims-Ezard, Webster, Charlie Quine, and Thomas Harper, your top 10. Then we've got Buckton, Young, Cranston, Carter, Turner, Prinku Wright showing well in her first ever race here in 15th place. And it's Colborne, Carmichael, Swift, Cooney, and the aforementioned Joey Swan, 24 seconds behind, or 25.1 now, but not dropping back much from the leaders. So good pace still from Joey Swan. And you never know, keep your foot in, you might make up some places towards the end of the race. 5.5 minutes still to go. I think as well the leaders, Tom, are pretty much nose to tail and towing each other round. So, and Swan's lap would have been a lot slower as well because he was pretty much coming from a standing start for down at hairpin 4, whereas everybody else would have been carrying 40 miles an hour or so round that corner. Yeadon then continues to lead from Charlie Eyeball, but Eyeball right in the wheel tracks and must be considering a move in the next couple of laps, because if he doesn't, he's going to have Sebastian Benson and Cameron Tipping looking very, very interested in that second place. Then we're going to have Layla Berryman, who's pretty much in a similar state of Mason Dinsdale, where they don't have anybody to play with at the moment. And then further back, Sims-Ezard with Mason Webster for company. Well, I said about Joey Swan, he's just put in a lap that was only a 10th slower than the leader and has already passed Bradley Swift. And moving right onto the back of Morgan Cooney, I think, fairly quickly as well. So 25 seconds as Charlie Eyeball has taken the lead. Yeah, he has moved through. I caught that one out the combox window, and Charlie Eyeball has moved past. And as we mentioned, it was about time he managed to make that move, because if not, I think he'd have might have been swallowed up by those behind. Contact in the background there, Tom. Tom Harper down the inside of Mason Webster. We've got Riley Buckton Young off at hairpin 2, and he is into the tyre wall there. We've got yellows out. So that's going to mean by the time they come round for hairpin 1, Tom, I can't see. I think that'll still be under yellows. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye, and Buckton Young is back and underway again. Yeah, he's been sent on his way. In fact, Tom, I reckon we could be clear here, potentially. Although, no, I don't think we will. The marshal's still got a tyre wall to put back together down there. So going to be no overtaking into hairpin 1. So keep an eye out for as everybody makes their way through. Waved yellows into that first heavy braking zone and the first major overtaking point here at Teesside. Once they're past that yellow, they're good to go, and the yellow is now back in. Great work from the marshals. The Just one thing further down, Tom, the 1-3-2 kart, Matty Prinku-Wright, who is currently running in 16th place, has a detached rear bumper.
Okay.
That's hanging off on one side, so with 3 minutes to go, I think that one might be called back in potentially. He doesn't have any karts behind him, so he's not in a train. I don't think it's going to be overly dangerous to follow him, but we'll see, as you've seen in a few moments as we come over start-finish, Tom, that car, the rear bumper dragging along the tarmac.
Yeah, Charlie Eibel giving the tap of the helmet as well to say, you know, come on, work with me here. We've seen that many, many times here, and even this weekend as well. But I'm not sure that's going to hold any water with Samuel Yeadon. Already looking at the inside into hairpin 3, but can't get the move done there, as Eibel actually carried a huge amount of speed into hairpin 3. Costs him slightly on the way out of hairpin 4, and Yeadon is right there again on the rear bumper. But yeah, Eibel carrying huge amounts of speed into hairpin 3. Benson with the fastest lap of the race in 3rd is still right there, and Cameron Tipping, don't count him out of this either, in 4th. We've got a contact warning going out for the 75 of Henry Colborne in 14th place.
Oh, Prinku-Wright's bumper has detached, Tom. It's not there anymore.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah, completely gone now.
Yeadon right there again as they head round South Bank with 1 minute and 40 seconds still to go. Can't get it done through hairpin 3, and there's traffic coming up as well. What's the awareness like of the 85 of Bradley Swift? Very good, keeps out the way. We've got a mechanical flag out for Matty Prinku-Wright in that 1-2-3 car. First race here as well.
1 minute
this weekend.
Yeah, 1 minute 20 remaining, so they're going to get, I think, at least 3 more laps in here.
So Eibel still carrying that pace through the entry into the first pair of hairpins.
So Cameron Tipping, Tom, has dropped away from that lead battle and is in the clutches of Layla Berryman and Mason Dinsdale, who are having a great little scrap over what would be 5th place, although they have got potentially now Cameron Tipping in 4th place to entertain them in front. The leading trio, though, will come over the line.
I think Tipping's had a moment somewhere, because he was 1.2 seconds over the line on the previous lap behind Charlie Eibel, and I reckon that's going to be about 2.5, 3.5 in fact now. Yeah, so Cameron Tipping's had a big moment somewhere and cost himself over 2 seconds. So we look here at Tipping, and that's Dinsdale behind and Layla Berryman. So this is the battle for 4th place.
The thing is, though, since he's had that, what we think is a bit of an incident, Tom, for Tipping, is that hasn't really managed to break away again.
No, and Tipping, of course, with that Daniel Ricciardo inspired livery and helmet.
I think we've had, I was about to say, I think we've had a change for lead, but we haven't. It's because side on, the Eibel and Benson have got the same helmet. It's a white awry. Over the line they come then to begin the final lap here in Cadet Club. Sebastian Benson in 3rd place. That's the fastest lap of the race with a 48.4 as they make their way round the national loop for the final time.
Joss Hushka's been in touch on the comments as well, saying, good luck, Charlie Eibel, you've got this. Where are you, Joss, this weekend? Well, not with us, obviously.
Well, they could have been, because the Honda Cadet, I believe, has been sold, but a Micromax is now in their possession, so they could have been here. The leading trio, though, Tom, nose to tail, as Yeadon considers a move down the inside into South Bank that Eibel has to fend off. Then Eibel takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside, and that sends him slightly wide into 3 and also ruins his exit for 4. Samuel Yeadon gets alongside Charlie Eibel, sweeps round the outside and takes victory in heat number 1. Yeadon from Eibel and Benson, the top 3. 4/10 split them. Then it's Tipping in front of Dinsdale, Berryman, Harper with his best ever finish in 7th, with Sims Ezard, Webster and Quine complete your top 10 in front of Cranston and Carter in 12th place.
Yeah, grandstand finish here in Honda Cadet. Great win, great overtake there for Samuel Yeadon. Did exactly what he needed to do, followed in the tracks of Charlie Eibel throughout that race, and then took advantage on the final lap.
Yeah, for me there, Tom, Eibel, I think there'll be a bit of an assessment of that one, but I think he's potentially thrown a win away there.
An internal investigation.
Oh, absolutely. He's taken a chunk of curb, and we know these curbs on the inside, particularly of 3 and 4, are, you know, they're not... I'd say that they're more for cars than karts. They are quite chunky, and he's taken a huge chunk of curb there. That's sent him very, very wide into hairpin 3, which means he can't get the same sort of power down into hairpin 4, and it's ruined his exit, and Yeadon has taken full advantage of that and turns his pole position into a Heat 1 victory.
I think there were some differing lines going through hairpin 3 for Charlie Eyeball as well, because we saw him a couple of times taking huge amounts of speed into hairpin 3, and then on the final lap went kind of half defensive, really, sort of in a no man's land, and ended up on that curb. Yeah, and that's what gave Yeadon the opportunity to overtake. So we will move on very quickly to the first of our two-stroke championships here today. We have Junior Rotax Heat number 1. I can't spell the word qualified on our notes, which is always a good start.
Just one thing to come out of Honda Cadet Pro, Tom, and it just shows how close that Honda Cadet Pro grid is there's been a 5-second penalty applied to Alfie McBain for a front fairing. So that's a drop down of the nose with too much pressure applied. That drops McBain from 7th down to 11th place.
Oh dear.
So that'll be where he will start heat number 2. On to heat number 1 then of Junior Rotax. It's a random grid, and it sees Zach Turner. He'll lead us over the line with Alfie Wallbank alongside. Then it's the 2 championship contenders on row 2. Finley Watson alongside Lizzie Mentier with Nathan Jensen and Melissa Adrian on row 3. Then it's a new name to the championship. Lucas Fletcher in the 77. He starts alongside Bella Franklin with Lewis Smith and Amelia Pennington on row number 5. Catherine Potter and Jay Smith complete your 12 Junior Rotax runners.
I've just noticed we're going in descending age order for the next 3 races, aren't we? So we've got Junior Rotax, then Mini Rotax, then we're going Micromax, which is of course a Rotax.
All the Maxes.
All of the Maxes. Yeah, so Junior Rotax is out first, as we just said. This is a random grid. Then we've got Mini Rotax, which is qualified, and then we've got Micromax, which is also qualified. Will be the next 3 heats, and then we've got jumping right up in age. Then we've got Senior Rotax. So 4 2-stroke classes in a row, all of which are Rotax powered. So heading round for the rolling up lap, we have 2 rolling up laps here to get the tyres nice and warm, and then we will head over the line and start the race. So coming down now towards the line. Starter has the... Oh, and we're being sent round again. I think that was potentially because we didn't have 2 rolling up laps.
Yeah, we normally have 2, don't we?
Yes, and we were getting going off the first one.
And they were gridding up ready to go straight away, weren't they?
Yes,
so,
yeah, but I think...
well, which has been something...
But good practice for getting that started.
Yeah, but there's 2
Oh,
reasons
and now
for
we've got 1 round. That is the... Is that
Fletcher.
77?
Yeah, Lucas Fletcher. So he'll be able to retake his position. So what happened halfway through the year, Tom, is that there was a shortage of Mojo tyres. So we moved on to the Comets, and the Comets take a little bit longer to enter their operating window, and so 2 laps was required in order to get those tyres up to a safe operating temperature, hence why we have 2 rolling up laps for our junior class.
Oh, and there we go around again.
Be able to join back through. So Turner on pole position, Tom. He's going to dictate the pace, and he's decided that this pace is going to be serene until around about now when he enters the acceleration zone and he moves away. Watson already up into 2nd place, and then he dives down the inside, as does Mentier into the first corner, but Mentier can't hold through, and Alfie Wallbank comes down the inside and moves up into second place. Mentia then into third with Nathan Jensen up into fourth place. So then Turner tries to get down the inside, takes a chunk of curb and then runs Nathan Jensen wide onto the rumble strips, and they're too wide down the back straight. Is that Bella Franklin coming through?
I think it is.
Into fourth place. It is. I think she started down in 8th.
They're almost 3 abreast, heading into hairpin 3 for the first time.
Busy down there, isn't it, Tom?
And you can see Catherine Potter there as well through hairpin 4, trying to find her way through.
This is where you need to keep the powder dry early on, and by that, what I mean in this, it's not a case of not showing your hand. It's not incurring a 5-second penalty on the opening lap when it's so tight that if somebody breaks earlier than you expect, you run into the back of them. You know, the nose gets pushed in, it drops down ever so slightly, and you get a penalty, and that's not up for discussion.
Yes, indeed, and that's where you can fall foul of this random grid style of racing that we're going with here in a junior Rotax. You have to keep your wits about you, be smart, and drive well, and that's what we're trying to teach people here. But it is Watson from Wallbank who had a fantastic start, and is going with Watson here as they move away. Then it's Mentia from Franklin now in fourth place. Jay Smith, Zach Turner, Melissa Adrian, Nathan Jensen, Catherine Potter, Lucas Fletcher and Lewis Smith. So Zach Turner not having an ideal opening lap, to say the very least. 4 seconds off the lead already.
Yeah, still there though on the back. Who's on the back of at the moment? Jay Smith, who's come through from the tail of the field. He started in 11th place. I believe he's moving.
Oh, Wallbank there touched the back of Watson through hairpin 3, and round goes Alfie Wallbank. That could even be a 5-second penalty to add insult to injury. Essentially crashed himself in all on his own there. Went into the back of Finley Watson. Here we go. I have a replay of it. Gets a little bit of overspeed through South Bank corner. Yeah, just
the kart goes light though there, doesn't it, Tom?
It does.
When you're
you
on
saw
the brakes,
the whole front end coming up in the
Yeah,
air.
you think hardly any impact there really into the rear of Finley Watson, but the kart light enough. Good move there from Zach Turner down the inside of Jay Smith, and this is going to be a battle now for fourth place because behind them is Alfie Wallbank, and Wallbank's going to push. Well, he initially pushed Turner through, but then also gets past Turner as well. That moves Wallbank up from 6th place into what would have been 4th, but then Zach Turner's not giving this one up. Back down the inside from Zach Turner, and he comes through in only his 2nd race in juniors, having raced here at the doubleheader in Minimax. He's raced last weekend at Warden, and here he is putting on a fine show in junior Rotax.
Wallbank got into the back of Turner there through the D chicane as well. I think.
Wallbank's done exactly the same as he did on Watson, into the back of Zach Turner, and turns himself round at hairpin 1, and in doing so, everybody else is involved in the incident as well.
That is 100% pure red mist from Alfie Wallbank.
Yeah, and we're going to get an opportunity to see it again, Tom.
So here we go into hairpin 1. As you said, David, identical. Saw a gap there, thought there was a gap for Turner. Closed up too much, ran into the back, and round he goes and takes 2 with him as well.
Yeah, I think he took Smith and Melissa Adrian as well, who were just complete bystanders. And I think as well, for Adrian, that incident happening right in front of her, that could potentially, once again, we talk about that front nose penalty, you know, with nowhere to go, and if you're hitting something that's effectively stationary. The field spread, though, now, Tom, absolutely massive in this junior Rotax race. The top 3 are still there, as now we see Mentia go wide round South Bank, and Bella Franklin comes down the inside and moves through into 2nd place.
Yeah, straight through for Franklin there. Mentia opened the door, and that was it. That was all the opportunity Franklin needed as they head over the line with 4 laps to go. So yeah, just a little bit further with Alfie Wallbank. It all started with that incident at hairpin 3. The red mist came down, tried to get past Zach Turner, essentially turned in on Turner, who made a clean overtake at hairpin 4 the following lap, and then it was just pure frustration from Wallbank, and that'll come with age.
We've all been there, though, haven't we, Tom?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, 100%.
We've all been there.
But age and maturity will kind of move that out of you, and you'll realise that you just need to, the cool head prevails. So Wallbank now in 7th place, but we will just check that coming across the line because it is in a group with Potter and Jensen. And in fact, I think... No, in fact, it is Jensen from Potter from Wallbank. There was a couple of changes on that lap as we look at the battle now between Jensen, Potter and Wallbank in that order, heading into hairpin 1 with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, talking about that red mist, Tom, I remember one of the first ever time my boy sat in a kart. We went to rookie racing as Catherine Potter gets down the inside. And there was a racing driver there, Callum Hawkins Rowe, and they do practical sessions with them. And one of the first things he said was, not every corner is going to go right, but once you're round it, you have to forget about it.
Great advice. Brilliant piece of advice.
Wallbank, though, is back through now on Nathan Jensen, as is Catherine Potter. So this is your battle for 5th place, with Potter setting a personal best as they will receive the last lap board. It's no time. We don't race to a time in junior Rotax unless, Tom, it rains later on, and then we will revert to a time. But we race to a number of laps in juniors. The last lap board will be out then for Finley Watson. And I tell you what, Tom, he's being reeled in here.
Finley Watson?
Yeah.
By Franklin, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Half the gap. So it went from 8 tenths to just under 5 tenths. So Franklin's going to have a lot of work to do to get through here.
But she's going to have one bite, Tom.
Yes.
One bite of this
and
cherry.
it's going to be in hairpin 4,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes, it is, because she's right on the back now of Finley Watson. Well, it could be down, but I think...
Well, it was half a second over the line. It's a lot less than that now.
Yeah, as they head down towards South Bank then for the final time. Watson leading the way, as he has done since pretty much the first corner of this race. Now has Bella Franklin. The thing is, he might not even know she's there, Tom, because it's been such an ascent from Franklin to get on the back. Comes through, though. She elects not to make the move through. Second place is going to be good for her, Tom, because she's moved up from 8th place. A huge chunk of points, and that'll be her rear third start, you see. So she's going to get a front and a middle as well. Franklin doing her chances of a front row start for the final. No harm at all with the second place. Watson then takes the victory with Franklin in second. Mentier completes the top 3 with Zach Turner, a superb 4th in front of Catherine Potter and Alfie Wallbank.
And that brings to a close heat number 1 for Junior Rotax. So we're going to move on very swiftly to Mini Rotax, which is a qualified format. So I am going to apply a W to our notes for Finley Watson. And your Minimax heat number 1 grid is headed by Lewis Goff. Then it's Jared Fox Whiteley, Charlie Vary, Addison Smith, Joseph Yao, and Ben Adrian. Then it's Sam Robson, Amy Peacock, James Philip Byrne, and William Robinson. Championship permutations for this one, David?
Tighter than a submarine door, Tom.
Is it? Oh, right. Okay. Is that a phrase? I'd never heard that one before.
It is. 10 points separate your championship leader, Jared Fox Whiteley, and his nearest challenger, Lewis Goff. The top 2 split by very little here and very little in their other championship that they battle it out in. They've got a 3-point difference going into next weekend's championship decider in that one.
And where is that?
That is at Ella Park in Suffolk.
Oh, is it?
It's going to be a very, very interesting day between
Raced
the two
there a couple of times, only a couple of times, but not my favourite circuit.
No, do you know what? BPEC raced there for the first time this year. They had their double header there in the senior Pro Kart, and it's one of them tracks when you look at it, you think, oh, it doesn't look brilliant, but the racing's fantastic.
Oh, the racing's great.
The racing to watch, because every corner at that track is an overtaking opportunity.
I think it probably hasn't helped that every time I have raced there, I've been massively hungover as well.
Well, that's self-inflicted, Tom.
So kind of probably doesn't do it any favours, really, in that respect. It's probably the best circuit in the world, but I wouldn't know.
Well, not when you not when you can see 3 corners in one.
Exactly. As we've got, who is that
Lewis
going round?
Goff.
Oh, that's unusual, uncharacteristic.
Now we're 2 rolling up laps, which is handy.
So that's
going
help.
to, yeah. That's going to...
And you can see exactly what we were talking about earlier, because we've had a couple of spins on the rolling up laps.
The issue
you've
got now,
with
Tom,
the drop in temperature,
as an opening lap spinner, is getting your way through the traffic when they're all trying to warm their tyres up and weaving across the track and not holding a consistent line. Is you've got to make your way through that lap cleanly.
Would be better served holding on until they start backing up around hairpin 3 and then taking your position.
Yeah,
then.
well, to be fair, I'd have come straight through the barrier at 3, round the outside and cut through. But
that's just because you're an absolute bandit.
Yes. So, well, to be fair, though, he's using South Bank beautifully here.
There you go.
But using the drifting line round the outside. That's what them boxes are for, round the outside with the white lines through them. They're the clipping points for the drifting. Side by side then, Fox Whiteley, your championship leader, with Lewis Goff alongside. Goff on the pole position berth. He's going to dictate the pace as they enter the cones and the acceleration zone. Charlie Very, the final winner from round 5. He's in the wheel tracks of Lewis Goff, and he could move through into second place, but Fox Whiteley sweeps all the way around the outside and closes the door into the chicanes. Joseph Yau's made a good start on the opening lap. He gets up in front of Addison Smith, but then goes wide into hairpin 1, and Smith in that new Esprit kart is up into 4th place.
Oh, we've got a new kart here this weekend then.
Yes, their previous kart did not fare well last weekend.
Oh, Goff you can see how cold the temperatures are compared to what they've been used to in the previous rounds here, as everybody on the opening lap through South Bank is taking that drifting line and almost scoring points there without sideways.
Yeah, tyres are going to have the temperature of a house brick on the opening lap here, aren't they, as they make their way round? And probably the similar amount of grip as well.
Yeah, they're not great at the moment. You can see all of the drivers hacksawing at the wheels there as they go through the D chicane and then through the wiggles, and you can see even in the entry to hairpin 1.
Yeah, Very just completely outbraked himself into hairpin 1, just had no grip at all to stop it.
But now it's a balancing act for what do they do for the next few heats, because if the temperature improves and they change tyre pressures,
it
could go the other way.
If they go up to counteract this opening few laps, then you've got that risk of cooking them, haven't you? And then that's a problem.
And cooking them early. So
because in the opening lap,
then it goes all skittery.
The thing with the opening lap is that everybody's in the same boat.
Yes.
And
even
then,
with 2 rolling up laps.
So everyone's in the same boat, and then potentially if you go the other way, you're going to get reeled in very quickly in the final few laps, as we saw is definitely doable on that previous race with Franklin taking almost half a second a lap out of Watson.
Big shout to James Philip Byrne and that colour scheme that he's got on the
brand new
kit.
as well. That brand new.
My favourite set of colours as well.
Gulf Racing.
The Gulf Racing. It's the best colour scheme in racing, in motorsport, that there has ever been, and there will be no questions or debate on that. So that ends that.
Iconic, isn't it?
There are some brilliant iconic liveries out there, but that is the number 1.
In fact, let's open this up in the live chat, and we'll keep it to F1 only. But what is your favourite livery on a car? Just give us the year and the team or whatever, and then we'll try and find. I'll have a look. I'll Google them. But have a look. Get involved in the live chat as to what your favourite livery is. Down the inside, though, goes Jared Fox Whiteley into hairpin 1 on Lewis Goff. And there is a change for the lead here at Teesside Autodrome. Fox Whiteley with a nice clear move down the inside of 1. Had that one pretty much lined up from the moment he exited the D chicane, right in the wheel tracks of Lewis Goff, and he moves through to take the lead with Charlie Very and Addison Smith. All still nose to tail, the top 4 split by half a second.
As Goff looks to back up the inside of hairpin 4 and retakes the lead from Fox Whiteley. Charlie Very is now side by side with Addison Smith, but they end up staying as you were as they come across the line. It's now front 4 nose to tail. Now, please, yes, Anne Trulove has said Star Wars Red Bull Monaco 2006, I think. There was also their Superman one as well, wasn't there? The Red Bull livery for Superman. But of course, the only correct answer here is, of course, the McLaren Gulf livery from a couple of years ago, from last year, wasn't it? At Monaco. That's my vote. In fact, I'm going to put that in.
Goff then leads. I'm
chatting
Fox
publicly
Whiteley
as Adam Chapman, by the way.
Oh. You put what you want then, couldn't you, really? Addison Smith tries to get alongside Charlie Very, as he did on the previous lap on the exit of hairpin 4. And Joseph Yao isn't too far back either here, Tom. I think Smith tried to force his way through on Very round the national loop, but then has the door closed on him. This one, I think, is going to play into the hands of Joseph Yao in 5th place. He's not too far off the back of this one and was 7 tenths on the previous lap, and I think he's closing in off the back now of Addison Smith, much closer than 7 tenths. And Goff continues to lead 2 laps as they come over the line. Next time it will be the penultimate one for Lewis Goff.
Because I've been concentrating on racing and the typing as well, I've written Monaco Golf Liver rather than Golf Livery.
No,
which is a whole different, thing, a Golf Liver. Anyway, it is Goff from Fox Whiteley, Very, Smith, Yao, Robson, Philip Byrne, Adrian and Peacock, and then Robinson rounding out the top 10. A lap and a half to go now as they head down the back straight for the final time. Don't count out Joseph Yao here as they head through South Bank as well, moving towards the front 4 as these battle it out, and it is Fox Whiteley up the inside, retaking the lead in hairpin 3. Lewis Goff cannot get back across and chop across the nose for Fox Whiteley, and Fox Whiteley is going to lead over the line. Last lap board is out, and Charlie Very is right there as the contact going into the D chicane, and that could have potentially dropped the nose down for Charlie Very. We'll keep an eye on that after the race.
Joseph Yao, though, Tom, is right on the back as Lewis Goff backs it into hairpin 1. The kart sideways, hard on the brakes, trying to find a way to keep up and stay in the slipstream of Jared Fox Whiteley, who immediately cuts to the inside to stop any move down the inside, chops across again to take the optimum line round the South Bank corner. He's led half a lap in the middle phase of this race. He's going to lead the final one as long as he can hold on. Round the final corner, moved by Smith down the inside of Very into the final corner for the final step on the Heat 1 podium. Fox Whiteley from Goff and Addison Smith snatches third on the final lap from Charlie Very and Joseph Yao, with Robson, then Ben Adrian with the fastest lap of the race in 7th, in front of James Philip Byrne, Amy Peacock and William Robinson, completing your 10 runners.
Yeah, brilliant and exciting end there to Mini Rotax Heat number 1. I'm going to mark a W next to Joseph Fox Whiteley's name.
I know it's always hard to call, Tom, because there's so many, but class of the season for me, Minimax so far.
Yeah, it's been a great championship.
There's not been a boring race, has there? It's been fantastic from all of our mini runners. And Jared Fox Whiteley then takes advantage and wins heat number 1 in our Minimax class. Now, Tom, it's time to go to what I like to call little Rotax, but it's actually Micromax.
Correct.
Because it's effectively the same engine all the way through. They just run a different a different restrictor and a different radiator, as the front noses are being checked there by Paul Franklin here at Teesside Autodrome. So we're just waiting. We'll get confirmation through.
Looked like Charlie Very had made it through all okay.
Yeah, he's radio's there. The barriers are being moved, and it's time to go racing once again in Micromax, which I don't think we have a stinger for, because
we don't have a stinger for,
new class.
But we've got a grid.
We do have a grid.
Shall I take us through that then? So pole position goes to Edward Haynes in the 43 kart. Then it is Drew Davidson and then Thomas Potter in P3. Katie Donaldson P4 with Caden Simpson in 5th and Fraser Anderson in 6th. Then we have Jake Grufferty and Ellis Child, George Swire, Lewis Kokodi, Buddy Hugo making the move into Micromax as well, with Leo Livings in 12th.
Yeah, just having a look at the results, Tom, from Junior Max, and obviously that incident in the hairpin 1 did cause a few drop-down nose penalties, and one as well for second place, Bella Franklin. That drops her down to 3rd and promotes Lizzie Mentier up into 2nd place. Penalties also for Jay Smith, Melissa Adrian and Lucas Fletcher, all of those involved in that as collateral damage, unfortunately, in that incident involving Warbank and Turner.
Lots of votes coming in for favourite liveries. We've had Star Wars Red Bull Monaco 2006. We've had Mercedes 2021 Black Panther. I think that was 2020, wasn't it? The Black Panther livery.
I'm
91 Ferrari's a great shout with the yellow squares on the front wing.
Or the agate ones, yes. But 1991 will never be beaten by the Jordan 191.
That's the 7-Up one, isn't it?
The 7-Up one.
Do you know the story of the 7-Up livery?
No.
Shall I run you through that quickly?
Is it because they were sponsored by 7-Up?
It's because they were sponsored by 7-Up, but 7-Up is part of PepsiCo, and so you would normally think that Pepsi would be the sponsor on the car. However, 7-Up was actually, at the time, the most popular soft drink in Ireland. Of course, Eddie Jordan, being an Irishman, put 7-Up on the car instead because it would sell more 7-Up in Ireland.
Well, team player.
There you go, right? So it should have had Pepsi on it, but Eddie Jordan said, no, we're going 7-Up.
Well, knowledge.
Fun facts.
Through they come then in our Micromax class. Edward Haynes leads them over the line with Drew Davidson, who we've seen here at Teesside in the Honda Cadet class for most of this season. He crosses in second place, but then he's forced wide at the first corner by the 11 of Katie Donaldson, who's had a good start, and she moves up into second place with Davidson, then Thomas Potter and Caden Simpson in front of Ellis Child. So they then make their way down onto the back straight. So these Micromax karts, Tom, for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome. We've seen one or two of them previously going off the back of the Honda Cadet grid, but Micromax, Tom, a class that I think has really managed to take advantage, particularly towards the end of this season. Not as a class, but I think everybody's sort of migrated to it with the changes in the Motorsport UK Championship structure. And the sort of, well, we've got one driver coming in, Tom. The 78 of Leo Livings rolls into the pit lane. But I think what's happened, Tom, is I think with the sort of the uncertainty around the direction that the Honda grid is going at that sort of level, I think Micromax has started to grow, and with it, it's seen other drivers jump into the class that previously wasn't overly well supported, and which was, in my opinion, was a bit strange because I thought it would kick off. You know, with it being a natural progression, I thought it would have taken a lot less for this class to pick up, but it has done just at the right time.
Well, the great thing with these Micromax units, essentially, is that you can have that progression. You can have that one engine right the way through to a senior. So that one engine could now start you off in Micromax at, what, 8 years old?
Yep,
and last you through till you're in your 30s, potentially.
Yeah, it's
theory.
It's going to be rebuilt, etc.
Yeah, of course it will. Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, at micro level, it's not going to be revving anywhere near its top end.
No. So what the changes that we'll make it. So as you move into Minimax, you keep the same engine, but you just change the radiator and the exhaust and the restrictor.
At the moment, but I think that will change as well, potentially going into further down the line when that mini class moves in a few years' time, certainly at IKR level, onto a 950 chassis. I think the radiator could stay the same, and it'll be the restrictor that's amended.
Okay, then you have your junior, where again, it's the only thing that will change there is the restrictor.
Yeah, the radiator will go back to the normal senior.
To the normal senior size,
yeah.
And then as you go into seniors, then you just you get rid of the restrictor altogether, and you're full waft. And that's it. So so at the moment, the problem with the Honda class is, of course, the uncertainty, as you said, David. But unless you want to go junior pro kart, senior pro kart, once you age out of Honda Cadet, if you don't want to go into junior pro kart, you've got to go two-stroke anyway.
That's the thing.
So you have to get rid of your Honda engines. You have to get rid of your chassis anyway. But you're going to have to get rid of your Honda engines and buy new ones. With the Micromax class, you can keep that engine right the way through. Now, you might end up buying 2, 3, 4 engines by the time you get to seniors.
The thing,
but you've always got that initial one that you've had in Micromax. It's a practice
now
engine.
It gives you that thing, doesn't it? Because in the Honda route, you can go cadet, junior, senior. Whereas before, you were having to go from the Honda.
Oh, there is a path.
Yeah, but there wasn't a pathway previously from cadet level here, unless you go from an iArmy into a Rotax, wouldn't you? An Army Cadet, then into a Minimax.
But huge amounts of our drivers here, as we look at Thomas Potter going down the inside into South Bank corner and taking the lead.
Second place from Donaldson. Donaldson immediately returns the favour.
Disappeared at the front of this one by a tune of 2.5 seconds. But yeah, it's a fascinating class. What we've seen is people aging out of Honda Cadet and immediately going two-stroke.
Yeah.
Rather than going junior pro kart, senior pro kart, that pathway just doesn't seem massively desirable, for want of a better phrase.
Which is a massive shame.
It is a shame, because junior pro kart is a fantastic class.
Yeah, as well. But I think it helps massively in terms of building up a driver's their physical strength as well, and it's doing drivers no harm to go down that junior Pro Kart route before switching if that's their desired route. Potter moves through then into second place. This time does get the job done on Katie Donaldson, not allowing the cutback, but then goes very, very wide into hairpin 3. This could potentially allow the cutback from Donaldson to get on the power earlier, but she will be on the outside. She's going to have to be brave, and she is. Sweeps round the outside. Then in the background, Caden Simpson is down the inside of Drew Davidson. All in the meantime, Edward Haynes sets the fastest lap of the race and continues to move away at the front of this pack.
Yeah,
a driver whose name we haven't seen a lot here at Teesside in the last couple of years, but though as the inaugural champion in our Bambino class, back when he was, you forget, Tom, you think he's been around ages, but he was only 6 when he won that championship here.
And that was my first championship commentator, or my first year of commentating here at Teesside.
He won that, and then he's gone down the I-Army route. Now he's moved into this Micromax class and is leading the way. Donaldson then in second place as the last lap board comes out here at Teesside Autodrome, with Potter, then Simpson, Davidson and Ellis Childs second down to 6th, split by 0.6 of a second. Then behind you've got George Swire and Jake Grufferty in front of Fraser Anderson, Lewis Cacoldi and then Buddy Hugo completing your mini runners or micro runners. Davidson goes back down the inside of Ellis Child. Child gets the cut back and he'll move back through. He's now in the slipstream. Potter trying to get to the inside of Katie Donaldson. Donaldson leaves the door partly open but then closes it. She's going to have to do exactly the same. Round hairpins 3 and 4 here. Out of hairpin 4 already though. Here's Edward Haynes. He's going to come through to take the checkered flag and the victory in heat number 1. Donaldson and Potter side by side as they come through. Donaldson closest to the door. Potter gets to the inside but Donaldson holds on for second place from Potter. Then Simpson with Child and Davidson in 5th and 6th place. George Schweier crosses the line in 7th place in front of Grufferty, Anderson, Cacoldi and Buddy Hugo.
Brand new lap record here as well, being set by Edward Haynes on that final lap of a 46.688.
Oh, yeah, because it's the first time they've raced. That's.
I was looking at the previous fastest lap.
No, that's not at all.
All right, well. Oh, hang on. No. Okay. Right, so anyway, we have a new fastest lap.
Yes. What happened there, Tom,
new lap record.
Is the old, what I've done with the notes there is I've used copy and paste.
Oh.
And failed to remove the data from the top, which looks like it could have been from Honda Cadet Pro.
Well, either way, we now have a Micromax lap record of 46.688. They, of course, ran last year as part of the cadet grid. We had 4 drivers usually.
Yeah, we saw
and they were starting
Seb Corkin was out there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what kind of lap times he was doing last year. But anyway, we have now an official single-class lap record for Micromax that has been set by Edward Haynes of 46.688. So sorry about that, folks, but we have now cleared up the waffle and we're... I think everybody's clear now on where we're at.
Oh, there's plenty more waffle to come.
Oh, definitely plenty more waffle. Nathan Jensen has said, Tom and David are the GOATs.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think... is that because we eat everything that's put in front of us? I think that's what he means.
There's another race coming, Tom. Let's progress. It's time for senior Rotax.
It is senior Rotax. Let's have a sting, Adam, and move on swiftly. We're having headphone issues in the commentary box now as well. David's decided to bick his head and it's not gone well basically all day, and all day yesterday as well. Anyway, Shane Collinson, pole position. Isaac O'Shea, second place. Lee Bell in third. Andy Ambrose in fourth. Ben Ficini in fifth. Arthur Lothian in sixth place. This is senior Rotax heat number 1. Chris Stoves in seventh with Emma Brown in eighth. Sophie Stevenson in ninth. Paul Swan in 10th. Andy Collinson in 11th and Andrew Hull in 12th. Then we have Martin Fisher, Roger Cheek and Ashley Savage. For your random grid allocation of heat number 1 for senior Rotax, already coming through heat number 4, hairpin 4, and ready to go. So we've got Collinson at the front of this one, and heading over the line, and we are away. It is Collinson just about holding on through hairpin number 1. As they head through the wiggles for the first time. It is the 53 of Lee Bell in second place. And up over the top, we've got 2.
I think that is Bell, isn't it? Is it Bell?
No, it is. Oh, it is Bell.
It is Bell. He was off on the grass.
Just checking the axle there to make sure it's straight. That's a shame for Lee Bell.
But no, it doesn't look straight though, Tom. That rear left looked like it was bouncing a little bit.
Might have just been as he was getting up to speed again, but we'll have a replay of that. So it is Bell, all concertina together, and it's Bell and the other Collinson. It's Shane Collinson, I think, all came together as they went through the short shoot between hairpin 1 and 2. So across the line on lap number 1, it is Shane Collinson from Andy Ambrose, Andy Collinson. Then it's Ben Ficini and Ashley Savage. Chris Stoves leads your 177 class from Emma Brown. Sorry, I got the Collinsons the wrong way round. It was Shane Collinson who was leading. It was Andy Collinson that was involved in that incident. Then it's Arthur Lothian, Martin Fisher, Paul Swan, Isaac O'Shea, Andrew Hull, Sophie Stevenson and Lee Bell. Recovering Lee Bell is still circulating by the looks of things. Just having a look. Yes, indeed, coming through hairpin 3 now is Lee Bell, so still going.
Shane Collinson then leads from Andy Ambrose and Andy Collinson. Collinson needs to outscore Ambrose. And by that I mean Andy Collinson needs to outscore Andy Ambrose to wrap the championship up here today. Sticking with them though, Ben Ficini, he was the other driver that was involved in that opening lap sandwich.
Ben Ficini, of course, who we saw in juniors.
Yeah, juniors.
Last year and
yeah,
certainly the year before.
Same with Isaac O'Shea as well, Tom. He made his first outing last weekend in the senior ranks and does so again here at Teesside.
Making me feel old, David. Everybody aging up and moving up in class.
Well, we said that yesterday, you know, on the grid walk, because Ambrose goes down the inside of Shane Collinson into hairpin 1 and takes the lead. So they then make their way down. Yeah, we were discussing, we were speaking to David Mack on the Paddock walk, which you'll find on the Alpha Live channel, is that, you know, he was in cadets when we first interviewed him, and now he's in senior pro kart.
And he's now taller than me.
Massive, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a big lad now. Yeah, he's certainly grown up, that's for sure. But yeah, David Mack, yeah, when I started commentating here, was in cadets, and he's a big boy. And it does make you feel old.
No, he wouldn't fit in a cadet now, would he?
No, absolutely not.
That's nearly 6 foot. Ambrose then leading from Shane Collinson, Andy Collinson and Ben Ficini. 6.5 tenths between them as Andy Ambrose in third place has to defend into hairpin 1 to not open the door for Ben Ficini. It will be half race distance when we come round next time, and Andy Ambrose is eking out a gap now that was only just under 2 tenths on the previous lap and looks a lot nearer half a second now as they make their way round hairpin number 3.
Ooh, Shane Collinson
goes wide and allows Andy Ambrose to come through for second place.
But Andy Collinson. Yeah, Shane Collinson went wide, allowed Andy Collinson through, but it looked like he gave him a bit of a point through as they went into South Bank as well.
Team orders?
Potentially. Not wanting to jump the gun on that. It did look that way. I'm not sure whether maybe I read it wrong, but it certainly did look that way.
To be fair, though, to Andy Collinson, since he's got through, he's got the pace, Tom, because he is moving away from Shane Collinson, and now Collinson is coming under pressure from Ben Ficini, and Ficini's going to try an audacious move all the way round the outside of South Bank.
Has Ben Ficini gone Tony Kart now, by the looks of things? Was he on an X Kart before? Or was I right in thinking, what was he on
he
before?
wasn't. I don't know what he was on, but I don't know if it was a Tony. It certainly wasn't Tony. It might have been a Tony frame, but it certainly wasn't the Tony Kart sticker kit.
Tony liveried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just looking at Minimax, Tom, Charlie Vary, who finished in 4th place, picks up a 5-second penalty for a front fairing, as you spotted. That drops him down into 8th place.
I might make up my my own line of go-kart frames and have them as Tommy karts.
Oh, toy ones.
Yeah,
course,
exactly. They'll be made out of plastic and very fragile. Anyway, moving on. It is Andy Ambrose now to the tune of almost a second. Let's see as they come across the line. Is that gap going to go out? It is 1.1 seconds now to Andy Collinson. Shane Collinson still holding 3rd and holding back Ben Ficini in 4th. But Ashley Savage has come from right at the back of the grid into 5th place and is moving very swiftly towards that Collinson and Ficini pair.
He's going to have 2 laps at this time. He's come from nowhere, hasn't he? And speaking to his son Kieran yesterday, who was involved in that incident at the doubleheader, he's well, good spirits. He's back to 100% as a driver. His kart, however, not. Hence why he's not out racing this weekend.
And it was the coming together with Ashley as well, wasn't it? That caused that damage. But they are. It's a shame that we're missing Kieran here this weekend in terms of racing. I'm sure he's here somewhere in the paddock.
Yeah, he is. I saw him this morning pumping tyres up.
There we go. Ashley Savage is currently in 5th place, but I would wager that he's going to end up 3rd here. A lap and a half to go, already onto the back of Ben Ficini. Great pace and has started, as we said, right at the back of the grid. Emma Brown in that 177 has now moved well clear of Lee Bell, who is now holding 2nd in 177, despite those earlier issues. Is 4 seconds clear of Chris Stoves. 3rd in your 177 class. Then it's Andrew Hull and Sophie Stevenson now a lap down. Last lap board goes out. One more lap for Ashley Savage to take a potential podium. That's the 52.
Yellow's out there, Tom. That
Sophie
means
Stevenson.
no overtaking, though, into hairpin 1 because of that yellow flag.
I think Ashley Savage wasn't potentially close enough there anyway.
No, Stevenson was waiting for a gap in the traffic to come through and to rejoin the track. She has done now as the final half a lap here. And the closing from Ambrose, from Savage was good. And let's see where he goes down the inside there into the final corner on Ficini. He doesn't, and Andy Ambrose will come through then to take checkered flag and victory in Heat 1 from Andy Collinson with Shane Collinson, then Ben Ficini and Ashley Savage with Isaac O'Shea setting a personal best on the final lap.
You know, I like a conspiracy theory.
No.
Do you remember what happened at the last round? Andy Ambrose saved his tyres, didn't he?
He did, didn't he?
Right until the very end of the final.
Which, to be fair, it was helped by the fact he had a couple of retirements.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But he had great tyres at the end. And I'm wondering whether the Collinsons have learnt from that and are now doing the same. Allowing Ambrose to waltz off into the distance, essentially, while preserving their tyres and still taking 2nd and 3rd, so getting good grid positions for the final.
What did
potentially?
Yeah,
potentially. I'm throwing it out there early.
What did we get? Did we get anybody else in on the liveries?
We had.
Or did that die after you put your foot down on the?
Yeah,
you killed it early.
Oh, here we go. The MP423 in 2008 with the John Player black and gold livery is a great one. Yeah, that was the Lotus, wasn't it?
Oh, yes,
with the black and gold, the Andretti, and then the Senna Lotus. That was a great livery as well. Iconic, but still not as good as the Golf livery. It's that blue, that sky blue, and the tangerine orange is iconic as it's going to get for me. Although I can't remember who it is now. In the paddock has got a Jaguar-esque, Le Mans Jaguar-esque I'm not going to name the brand because it's tobacco, but it's purple and white.
Oh, it's Thomas Harper's 156 Honda Cadet Club car.
Yes, and that's that's a great sticker kit that is on that.
To be fair though, his dad's Jaguar race car is liveried very similar.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What's the Jaguar race car?
I don't know what type of car it is, but I can.
Is it a Le Mans?
No, I can find.
Right, okay.
Find you a picture.
Oh yeah, find me a picture then. Yeah, because I'll be keen. Anyway, Senior Pro Kart is on its way to the grid. It'll take him about half an hour to grid up. So we'll go for a sting. I'll read you through the grid while David finds the picture for me. Apologies for the sting. It is Senior Pro Karts that are going next. And here is your grid. So, a random grid for Senior Pro Kart, headed by David Brown. Then we have Scott Tate in second, Josh Folkus in third, Gracie Mitchell in fourth. And now that is a stellar second, third, and fourth. That's going to be a great battle. Sorry, David Brown, no disrespect to you there at all, but that is going to be a stellar battle. I'm really looking forward to that one. Then we've got Jake. That's going to race throughout the day as well, because this is their front grid. Then they're going to have a middle and a back. Then we've got Jake Richardson and Jack Morris, 5th and 6th. Caitlin Frame and David Brewis are going to be 7th and 8th. Then we've got Lennon French and Ben Hogarth. Brandon Truman Reddish and Brandon Jennings, 11th and 12th. Then it's Jess Alexander, Mark Tate, David Thompson, Matt Callum Booth, Simon Doughty and Connor Lucas making a return into Senior Pro Kart in P18. Then we've got Steve Nichols, Thomas Lowther, Harry Nottage, Asher Blythe, Thomas Braid and Daniel Tate in 24th. 25th is Jonathan Allen. Then it's Joe Burrell, Jordan Cranston, Harry Roddis, Thomas Hewland and Jack Hewland. And rounding out your grid of 31 will be Alfie King,
who tested for the first time yesterday, the first time he'd ever been in a car and outside of indoor karting, and signs on today for the first time. He will go with the rest of our novice runners off the back of the grid.
Oh, okay, right. So it's an X.
It's an XJ.
Yes, sure it is. It's an XJ.
XJ diesel.
Okay, right. That makes more sense.
Still looks nice though, doesn't it?
It does. It's a very lovely colour scheme, and it matches the car exactly as well. So we've got a couple of people making their way up into Senior Pro Kart for this particular round as well. Is it Caitlin Frame?
Caitlin's run the full season so far in seniors. Amy races juniors.
Oh, okay. That'll be why. I'm getting confused between the frames. Apologies there. But Connor Lucas making a comeback into Senior Pro Kart. Have we got a background story on that, David? Connor Lucas, of course, started the season in Senior Rotax, did a couple of heats, hurt himself, got a bit of hurty ribs.
Saved himself pretty much for BPEC, hasn't he?
And done the 24-hour. Yeah. And has now seemingly sacked off Senior Rotax and has moved back into Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, so he'll be racing in the 443 kart with Josh Folkus occupying the 43 all season.
In an almost identical livery.
Yeah, green is up, the green is down. It's a good start from Tate on the outside of the front row, and he slots across the front of Josh Folkus. Gracie Mitchell then into 4th place in front of Jake Richardson with Jack Morris and then David Brewis. So they sort themselves out. Simon Doughty takes a huge chunk of curb, and then Connor Lucas sweeps round the outside into position. Looks like he's had a good opening lap, Tom, and he's picking off those in front that are getting too racy with each other. He's going to get 2 more down the back straight. There he is on the inside of everybody else, as now Scott Tate goes down the inside of David Brown into the South Bank corner. Josh Folkus follows him through as well into 2nd place.
Yeah, Folkus taking the opportunity.
Oh, we've got a spin, Tom, and we've got a fair few karts involved. We've got one up on the back. That's one of the Tates. That looks like it could be Dan up on the back of one of the... We'll get the 2 numbers when they come through in a minute. That looks like it's Callum Booth is the other kart involved with Dan Tate there down at South Bank. It is. And both of those are going to be well down at the back of the field. They're going to be almost half a lap. And I think Dan Tate coming through quite slowly, could be heading towards retirement. We'll confirm that in a few moments, but it doesn't look like he's got any aspirations to carry on here, and he's going to come off the circuit into retirement for Dan Tate.
So your top 5 are all in the elite class. That is Tate, Scott Tate, that is, from Fulkus Brown. Although Fulkus now moving up the inside in hairpin 4. Can he get the move completed? Runs Tate right to the edge of the rumble strip and takes the position. Moves in front of Tate and takes the lead. So it is Fulkus from Tate, from Brown, Mitchell, Morris. Then it is the first of your pro runners. That's Jake Richardson. Then it's David Brewis, Jess Alexander, Lennon French, Caitlin Frame. Rounding out the top 10.
Yep, those drivers that have got a blue background but are showing with a white number rather than our black, they're also in a subclass for our 40s class. So David Brewis currently leads that with Mark Tate and then Steve Nichols. And Nichols, Tom, had a difficult British 24-hour race. He was involved in that incident at Hairpin 1 there, and he was great to see him back here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, it was a big hit, wasn't it, that one in at Hairpin 1. So folded the front of the car up, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Fulkus then leads them from Tate. Those 2/10 apart, and they have broken away then from David Brown. And then Gracie Mitchell has a train of karts behind her, headed then by Jack Morris with Jake Richardson, David Brewis and Jessica Alexander as Morris gets down the inside of Gracie Mitchell
Morris,
into hairpin 1.
Morris yellow flag, very racing.
Yeah, yellow flag out over start finish. We've got the 8 kart of one of the Hewlands is off at the D chicane.
Yeah, Morris has got some pace here. He's already started to move away from Gracie Mitchell. Mitchell, of course, winner here earlier this year.
Round 2, yes, took the final. Through they come to complete lap number 4. Fulkus, Tate and Brown, the top 3. Then it's Morris, Mitchell, Richardson, Alexander, Brewis, Lennon French and Connor Lucas up inside the top 10 now on the back of that 120 kart. So there's a move there. I think that's Jessica Alexander down the inside of Jake Richardson for 6th place. You'll see there in the background, she is indeed through.
Starting to make her way up the grid. Keeping an eye a little bit further down the order, Asher Blythe is in 15th. Who's been absolutely flying of late. Connor Lucas already cracked into the top 10.
Yeah, Morris is now right on the back of David Brown.
Yeah, Morris is looking good here. Good pace early on today.
You can tell it's getting colder towards the end of the year because Morris has got a fleece over his race suit.
Yes, I did notice that. He's got a Teesside Karting fleece as well. So at least he's on brand. Lucas now up to 9th
Alexander
place.
Tom with a move down the inside. You saw it caught there in the background. Down the inside of Gracie Mitchell. That moves her up into 5th place. Mitchell down into 6th. We've got a yellow flag out at hairpin at number 1. That looks like it's Jonathan Allen who's had a slight excursion.
And Morris is going to need to get a wriggle on here, getting past Brown. And there you go, surprised on the inside of hairpin 4, David Brown and Jess Alexander up over
on the back of Jack Morris.
And that allows David Brown back through as well. So good driving from Brown, but yeah, was a little bit surprised by Morris. But I was going to say, Morris needed to get through quickly, otherwise Jess Alexander was going to get...
could have been far worse though there, Tom, with Alexander and Morris, because once you get that rear wheel hooked on the bumper, or the front wheel hooked on the bumper, if it hooks over the bumper, you're going nowhere, and it's not like the other kart can drag you round. Down the inside goes Alexander, then now on Brown, half a lap later than she'd hoped for, but she moves through into 4th place.
Yeah, good recovery drive here from Jess Alexander. I say recovery, obviously that's from the random grid lower position, but he's working her way through very nicely indeed. Lucas as well, still showing his 9th place across the line previously, but I think he's got past, in fact has got past David Brewis now for 8th place. Morris
with a personal best, 46.5 with Jessica Alexander in tow.
Fulkus has moved about half a second clear of Scott Tate now, so
Lucas,
barring any mistakes.
Yeah, sorry Tom, Connor Lucas is up past Jake Richardson, and in the background looks like Richardson could lose a few here because Brewis has been pushed through by
Lennon French.
By Lennon French, who's caught right back up onto this pack in front of him. He dropped away ever so slightly, but there he is in the background with the green helmet with the Saltire flag on top.
So this is the battle for third place. We're looking at Morris and Alexander, and then you can see the three behind. That's Gracie Mitchell, David Brown, and then Connor Lucas is right on the back of those two now. Heading through hairpin 1, and
Lucas
then
is in the middle of them
2.
now, Tom. He's past David Brown.
He is, and wasting no time at all. Got through, and just a little bit down the order as well. We've got a pack of around about 5. I think Asher Blythe is in that.
He's right. Well, he was back.
Richardson, Tate, Thompson, Mack, and then Blythe is in there as well, as we said.
He was right on the back, but I think he's got past David Thompson, Mack, and now he's going to do exactly the same to Jake Richardson.
Personal best lap for Josh Fulkus, and we are on the last lap of the race. Connor Lucas moves through on Gracie Mitchell and takes 5th place as well. So good points for Connor Lucas if he holds this position, coming from way down the order. And there he is on screen, heading through hairpin 1. That's Jess Alexander moving through for 3rd place on Jack Morris, taking that away at hairpin 2. And immediately feeling the need to go defensive. That's going to leave the door open slightly for Jack Morris, but can't quite take advantage. Heading into hairpin 3 for the final time. Jack Morris has got no answer for Jess Alexander. Josh Fulkus coming across the line, taking heat number 1 from Scott Tate. Then it is going to be Jess Alexander with Jack Morris and Connor Lucas coming across the line in 5th. Gracie Mitchell, David Brown, David Brewis, Lennon French heading your pro class from Asher Blythe. David Brewis in 8th place, taking the over 40s. And that is your top 10. Then it's Mark Tate, Jake Richardson, David Thompson, Matt Brandon Jennings, Nottage, Truman Reddish, Nichols, Frame, Doughty, and Hogarth, your top 20. And that brings to an end our first cycle of heats. It will be Bambino's heat number 2 next. And heading out very shortly, we will get the senior pro karters in and weighed, and that will be the very end of your first cycle of heats. Hope you've enjoyed it. Please keep your comments coming in. We've got 2 more cycles of heats, and then then we'll have a lunch break. Then we've got a cycle of finals. At the moment it is nice and dry here. Heavy clouds in the sky, but no burst yet, and they certainly don't look dark enough either to burst just yet. But we will see what happens throughout the rest of the day. It is fairly chilly still, as we said. Jack Morris there just gone through the screen, feeling the need to wear a fleece over the top of his race suit. So it is chilly, and you can see what effect that was having on the tyres earlier in the heats as well. So as the final few pro karters come through, we will move on to Bambino heat number 2. So Bambino heat number 2 is going to be headed on pole position by your heat 1 winner, Buddy Hugo. Then it is Chloe McGill, Amelia Diel, Jake Gibbon and Jamie Walsh. Then Sebastian McCarthy in P6. Row 4 is headed by Freddie Blackshaw. Then it's Sebastian Crawford, Tyler Gruffity and Grayson Crawford in 10th place. So if you missed it, folks, we had a great heat number 1. Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill were nose to tail throughout the entire heat 1. I think the furthest the gap went out was around about half to maybe 3/4 of a second, and was immediately closed back up again by whoever was in second, using that slipstream, the mild slipstream that you can get in these Bambinos, but using it to full effect. And then Buddy Hugo overtook Chloe McGill on the final lap and took the win in heat number 1. There is a slight pause while we're just waiting for Bambinos to come out, and then they will grid up with their helpers. Of course, this is the only class where they have helpers. We do have standing starts for Honda Cadet, but The Bambinos have a helper there just as a calming measure before they start the race, and also if there's any technical and mechanical issues, there's somebody there to help them. Of course, and with them being so young, it's very difficult for them to know what to do if the engine dies or if there's issues and things like that. Oh, David, look like you've got some breaking news for me.
I do have some breaking news, Tom. Chloe McGill, as they've come to start the engine for this, she's out on track, but as they've come to start the engine down there in the dummy grid, the flywheel and the engine casing's just capitulated. So they've gone and grabbed the spare engine. Loads of people down on the grid have chipped in, got the new engine on, and she's out for heat number 2.
Well, there you go. Again, another shining example of the teamwork and camaraderie that there is in the Teesside paddock. So that's why there was a slight pause. So rather than just send them out and say, sorry, that's it, you're not going out, it was a case of, we'll all muck in and help you change the engine and get going.
Yeah, so...
great to see.
That explains as well by Chloe McGill's dad looks
a bit out of breath.
Stressed and out of breath.
So do please keep your comments coming in, keep your support for drivers coming in, and should we have another? Have we got time for another debate or put a poll up?
Oh, we've always got time for a debate, Tom. I mean, we know that we know I'm going to lose it, but
I'm glad you're setting your stall out early.
As we've established many times, I am the husband in our commentary marriage.
Ah, dear. He's not always right. He's half left.
What were you going to debate?
I don't know. I wonder
throwing it out there.
Yeah, I thought maybe you could come up with something.
Oh, it was me on the F1 livery, wasn't it?
Oh, a little wipe of the helmet there for Amelia Dial as well. A wipe of the visor. I like that with the microfiber towel. I needed to put that voice up for it, but it was a microfiber towel went onto Amelia Dial's visor, so I like that. Almost like a fresh tear off.
Yes.
Minus the disposable single-use plastics.
Of course. Well, the grid is being cleared, Tom, which means that heat number 2 for our Bambinos is about to commence.
Ready to rock and roll. Here we go. We've also got Zach 99 and Toby 16 Turner has got support coming in as well. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and it is a good start from Buddy Hugo, but a better start from Chloe McGill, and she might have been better served going around the outside there of Buddy Hugo rather than pushing him along, but elected not to, elected to tuck in behind. Amelia Dial is in 3rd place, and then we have, I'm trying to see who that was in 4th.
Jake Gibbon in 4th place then, in front of Sebastian McCarthy, who's in front of Jamie Walsh and then Freddie Blackshaw. Grayson Crawford will be coming through from, having retired from the opening heat of the day, will be coming through from 10th place. He's already up into 8th in front of Tyler Grufferty at the moment. The leading duo, though, Tom, have broken away once again. And let's see whether Engine 2 out of the McGill awning can keep up with Buddy Hugo.
This, of course, will be the non-preferred engine as well, won't it? Because that's not what was put on first. So, yeah, we'll see what.
Having said
what
that,
this one's like. I mean, it started fairly well.
Yeah, a lot of drivers, you see, they'll have different engines for different tracks. They'll have two, maybe 3 engines, and they'll have ones that just go better. You know, because the characteristics of the track, some need more bottom end power, some need more top end. We talk about it here a lot in Bambino with the Teesside, because the corners are quite wide in radius. Is that it's all about that top end rev. You don't necessarily need that bottom end pull out of the corner.
Yeah, it's, the thing, certainly with Bambinos here, is I'm fairly sure it's absolutely flat out throughout the entire circuit. I think there's a little lift maybe through hairpin 1.
Well, no, for your front runners, I think it's flat.
Right.
For you more experienced runners, I think it's flat. It certainly used to be. I remember when Thomas Potter was in Bambino. It was for him, but that's because he used to drive around the outside of every corner.
Yes,
to keep
he did.
his revs as high as possible.
We started calling that the Bambino line, didn't we? But now really it's the Potter Bambino line, keeping those revs up, as you said, David. But Yeah, like you say, there's different. So there's not a lot of stop-start here, like you might have at say something along the lines of like a clay pigeon or something like that.
Yeah, they're not having to get on the hard. You know, let's say they'll run up towards Christmas Corner at Wilton, for example, where they're going to have to get hard on the brakes. One thing to note: fastest driver on track at the moment, Tom, Amelia DL in 3rd place.
Yeah, and he's reeling back in there.
Yeah, is the fastest driver on track. Sets the fastest lap. Nobody, though, Tom, I don't believe, sub 1 minute so far, which is a lot slower in terms of pace than what it was when we were smashing lap records out of the water by a couple of seconds at the previous round.
Yeah, correct. We're on a 1 minute .398 for Amelia DL as they came across the line the last time. Well, I'll give you some lap time as they come over the line this time. But yeah, as you said, David,
2.5 seconds
yeah,
off
we're
lap
a long
record
way off,
pace,
yeah.
aren't we, at the moment? With
59.9 for DL there as it closes back in as well. So that's 3/4 of a second. The gap is down to Buddy Hugo from DL. Now, yeah, that's a very odd one. Why are we 2.5 seconds off lap record pace, David?
Part of it will be, generally it'll be down to air temperature because of the engines. They're an air-cooled engine. It's one of them, you want it to be warm enough for the track to be sticky, but also cool enough with enough breeze for the engines to work to their optimum. Now, the track today obviously is cooler, but whilst you're out there as well, the air, it's still quite thick, and that's obviously got to get through that engine. There's hardly any breeze or anything like that, so I think that's part of the reason why we're down. You think as well, when we were running that lap record pace, there was 3 or 4 karts in a line. Now we've got 3 because Amelia DL is right on the back of Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill as they make their way through over start finish.
And needs to carry that overspeed now and make her way through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, easy to catch, less easy to overtake.
It is, but if you've got the speed there, just make the move and get it done. If she starts getting caught up behind these two and breaking her own momentum, it's going to be very tricky to overtake.
Yeah, we know that the main move for Bambinos is down round this hairpin 2 and then get to the inside if they can do. And Hugo is very conscious of that, and he is probably as tight as we've seen him all season, getting to the inside there of hairpin 2.
She was well over half a second quicker on the last lap round than Buddy Hugo, and hasn't been able to take advantage of that so far. She needs to get up the inside here of Chloe McGill if she's going to make it through. Can't get it done at hairpin 3. Can't get it done at hairpin 4 either, so not able to use this speed advantage at the moment.
No, I thought she was going to be down
Although
the inside.
McGill is side by side here, and she's now making a move around the outside of the kink as they come across the line, and the dog leg can't get it done around the outside of Buddy Hugo. They slot back into line as you were.
Yeah, I thought DL was potentially looking to push McGill through there, but it was all the way around the outside rather than to the inside, which would have been a tighter move.
And instantly DL's lost a second lap now. Yeah. So was half a second quicker, got in behind Buddy Hugo, and instead of doing a 59.9, did a 1 minute .8.
Yeah, just having a quick look, Tom, at senior Rotax penalties applied in that one to Isaac O'Shea, which drops him, I think, down from 5th place, from 6th into 7th, and Lee Bell as well picks up a penalty, which drops him. Well, it doesn't, because it keeps him in 11th place, which is still second.
Was that a fairing penalty?
Yes, it was.
Okay, well, that could have been from the opening lap incident at hairpin 2. So it is still as you were. Buddy Hugo getting a good push there from Chloe McGill as they head through the dogleg section with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go into the D chicane. And DL is now starting to potentially drop a little bit off these front two. The pace is still at the 1 minute 8. Amelia DL has gone from a 59.9 to a 1 minute 1.1. Personal best for Walsh, McCarthy and Blackshaw in 5th, 6th and 7th, though. And they're on pace with the leaders now.
Oh, yeah. Got a little bit of lap traffic in front, though, now, Tom, as Buddy Hugo, Chloe McGill and Amelia DL negotiate their way past Tyler Grufferty down the back straight.
This is unusual. I'm genuinely confused as to how we're, as you said, 2.5 seconds off lap record pace, but also we've got Gibbon, Walsh and McCarthy, who are also lapping as fast as the leaders.
Well, there's a 5-kart battle, Tom, from 4th down to 8th place with Grayson Crawford. You can see it there in the background, Tom, with Gibbon leading the way in that battle with Sebastian McCarthy. Then I think Freddie Blackshaw has dropped behind Jamie Walsh now. And in fact, it's Walsh who's dropped behind McCarthy. McCarthy up to 5th, Walsh, then Blackshaw and Crawford. Half a second splits 5 karts. You see them there. We catch them in the background as we stick with our leading trio. And pretty much every shot we can see 5 further karts in the background making their way round the hairpin number 1 at the moment. As Buddy Hugo comes to the inside once again.
Yeah, McGill gets good drive out of hairpin 2, but can't quite get past Hugo as he takes that super defensive line that we see very, very often here in Bambinos. Because of the way they just run flat out, they can just turn into South Bank. They don't need to use an optimum racing line through that corner because it doesn't cost them any speed. Last lap board goes out. It is Buddy Hugo from Chloe McGill. Right on the tail is still Amelia DL. Unable to take advantage of that earlier pace that she had. But it is... McCarthy has passed Jake Gibbon now for 4th as well in that second group. So it's McCarthy from Gibbon, Walsh and Blackshaw, and then Grayson Crawford in 8th place.
It's Sebastian McCarthy's flying. He's moved, took Walsh on the previous lap. Now Gibbon on this one as we begin the run towards the checkered flag. Round South Bank for the final time then for Buddy Hugo. This was where Hugo got past Chloe McGill in the opening heat of the day. They're coming up to some lap traffic in front. That's Sebastian Crawford's number 6. So they make their way through, and Crawford does well to stay out of the way. Hugo then will come out of the corner, and unless McGill, as she chops side by side to try and get back to the inside over start finish, Hugo's going to make it 2 from 2 as he takes the checkered flag. And victory in heat number 2 from McGill and DL. Then there's this battle going on behind. It's going to be McCarthy. He's going to come through to take 4th place from Jake Gibbon, who was a little bit angry with that one as he punches the steering wheel. Walsh gets 6th in front of Blackshaw and Crawford, with Sebastian McCarthy and Tyler Gruffety completing your 10 runners here.
And already that is heat number 2 for Bambinos done and dusted as they head round their rolling or slowing down lap. There is your heat 2 winner, Buddy Hugo. So that's 2 from 2 for Hugo here today. 2 heats, 2 wins. Doing what he needs to do because, as we said earlier on during heat number 1, Chloe McGill just needs to outscore Buddy Hugo here today. But Buddy Hugo is doing everything in his power to keep this championship alive. However, as we also said earlier, if he wins all 3 heats, Chloe McGill finishes 2nd in all 3 heats, and then Chloe McGill takes the final and Buddy Hugo takes 2nd place, McGill still takes the championship. So it's all down to the final today.
Big point swing in the final.
Yeah, but Buddy Hugo doing everything he possibly can because, of course, McGill might not finish 2nd in the final. If Hugo wins and McGill isn't 2nd, that's going to potentially take it.
Well, as we saw from that
next round.
Amelia DL's got the pace to win races here.
Oh,
today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just couldn't find a way through, couldn't use that pace advantage to get through. So, moving on already to Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2.
Junior Pro Kart then make their way out of the dummy grid, and we have Joe Arnold and Leon Wilson on the front row with Sebastian Pereira and Christian Oblag on the second row. Sophie Pawsey and Amy Frame start 5th and 6th respectively in front of Harvey Still and Maximus Shields. Then it's Ben Arnold and Danny Bean with Harry Brown and Marty Gilfillan, with Oliver Watson, who isn't here, shown as in 13th place, but he'll be gridded up. So we're going to have 12 runners, and once again, Tom, in this random allocation, Still and Shields paired together once again. That means that for the final heat, I think they're going to go off the back row with each other in 11th and 12th respectively. Be very interesting to see which of them can make the progress through the field the quickest. Tom here going side by side off the 4th row with each other.
Michael Yeadon has been in touch and said, check out Riley Buxton Young's new livery in Honda Club.
I think it's got a bit of green on it
I was
now.
just going to say, it's definitely got some tyre marks on it from where he went through.
From where he went through the
where he
tyres, yes.
Through the tyres at hairpin 2. So that's going to put a bit of a blot on that new livery. But yeah, we'll have a look at that
I
in
think
Honda
down the
Club.
Nauseo panel and on the front nose, I think he's got a bit of green that's very similar to the green that's on the Mercedes F1 car, that sort of colour.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you meant green for grass.
No. Nice. Gridded up already, though, Tom, in Junior Pro Kart, which will save you digging yourself into a deeper hole.
Almost ready to go here. Started just making his way towards the line. And we will get ready to go heat number 2. Junior Pro Kart. Looking forward to this one. Heat number 1 was a brilliant heat. Let's hope the excitement can continue with this random grid format. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are away. Another great start for Christian Oblag. Immediately moves into 3rd place.
Yeah, I think Leon Wilson got a little bit of a creep and then got on the brakes, and that allowed Oblang to make his way through, and that's why Wilson's dropping back through the order. Arnold then leads Pereira through, then it's Oblang, Pawsey, Still, and then Amy Frame, splitting Still and Maximus Shields. Then it's going to be the 9, I think, of Ben Arnold, in front of Danny Bean, Harry Brown, and now Marty Gilfillan getting through on Leon Wilson down the back straight. See what's up. Shields has passed Frame and passed Still all the way around South Bank, and Still now I think he's almost going to fall behind Amy Frame. Both of those helmets looking very similar because Amy Frame is rocking a brand new SJD designed helmet on the back of Harvey Still, which has got a like a sprocket on top with loads of little cogs in it, and it looks fantastic. I went round and had a little look this morning. So
I've seen a few of them in the past, and I really like that kind of
I think at
style.
the end, on the end when they're coming in slowly, I think we're going to get a much better look of that one.
Yeah, well, let's talk to our camera team, see what they can do. Speaking of camera team, as Max Shields makes a move on the inside of, that is the 77 of Sophie Pawsey in South Bank, and moves into 4th place, and is immediately lining up Oblag, but can't get it through. We haven't got our Baps About Britain here today, have we?
Britain.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. No Chris with us here this weekend with his love of ham and cheese sandwiches.
Where were the Baps of Betrayal this weekend?
Oh, he's betrayed us to go to PF.
Oh, Baps of Betrayal and PFI instead.
Sacrilege.
A bit of contact there between Pawsey and Shields as Oblag sort of, the accordion came together, the concertina effect. Oblag was slow through hairpin 1, and that caught out Shields and Pawsey behind.
Yeah, and then he ended up bouncing over the curbs, didn't he, as Shields wasn't going to let him get back through.
Yeah, and Harvey Still is right there as well, so this is a great battle for 3rd place on the road. We've got Arnold and Pereira at the front of these two. They've moved away slightly to the tune of what was 1.8, but is now 1.4 seconds. So Shields, even though moving through into 3rd place, has taken 0.4 of a second out of Joe Arnold at the front of this race. And is bringing with Oblag, Pawsey, Still, and Frame.
Out onto the back straight, Leon Wilson sets a personal best, 51 dead for him. It's fairly evenly spread, although now Still is going to make a late move down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. It was very, very late. Pawsey had the door closed, and eventually Still will come through, as will Amy Frame there.
Good opportunistic move from Frame as well. Saw that one coming. And
Harvey Still forcing his way past Sophie Pawsey on the entry to South Bank.
Fastest lap of the race for Max Shields, and that gap was 1.4 seconds. It's now 0.6 of a second. A full second faster, give or take a couple of hundredths, for Maximus Shields in 3rd place than Joe Arnold.
It was about 0.937.
0.937 faster, yeah.
Chunks.
So
taking
huge
chunks out
of
there. Arnold, though, Tom, super defensive.
We've got Pereira, trying to get through, and that's just brought Shields right into it, and he's going to move through, isn't he, straight away. Hairpin 3, moves the O-plate out of the way, potentially, but no, Pereira fights back. Shields tries to get the up and under, can't quite get back to the inside. So Joe Arnold, even with, well, 5 laps to go as they come across the line now, feeling the need to go very defensive.
Yeah, it's going to be a hairpin 1 move, I think, this Tom, if for Shields. I think he'd prefer 2, because that way then you're not allowing the cutback.
But the longer Joe Arnold can defend...
Pereira's forced his way through, and that's going to allow Shields, I think, to go all the way around the outside. Three wide into there, and Oblang, out of nowhere, comes through to retake 3rd place.
What I was going to say is the longer that Joe Arnold can hold back this pack behind, the more people are going to get involved.
Oh, yeah, because Still's right there, and he comes through on Christian Oblang, who's already been moved out of the way by Maximus Shields. This is really backing them all in, isn't it? Amy Frames there, Sophie Pawsey. We've got 7-kart battle for the lead here, being headed by the 2 of Joe Arnold. 4 laps remaining.
It's going to be a hairpin 1 attack again, I think, from Pereira. If he doesn't make a move on Joe Arnold, Shields is going to make a move on him. We're in that kind of field at the moment.
It's going to have
there
to
we
be,
go. Pereira doesn't make the move, so Shields does.
Now Harvey Still, though, Tom, is going to come through down the inside of Max Shields, and Shields could find himself in the same place that he put Oblang a few laps ago, and that's out wide. Chops across the back of the front of Harvey Still and holds somehow onto 3rd place.
We're at the point where we're this close to each other now. We're in that train where nobody's willing to sit behind each other. So if you don't make a move, you're going to have a move put on you.
Yeah, but as we saw in that one there with Maximus Shields, if you don't get through, you're going to open the door.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
if you're then pushed onto the outside, someone's filling that gap that you were in.
Absolutely. And Joe Arnold, meanwhile, is rubbing his hands together with glee and has moved away by 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, personal best for Arnold at the front of this train. Once again, Shields is going to try that move. He goes down the inside.
Still couldn't take advantage,
Pereira
though,
might get the cutback, though, this time. Pereira's going to run him all the way to the inside, gives him a cart width, which is very respectful. And I think Max Shields is on the inside. We'll keep an eye out at the front of this one, and Shields is through down the inside. Now can still get past Pereira in the same corner. Will he try and get the cutback and run through, though? He takes a chunk of curb on the inside and bounces. That's going to potentially ruin some exit in the background. Sophie Pawsey down the inside of Christian Oblang. They're side by side as they head to the D chicane, and Oblang forces Pawsey wide and over the rumble strips.
Yeah, now onto the national loop, but Oblag got a bit of the red mist as well, because he got overtaken by Amy Frame in hairpin 3 as well. So Oblag had lost a couple of places in a couple of corners and wasn't prepared to give that one up. Shields
with the same cutback move, Tom, that he tried, and I don't think that's going to work on Joe Arnold, because he comes to the inside really, really early out of hairpin number 2. He's going to do exactly the same again. The issue now, it's the same issue that Pereira had as Shields now tries to find a way through, is that if you're on the outside, you're going to leave the door open for other people to come through. Shields then could now relent and hand 2nd place over. The side-by-side as they come over, start, finish. The final lap board is out here. This race has absolutely flown by.
Yeah, this has been brilliant once again, and there's potential lap traffic coming into play as well from Leon Wilson as they will head towards the final part of this last lap. Joe Arnold doing a stellar job so far. I actually hope he wins this one, because this will be defensive driver of the season if he
comes to the inside though. Here we go. Let's see whether Maximus Shields. Now Shields is looking forwards and backwards, because if he's got to look backwards, there's 3 karts behind him who want that 2nd place and who have got the same impatience as he has of getting past Joe Arnold. Oh, contact! That's Amy Frame, I believe, up and over into the final corner. The checkered flag's going to be out. They're over there. The marshals are dealing with the issue. They come through.
It is Shields. Shields has taken it on the final corner. We've got a red flag.
Yeah, what I don't know here, Tom, is whether
there'll be a count back.
Whether Shields crossed the line before the red came out.
So we'll find out. Officially, we haven't taken the checkered flag. According to the timing, the red flag came out before. So at the moment, it's scored as Joe Arnold, Max Shields, Seb Pereira, Harvey Still, then Amy Frame, Sophie Pawsey, Christian Oblag, Ben Arnold, Danny Bean, and Harry Brown. We will wait to see how this one shakes out. But through the final corners, Max Shields managed to get in front. But we will see how this one is scored. As we said, when it comes to the end of this race. We've also got, who is this here? Is this...
Harvey Still. He was the other driver involved,
looked to be
Tom.
Limping as well, actually, out of here with hairpin 2. So we're going to have potentially a a few minutes break here while we deal with this incident. Of course, we are hoping everybody's okay, and we will bring you updates as and when we have them. But yes, I
think, Tom, I think we did our paddock walk yesterday, and
yes.
I think we're going to bring that one to you earlier than expected.
So we're going to have double cake chat.
Double cake chat.
Okay, let's start with double cake chat, and we'll come back as soon as the next heat is ready to rock and roll. Hello and welcome to the Paddock Show for round 6 at Teesside Autodrome. I am here with, of course, the one and only, my partner in crime, my right-hand man, quite literally, this weekend, David Sullivan. I am Tom Butterworth, and we are bringing you the Paddock Show for this particular round. Now, what we thought is we would start you off with a bit of early cake chat.
Oh, absolutely, because this is, as we speak about many times, this is our favourite place at the venue.
And so these are the kind of cakes that are on offer. We've halved this one because we're, although we are chunky monkeys, we're trying to watch our figure. Only I'm watching mine get bigger. Have you got all my chins in there, Adam? Great stuff. Right, let's have a little wander, shall we, David?
Trying to burn them off, haven't we, Tom?
Well, exactly, right. Well, you chomp on cake, I'll walk us down here. So this is...
these are the steps.
We're trying to give you a bit of a tour of the paddock and how it works as well here at Teesside, which, of course, is the friendliest paddock in the country. So we'll walk you around this way. Walk you around this way, and you can see our lovely commentary box down the way. This is the main viewing area as well. Of course, there is up on the banking as well, where you can see the entire circuit from up there, and you'll see lots of hand gestures and things like that during cadets. That's the one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, and this one as well, the accordion. Right. Let's have a little wander around. David, I'm going to give you the mic while I chomp on a bit of cake.
Good. I'm not going to have a chat over here. Katie, your boy's going to be busy this weekend.
Yeah, just giving him Lucasade for the first time.
Well, keep him going. Tomorrow morning, I imagine he's going to have a breakfast of Red Bull, because not only will he be out in Bambino, which we'll have seen by the time this paddock walk goes out, but he's also going to be out in Micromax, a brand new class for us here at Teesside.
Yeah, it's his first ever time today with practice day out in his Micromax.
So, how's he going with it? I'm just trying to spot him out there. I think yeah, that's it. The bright orange, bright yellow helmet seems to be going okay.
Do you know what? It's not spun so far. First time on slicks as well, just out in this practice. So yeah, I'm really proud of him. First time out in the wet as well. In it, yeah, he's taken it to like a duck to water.
Wonderful. Well, the next question is going to be for the mechanic. How's it feel now that you've got 2 jobs to do?
Twice as worse, twice as bad.
Twice as worse,
No,
really
actually,
nicely.
5 times as bad. Yeah. Changing
Brilliant.
from wet to dry. We don't have two Alfanos, so we're swapping Alfanos over, which is time consuming, but man alive, yeah, it's the work of 5 men for 2 carts. Absolutely. Yeah.
Brilliant. So that's wonderful. So I'm assuming as soon as we've wrapped up in Bambino, then it's straight into micro for the next couple of years.
Well, I would think so. Hopefully, anyway. Yeah.
Wonderful. It's about time he got in a cadet. I've been saying it since the start of the year, haven't I? Right. This one's going back to Tom now while I finish off my bit of cake.
Well, that did give me a chance to destroy that hundreds and thousands cake. And we do love the cakes up here. That's why we have hashtag cake chat, because the cafe up here is just brilliant, and I implore anybody who is in the area, even if you're not even that local, just to come and have a watch on a Sunday.
Can I drop you in it? Because you know when you just went, oh, we've halved it because we're saving the calories. How was that double cookie with chocolate filling?
Yeah, that was pretty good as well, to be honest with you. It had like a chocolate ganache kind of filling. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Right, so we're now in what is called the top paddock.
Shall I go and speak to them over there?
Can do.
A couple of interesting stories.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's pass it over. Oh yeah, no, I'll pass it over to you, Dan.
Yeah, let's go round. Bella, why is the helmet still on, Bella? Do you want to, anyway, in fact, you take the helmet off, we'll come back to you. Mr. Mitchell. Oh. Let's talk about your driver, Gracie. Interesting couple of weeks.
Yeah, it has been. It has been, yeah. So, obviously, the big announcements came out now. So, yeah, she's obviously now been picked up by Arden Motorsport on their Young Racing Driver Academy programme. So, yeah, we've just started doing that now. So we go down there once a month, have some driver coaching to get her into the process and preparation to get her into single-seaters.
So that's the long-term plan. So is it another couple of years of karting and then hopefully into single-seaters, or will it be a fairly early jump, do you think?
I think we'll just see how we go, really. I mean, at the moment, she's thoroughly enjoying the karting. She's improving all the time. The team, you know, with Sam, he's bringing her on absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I mean, obviously we plan to stay into junior again next year. It'll be the last year of junior, and then we'll see where we go from there. Really, obviously we've got a year at the moment with Ardens. We're just taking it one day at a time, really. You know, she's enjoying what she's doing, and that's the main thing. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, wonderful, and all the very best. We look forward to tracking the progress for the next couple of years. Bella's got her helmet off now, so we'll have a quick chat with Bella. Bella, how are you?
Good, you?
Good, I'm very good, thank you. Nobody ever asks how we are when we're interviewing, so that's lovely. How's practice gone?
Quite good.
It's been. It looks dry now, but earlier on it was so wet earlier that we had to stop practice for a short while whilst we found the tarmac under the water again, didn't we? So, are we hoping for a wet race day or a dry race day tomorrow?
Damn. A bit in the middle.
Bit in the middle. Well, we've got qualifying coming up, which I think's next. I think you've just had your last practice session, so now it's all down to the mechanic to get this one ready to go for qualifying. What are the hopes?
I'm hoping to get top 3, but I'd preferably be on first to third. I don't want to be on the outside.
Yeah, on the inside. Bella, all the very best. We'll keep this one going. Thank you very much. Pass it back to Mr. Butterworth.
Yeah, I was just contemplating on Bella's year. Actually, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but she's had moments where she's been absolutely flying, hasn't she?
Yeah,
and
it's one of them. It's like when she's been quick, she's been very quick, and when she hasn't, it's been a little bit difficult for her.
Yeah, indeed. I was going to see if Max was around at all, actually, but we got Barry here. In fact, we were talking about earlier on, David.
Probably in the caravan.
Oh, we'll just plough in the caravan.
Well, we'll just talk to Barry instead. Barry, how's things? How's the weekend been for you so far?
A bit wet this morning, but it's good practice for him on slicks, so I don't really have a problem with that. First dry run, he looked pretty quick, so yeah, we're not in the lead, so there's no pressure, so we're just going to try and have a nice, fun weekend if we can.
That's the most important thing, isn't it, to have fun while you're here? I see the Ironman helmet's back.
Well, both are Iron Man. This is the original one.
The original one, though. Yeah, this is let's call this last year's helmet.
Yeah, and then obviously the new one is half Lewis Hamilton, half Iron Man because of Max's design. So, but yeah, there might be another one on its way, which could be very interesting as well.
Ambassador, you are spoiling him. Yeah. So, I mean, what's the plan for next year? We're coming up to the end of this year now. You know, there's still a couple of rounds to go, but what's the plan for next year for Max?
He's going to do BPEC. We have a team together for BPEC. He loves that because of the track time. Some of the best drivers in the country, you know, Connor Jupp, people like Mark Kimber come and do the 24-hour.
Yeah.
So that really excites him. I would love for the juniors to grow, certainly here and possibly elsewhere, but unfortunately Junior Pro Kart, for some reason, it sort of gets going and then falls. And I think it's close, it's super fair. I know there's some Rotax
Junior Pro Kart.
Junior Pro Kart. I know some junior Rotaxers that have come back to Senior Pro Kart because it's, you know, on a cost basis and things like that. And I do hope. I know I've had a few people messaging me about Max's car, and I think it's gonna. There's more looking at it for next year, so I'm hoping a good grid of juniors at Teesside, and we'll be doing BPEC, and then Max will probably have one more crack at the Junior Pro Kart here. We had a bit of a bad start this year. We had a couple of motors that had gone down, and I didn't realise, and they went away, and yeah, they were really, really bad. But we're slowly climbing. I think we went from 5th, we're back to 2nd now. Harvey's looking strong. Seb, Christian, you know, Amy Frame's coming on. I think it could be anybody's. We're not in the lead, and I think that's made him drive better.
Okay.
So there's no pressure.
But he's put himself under pressure then, hasn't he?
Well, he has
in a good way. It's driven him
forwards. Yeah,
in motivation rather than pressure.
Once we got the engine sorted, and he just looked like Max I knew last year.
Yeah.
So Yeah, he's had a great end to the season. He's won the JKC. So yeah, we'll try and have a good end to the year if we can.
Great stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, Barry, and really summed up Junior Pro Kart for us as well there and this year. And it has been very, very tight all the way through. David, I'm going to hand over to you because you're the meat in a sandwich here.
I am. I'm a meat in a Mason Morgan sandwich here. So joined by Mason Webster, Morgan Cooney, two of our Cadet Club drivers. I've decided to sit down because no point standing up listening to Tom. You never know when he's going to finish in his interviews. Sometimes I'm doing what he does now. I'm just going on and on. How are you, Mason?
Good.
Good. How's practice gone? It's been wet and dry. We go well in the wet, don't we?
Yeah, all right. I've soaked one of my suits.
Well, yeah, but at least you've kept the new one nice and dry for tomorrow.
I've also lost a pair of socks.
What, like whilst you were on track?
No, they were wet, so I had to get rid of them. Well, not get rid of them, but...
Good. What we have seen throughout the year is a steady improvement from yourself. You're starting to run comfortably now inside the top 10 in that Cadet Club class. Qualifying in around about an hour's time for you. What's the hopes? Another top 10?
Probably top 5.
Top 5, good lad. I like the optimism. You keep that one going. Morgan, how are you? We started the year in terms of a practice day with a bit. We'll call it an up and down, but what it was actually an over and over, wasn't it, on a practice day? Luckily, you were okay. The cart's good. How's the rest of the season gone since then?
It's a bit mediocre so far. I haven't really had the pace, but hopefully we'll change that next year. And tomorrow. Yeah,
of course. So we've got qualifying coming up. How's the practice gone?
It's been good. I was one of the fastest in the first few sessions, and then my engine just completely got filled with water. And that last session I was a bit off the pace.
Well, hopefully qualifying goes well for you and we see you right at the sharp end tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good. Right, let's have a go round. We're trying to see if the driver for this one is anywhere near us. Bradley, where's your driver? There's your driver, he's in there.
Doing his mobility.
Good, let's have a quick chat with him because... And then I'll hand this back to Tom. We'll head over that way in a minute. Just want to shine a bit of a light on this young man. This is Alfie McBain, who you'll know if you've watched the Cadet Club class. You'll normally find him right at the front. However, if you're watching Cadet Club this weekend, you'll notice he's not there because all credit to him, whilst second in the championship, this being his final year in cadets, he's decided to make the jump up into Cadet Pro and see what damage he can do on the Cadet Pro grid for the final 3 rounds. Alfie, first of all, massive kudos for making that decision to jump. 100% your call or your dad's as well?
Well, it's half my call, half my dad's. I wanted to try win the club championship. He wanted me to move up. I want to be a Formula 1 driver, so it's a bit of I need to move up and make more progress in different parts of the Cadet Club. So I moved up.
Got to keep pushing and race them front ones. Obviously, we think this might be your final year in cadets. What we're planning for next year?
Well, I think we're going to be going to senior Minimax.
Yeah.
When I'm 12, so it's going to be a big jump.
Yeah, because you're one of them drivers that we see where you've got the height to get in, but you'd blow away if the wind gets up a little bit. So, because you've not got the weight, as we see now, even in cadets. So if you look round here, if we can bring the camera around, we must have, well, let's do the quick maths. That must be a 4 kilo block there. So we've got probably 16, I reckon at least 17 kilo on that cart yet, whereas a lot of our drivers, they get to the top end of cadet and they've got no weight on it at all. They've maxed out their weight. So Alfie, whilst he's probably one of the tallest drivers in the cadet class, although to be fair, he's all leg, isn't he? When he sits in it, he is only down here when he's in it. He's all leg. His legs probably go to the ump part there on the waistband. So, right, brilliant. Alfie, thank you very, very much. Wish you all the very best. We'll just stay in here, Tom. I'd hate to lose you prematurely.
Yes, you'd hate it. But
I mean, I'm not sure that I think we'd probably just keep it rolling.
Them lecky cars are
yeah, they are. You can't hear them. I think we'd just keep it rolling and just put a small obituary up to you on the bottom.
Just a little scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Oh, no, great to speak to Alfie, and genuinely really, really good, and taking it upon himself to move up in class.
I'm going to send you in the direction of that young man there who's been out in a very familiar car.
Okay, yeah, this is so Jordan. Obviously, you're here this weekend. And I understand from David that this car is not being driven by you this weekend because you're now out of it because of what happened earlier this year.
No, it's not by me. We've got a guy here called Alfie. He's going to be quicker than me. That's the aim. He's going to be quicker than me. I know he's done some indoor go-karting and whatnot, and he asked if he could jump in, so I said by all means. So
great stuff. Shall we have a chat with him then?
By all means, go on.
So Alfie, come around this way. Tell us a bit about yourself. You say, Jordan's just said you come from indoor karting, so what's your experience and what's brought you here this weekend?
So basically, been interested in the owner-driver events for a long time, been looking for a pro kart or at least some way of getting into owner-driver for about 6 months now, and well, it was just last week when I put a post out on Facebook on the Pro Kart group, Jordan replied, we got talking, and then that's why I'm here now. But my background is here doing the Ironmans over at Stockton, other tracks in the country, doing BIKC, BSKC, just other like indoor championships, and then obviously a bit of outdoor karting here, but all rental stuff.
So this is your is this the first time you've been in a proper owner kart?
First time being in a pro kart, first time being in an owner kart, yeah.
Right, okay. And that was today? That's the first time you've ever done that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how have you been finding it compared to the rentals?
It's just a beast. It's honestly insane. Going along the back straight, I just felt like I was flying. It was... like, came into the pits after the first dry session, because obviously it was raining this morning. And...
You've just about stopped smiling by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Well, no, maybe not now.
Yeah, well, Jordan and my dad just said that I kept smiling, and... well, apparently it couldn't wipe off my face. It was just surreal. That was class.
It's a great feeling, isn't it? It really is. When the first time you go out in something absolutely rapid compared to what you've been driving before, you know, it's like if you stepped out of this and then you went into a senior Rotax or an X30, it'll be even quicker. And that's just a step up and a step in the right direction. So really, really well done for taking the initiative and getting here this weekend. And good luck for this weekend in your first owner driver sprint. I'll shake your hand. Good luck to you, sir. Now, Adam, before I hand back over, I say to Adam, the director, I'm going to just point something out. David's walking again, and he's walking properly. And just now, he even bent down to do a sprint-style 100-metre dash start. Do you want to give people a recreation of this?
I'm getting ready to take the microphone off the top. Like slow-mo.
Oh, like this, like a relay?
Look at that. Right, let's keep this one going. That's a right idea. Come, let's speed this up. Look at this. Just stop there for me a minute. Look at that. Look at that. That's a monster.
Oh. Another advert for
I know, exactly. Sorry, Katie, how are you?
Good.
Good. I was about to say how's practice, but more importantly, how's that? Even better. Right, I'm just have to move you this way. I thought the Mini was coming down here. I thought we were going to get skittled by a Minimax. Obviously, Micromax, the first time that they've raced here at Teesside Autodrome. You're out in that class. How are you finding it?
Really good. My first time being here.
Yeah, it's a very quick track. It doesn't look overly technical, but we find that there's two parts of it. You sort of get one, you get bang on, then you find a bit the other one. Which is the favourite part of the track?
This little chicane here.
Yeah, well, it's either that or it's the big South Bank for everybody, so that's brilliant. Katie, thank you very much for tomorrow. Let's just keep this one going, and in fact, I'll let Tom, which way do you want to go, Tom? Pick a direction.
Right, well, what we're actually going to do is we're going to take a pause now. We're going to hand over, carry on YouTube, and then we will come back after the lunch break. So we're still here in the middle paddock.
It's because lunch has been shortened, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because the extra classes.
I mean, for us, it was a seamless shift. That lunch was the shortest lunch break ever. Took all of 3 seconds.
We can't do what we do in 20 minutes, Tom.
So we're going to carry it on. Everybody on YouTube, I'm glad you're still, or I hope you're still with us. It's basically turned into Ted's notebook, hasn't it, in 3 different parts or whatever. We're just enjoying ourselves out here.
When something starts on one channel and we're carrying on our coverage on BBC Two.
You need to press your red button. So we're heading now down into the...
Another new driver.
Okay, talk us through it, David. Here's the mic.
Come in. Who's the driver? I'll take that. I'll take that. Tom, have you seen? Money for doing that. Exactly. Normally that gets rolled under the front wheel of the cart to stop it rolling away. How are you, young man?
Good.
Good. You're racing in our Micromax class. It's your first time here as well. You usually are in an Army cadet.
Yes.
Yeah. So are you straight into a micro now? This your first weekend?
Yes.
Wonderful. And how are you finding it out there?
Good. It's really good to see how it's feeling.
So we've just had a chat with Katie Donaldson, and she said that she likes the chicane in front of the cafe the best. Which is your favourite part of the track?
Same.
Same. Brilliant. Well, George, all the very best for qualifying later on and then race day tomorrow. Brilliant. I mean, you're off to the cafe, aren't you? No. You're not? Well, what are you doing with that massive wallet?
I'm just going to go to my dad.
Oh, well, tell him I'm asking about the wallet. That is George Swire, one of our drivers from our Micromax class. He's going to be out for the first time, as will all the Micromaxes running. We've seen a few of them, haven't we, Tom, before when they were going in with the cadets. But now that they've got their own grid here at Teesside, ready for next year, I think that's going to be a big class. It's going to take off.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, so the Micromax is going to be, well, it's going to be the future, or it is the future already, and we're already starting to tip into that, and the balance is starting to shift across. Can you have a nip up here and see if I can see if Amelia DL is here?
If they're in yet.
It all seems to be a bit closed up, but we'll have a little nosy. Okay. Oh, William, there he is. Do you want to come and be part of the Paddock show? No. We're live. No. Well, I don't like that. No. Amelia, is she all right? How's she getting on?
No, she's enjoying it.
She's doing well?
Yeah, she's doing well, like.
Good. Right, great to see you both all, and good luck for this weekend. So that's fair enough. William didn't want to have a chat with us. That's Amelia's dad. Great to have them back with us. They've done the odd round this season, haven't they? And a few last year as well.
Dip in and out between their commitments and other championships, don't they? So that's all good.
Yeah, absolutely, and William's got a Senior X30 kicking about his garage as well that he likes to go and have a little play out in as well. There's Ash Blythe as well. Here he is, Mr. B-Peck at the moment, absolutely flying, fastest lap in the 24-hour, pole position in the 24-hour, and it went very well last. Was it last weekend?
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
How's things going for you, Asher?
Yeah, it's been good. Mixed conditions today, but overall it's been quick in the wet and quick in the dry, so hoping for a good result tomorrow.
Yeah, hopes for this weekend. Going through tomorrow. Obviously, you've got your eye in now fully, and you're starting to march your way right up this grid, right to the very, very front. What are your hopes?
Just to keep it clean and just try and get this further up as you can and score as many points as we can this weekend.
Great stuff. All right, thanks, Asher.
Cheers.
Thanks very much. And I think, David, have you got an interview with him that we'll be putting out later in the week?
Yeah, we'll be interviewing. We're not on the after the Paddock Walk. Normally we do 3 or 4 interviews. They go out on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page. So if you're not on that, get on that, because we put one up every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. We also have meeting highlights as well at 5 o'clock on a Friday. So I'm going to have one with Asher, and I've got a few others that are going to interview as well.
I'd like to point something out here.
Yeah.
We've got a branded bin. We've got a branded bin, Adam. Just here. Look at this. They don't do things by halves with Apollo carts, do they?
Do you know what, mate? It's we don't often get bin sponsors, but Teesside does things differently.
Exactly. So we'll have a quick wander up this way and see if we can grab anybody to talk to. Callum, can we have a quick word? You got a second? If you've got a minute for us. How are we doing, Callum?
Fine, yes.
Straight in, we're live.
Yeah, no pressure or anything, yeah. How's the weekend been looking so far? I mean, we're only on Saturday afternoon, but, hopes for tomorrow?
It was all right. I was a bit wet, but oh well.
We'll bleep that out.
All right. I thought there was one way to get rid of him. I wasn't very good in that, so I just drifted around in it, so.
Okay.
All right.
Obviously no wet tyres in Senior Pro Kart, so you're hoping for a dry day tomorrow then?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely.
100%. Right. Okay, so not a big fan of the drifting, just you like all 4 wheels in line?
I like drifting it, but that's just because I can't drive it normally.
Right,
Might
okay.
make it fun enough.
Absolutely. Well, great to talk to you, Callum. Thanks very much. Hope you have a good weekend. Thanks very much. That was nice and quick, wasn't it? So, I'll pass this one over to David for the last interview of today, and then we will we'll make an exit.
Good. So David, me, will be interviewing David, him. Mr. Mack, how are you?
Good, thanks.
So we've seen you at Teesside. I think when we first started covering it, you were like that big and in a cadet. You've done a bit of junior pro kart, you've done a bit of two-stroke. This weekend we're out in a senior pro kart. We've dabbled in a bit of everything, haven't we?
Yeah, I just wanted to do it for fun, really.
So, how do you enjoy the pro kart? Very busy out there and mixed grids as well.
Yeah, I like it better than my Rotax, to be honest.
So, well, I have seen that if anybody is in the market, is it still on the market?
Yeah.
If anybody does want a Rotax, get in touch. This one going. As of filming, at the time of filming, we'll disclaimer it if it gets sold between now and tomorrow. So, and is the plan to go? Is the plan to do pro kart? Are you going to do a bit of BPEC as well, maybe?
Yeah, we're planning to do just senior pro next year instead of doing Rotax.
Good, because when I was speaking to Mr. Knuckles in the week, he was very impressed with your speed.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be so quick, to be honest.
Well, David Mack, thank you very much. All the very best. We almost got skittled there by Mr. Brewis pushing his trolley through, but I think that wraps us up, I believe, Tom.
It does. Well, all I would say is you can see now, if Adam pans round, you can see where we started off by the cafe up there, all the way up the stairs. It is a massive paddock that we have here.
And we didn't even go the other way, did we?
We didn't even go all the way down to the bottom, no. In fact, we didn't go down to the bottom of the middle paddock either, did we? It's absolutely enormous, the facility that we've got here. And everybody is just so friendly and so kind, and it's such a it's an honour to be here, though.
Credit to Teesside. When we first started covering this event back in 2019, there was 50, 55 entries. Now it's 130, 135, and it continues to grow. And now, obviously, with Micro being added to the mix as well, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
Absolutely, it's a great addition to the championship and to the sprint series here. And yeah, I think that's us for the day, David.
That's us done. From me and you.
From you and me.
That's it.
Okay. See you later, pop pickers.
Hello and welcome back to Teesside Autodrome. We have had a slightly earlier than expected lunch break. If you are just joining us, we'll explain why in a few moments' time. But the next race up, they've just been called down to the dummy grid. It will be time for Honda Cadet Pro. And the grid for that will be set from the Heat 1 results, which will see Thomas Potter on pole position after that Heat 1 victory, with his nearest championship challenger, Amy Peacock, alongside. Now, Amy pulling double duty today. She's been racing as well in Minimax, so she was in 9th place in that first Minimax heat. But Thomas Potter can wrap the championship up today, Tom, if he does finish on average at least 3rd. That's through the heats and the final. So with that Heat 1 win, that'll give him a bit more cushion. If he gets another Heat 1 win, he might only need 4th in the final if he gets another Heat win. So so we'll keep an eye out
on where other people finish.
Yeah, well, we've got the all-important championship spreadsheet out, which we just put the positions in and it automatically populates some results for us here. So we should be able to figure out where everybody's going to be at the end of the day for their respective championships. Now, just before we had our slightly earlier than anticipated lunch break, there was that incident in Junior Pro Kart. We are pleased to report that Amy Frame, the driver that was involved, is well. She is out of the kart. She has gone in the ambulance for precautionary checks, but all the vital signs are there and she is okay. And we at Alpha Live and everybody at Teesside Autodrome wish Amy all the very best.
Here.
Hope that it's not too long before we see her back at the track here at Teesside Autodrome. Of course, rounds 7 and 8 still to come after this weekend here at Teesside, as we run all the way through October and November for our championships. And of course, Tom, a very, very exciting winter series coming up as well for the Teesside Karting Championship. We'll obviously have our O plate here between Christmas and New Year, as we always do, but then we go to some other tracks as well. We're going to Wilton Mill once again. That one will be in February, and we're going to Three Sisters in Wigan, which is a fantastic track. So the three-round Teesside Karting Winter Series will be hosted at Teesside Autodrome, Three Sisters and Wilton Mill. Remember that Wilton Mill round last year was fantastic, Tom. It was the week before the Wilton Mill Club round, and we got a bumper entry, loads of drivers attending that one, and it gave the Teesside owner-driver sprints grid the opportunity to test themselves against some of the best drivers in the country.
Yes, indeed, and we, of course, we streamed that, and it was a brilliant round, in fact, to watch and be part of, and certainly commentate on, because we had all of our regulars, and not just people taking part in the Wilton Mill Club round as well, or club rounds as well, but also others from around the country that might not necessarily be able to get to Teesside quite so easily. We're taking part in that as well. So heading out now onto the grid is our Cadet Pro grid. We are, I think we're awaiting final confirmation of what that result was going to be in Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. So we'll await to see what the final result of that was, and we will bring that to you as soon as we have it. It could potentially go back a lap, or well, we'll see what happens. Anyway, gridding up now is Honda Cadet Pro, and we will run you through that now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to actually have the grid for this. I'm having a look at timing, and I think some of them have moved ever so slightly. So we'll just have to play this one by ear, and by that I mean I'll have to look out the window.
We've got Alfie McBain has pulled over at the side of the track here as well.
Oh yeah, down at between hairpins 3 and 4. The grid, though, as it is, sees Thomas Potter on the front row with Amy Peacock alongside. The second row then has Ben Robinson and Stanley Clark, with Jack Collinson in 5th place. JJ Plowman lines up 6th with William Howard 7th. Then it's Edward Rye and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson with Holly Swan, and then there should be the vacant berth as it stands for Alfie McBain. That car is moving again, but it's going very, very slowly round hairpin 4. He should have lined up 11th, having finished in 7th place, but incurred that 5-second front fairing penalty. So that car is rolling round, and let's see whether he's going to retake his position or whether he's going to the pit lane. That car having stopped between hairpins 3 and 4.
Well, he's there at the back of the grid. You can just see it on the far right of your shot there, far right of your screens.
The gap between the gap that's currently being held by Amy Peacock's head is where Alfie McBain's kart should have been. I think he's going straight to the pit lane, Tom.
Right, okay, well, that's one way of putting it. One way of putting it, yeah, Alfie McBain looks like he might not take the start of this and will roll into pit lane and into immediate retirement, which is a shame for Alfie McBain. Moving up into the Pro class for the first time. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we're away for heat number 2 of Cadet Pro.
Peacock slots straight into third place as everybody's single file by the time to get to that first corner. McBain will roll over start-finish line, but I think he's coming straight into the pit lane here, so confirmation that he is. Potter then leads the way from Peacock. There's a late move down the inside, though, from Ben Robinson, and he forces his way through into second place. Peacock then down to third, Clark. Then it's Collinson, Plowman, Howard, Edward Rye with Holly Swan and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson side by side down and back straight as they head down towards South Bank, with Harris Alley and Alex Lynn completing the grid as it is at the moment.
Yes, heading through hairpin 3 and 4 for the first time. It is a comfortable lead at the moment from Thomas Potter. Amy Peacock not able to go with him so far.
Well, she dropped behind Robinson.
Yes, well, that's why Robinson is now has got between the two of them and broken that little train up for probably the first time in about 2 rounds that Peacock has not been right on the tail of Thomas Potter. But your running order is Potter from Robinson, Peacock, Clark, Collinson, Plowman, Howard, Rye, Stansmore, Wilson, and Swan. Then it's Ali, Lynn, and McBain into retirement.
Robinson super defensive already there, and it meant that Peacock had to try and sweep all the way around the outside.
And that's going to be music to Thomas Potter's ears, as the gap was 6/10 of a second. I'd wager it's well over a second now.
Stanley Clark from fourth place is going to try and grab second here. What a move on Peacock. Peacock's then going to come back on Robinson, but Stanley Clark with an audacious move.
Trying to go from fourth to,
tried to go from fourth to second. He's still in fourth place, but I thought he was coming straight down the inside of both of them there into hairpin 4.
He went full send from downtown, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a long way back, but yeah, it ended up staying exactly where he was. Actually, what it did was give Amy Peacock the run through on Ben Robinson. She managed to get the cutback by avoiding Clark's lunge.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson gets past William Howard into hairpin 1. That moves her up into 8th place.
So Potter did indeed increase that gap from 0.6 to well over a second now, and Amy Peacock is going to have to work very, very hard indeed to try and close this gap and probably bring the rest with her.
Yeah, nose to tail from Peacock all the way down to William Howard in 9th place. Then there's a bit of a gap. It's from Swan, Ali and Lynn. Then it's Alfie McBain, who's not going to be classified as he's already in the pit lane. Don't know whether they'll be able to get that kart back out just for a bit of track time, but we'll see as the rest of the field makes their way around hairpin 1. Stansmore-Wilson to the inside of Edward Rye. Rye's going to keep track position into hairpin 2, but then Stansmore-Wilson down the back straight on the outside could have more run than Edward Rye. We'll see who appears into shot. Rye still on the inside. That might allow William Howard back down the inside into the gap that was there, and then Howard's going to try and get down the inside of Edward Rye as well in the background, and does. There he is in the newly liveried blue and purple kart, and that meant it could see Stansmore-Wilson back down the inside of William Howard, and she's side by side with Edward Rye through over start finish. Rye slots back in front. Howard, though, up into 7th place, having been down as far as 9th in the halfway point of that previous lap.
Yeah, the gap went out to about half a tenth quicker, Potter was over Peacock that lap. And there goes Robinson back up the inside, but couldn't make it stick in hairpin 1. Stanley Clark sniffing around as well, looking for an opportunity. And we'll take that if there is one presented to him. Jack Collinson showing well in 5th as well on the back of this train. And then JJ Plowman not far back, as is William Howard and Edward Rye, and then even Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Holly Swan and Harris Alley. And even to an extent, Alex Lynn in 12th as well. There's not much between these groups.
No, less 4.5 seconds from the lead all the way down to Alex Lynn, who's now in front of Harris Alley, who's got through up into 11th. Lynn then now on the periphery of the top 10.
Yeah, again, a good showing from Alex Lynn. moving forward in that Lewis Hamilton-inspired helmet.
Stanley Clark, Tom.
There's a few of those about at the
Stanley
moment.
Clark down the back straight. I was about to say he's right in the slipstream of Ben Robinson, and he's coming through for third place down the inside at the South Bank corner. Robinson's going to try and get back down the inside into hairpin 3 and does so. This is going to allow Jack Collinson to get involved, and there is Collinson, a flash of green down the inside, trying to get alongside Stanley Clark and can't do it. And they're back there pretty much as you were on that previous lap. Edward Rye in 7th place has moved away from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and William Howard. Those three were battling over 7th. Rye now has a decent gap, and Holly Swan has reeled in Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as well. So JJ Plowman in 6th and Edward Rye in 7th, both running as high as they have done in this Teesside Owners Sprint Series. Rye being the youngest driver on the grid. He completely missed the Cadet Club ranks. He came out of Bambino, did the 3 rounds of the Winter Series and proved himself more than capable of handling it and stepped straight up into Cadet Pro, and after a few rounds of running on the back of the train is really now starting to become a solid midfield runner, and this is only going to set him up nicely, Tom, for next year and the year after, when everybody, they move up and Edward himself will develop as a driver and become physically stronger. There's no reason at all why Edward Rye can't challenge for championships in a few years' time.
Absolutely. Stanley Clark just banged in the fastest lap of the race as well in 4th place. Amy Peacock, that gap to Potter is now 1.3 seconds and is holding fairly steady there. But back to Edward Rye, yes, if you were watching in previous seasons, you'll remember him in Bambinos with that striking livery of the fluorescent yellow on the black with the A66 on it, and number 66, which he still carries as Robinson and Clark go side by side into South Bank corner. But yes, Edward Rye showing very well here in 7th place, and really good to see.
Clark then down the inside of Robinson and pushes Robinson wide onto the rumble strip. Robinson's going to be on the inside. That's going to allow Collinson to come down the inside of Stanley Clark.
And
he does, yeah. Clark there, somewhat, we've seen this before, particularly with Peacock and Potter at round 4. Very benevolent in the overtake down the inside. A much more firmer driver would have put the driver out onto the rumble strip and gave them a decision to make.
Yes, indeed. That was the only sort of thing that we were talking about with Amy Peacock as well, just maybe not quite robust enough in her defensive
we're not talking about a driver being dirty in any sort of way like that. Just to clarify, what we are saying is that if you're down the inside, you have a right, in the same way that now Collinson takes advantage there and goes down the inside of hairpin 3. That demotes Robinson down to 4th briefly, but they're going to be side by side on the way out of the corner. This is where Clark could do what Collinson did on the last lap, and he does. Straight through to the inside, and Collinson there, he wants 2nd place here, Tom. He wants a nice little push with the remaining 2 laps or so to see if they can get onto the back of Amy Peacock.
Yes, absolutely. What we were talking about just then was using the full track width, wasn't it? Whether there's somebody on the outside or not, is you can still use the full track width, not to push people off the track, of course, but maintain your momentum, as we talk about in Bambinos all the time. Keep those revs up, and if you're tightening the corner up, you're costing yourself grip, time, and revs.
We see it. If you are that generous down the inside into 4, though, the driver on the outside will run all the way around the outside and have a better drive out of the corner. Last lap board awaits Thomas Potter, and whilst he has been reeled in towards the end of this race by the fast-charging Amy Peacock, time at the top of the screen is likely to run out before Peacock can put a challenge in.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second. So half a second she's closed in over the last sort of 4 laps or so.
I don't know where it's happened, Tom, but over start finish, Plowman was in front of Rye, and now Rye is in front of Plowman. Rye up into 6th place, Plowman 7th. They have been reeled in as well by William Howard and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, with Holly Swan just a little bit off the back of that at the moment, as the trio for 3rd place go down the back straight. It's Collinson with Clark, then Ben Robinson in 5th place. Out of the final corner, though, and tightens that grip on the championship trophy. Comes Thomas Potter to take victory in heat number 2. They're side by side in the background for 3rd as Potter gets 2nd. Collinson with 3rd from Clark and Robinson, with Edward Rye, a season's best 6th place in front of JJ Plowman in 7th. Howard, Stansmore-Wilson, then Holly Swan, Alex Lynn and Harris Alley complete your 12 remaining runners, with Alfie McBain off into retirement right at the start of this Honda Cadet Heat number 2.
Yeah, fantastic heat too.
What I will, Tom, we're going to have to. I don't know if we can get a replay of that down the back straight. I'm not sure what happened. I just caught the tail of it, but let's have a quick look here. This is always the risk if you're going to do fist pumps and
there
stuff.
we go, yeah.
And there is that potentially here, Collinson could potentially get a drop-down penalty for crashing effectively into a stationary cart as Potter stopped on the back straight to fist pump with Peacock. Because it doesn't matter where you get your drop-down penalty, does it? And if that is the case, that is going to be incredibly harsh.
Yes, harsh.
But you still have to be aware of what's in front of you,
Absolutely,
of course.
yeah. Yeah. I think the key is, while it's sporting to do the fist pump down the back straight, to do it at that speed is potentially not advisable, and maybe just wait until you get into the pits.
Yeah.
I think that would be
it's a learning curve, isn't it?
Yes. If you can't do it there and then at the speed that you're going, wait until you get in the pits. Don't wait on the back straight.
And the thing with the cadet drivers as well is that they've got much shorter arms.
Yes, that's true as well. There's not much reach there, is there? But yeah, there were a fair few of them at it down the back straight, and that's it looks like everybody's made it through okay. So we will move on to Honda Cadet Clubman. So we are heading round to the grid for Cadet Clubman, and I will mark another W down for Thomas Potter on our Cadet Pro. Still awaiting a result for Junior Pro Kart Heat 2.
Yeah, I think with the delay, Tom, it's had a little bit of a thing with the timing. I've just sent a request because I think it's missing some of the heats and then subsequently meaning that we can't put the grids up onto the screen. So that might need a little refresh. Nonetheless, it's going to be Samuel Yeadon on pole position, having won heat number 1 with Charlie Eibel alongside. Row 2 is going to be Sebastian Benson and Cameron Tipping, with Mason Dinsdale and Layla Berryman on row 3. Then it's going to be Thomas Harper and Riley Sims-Ezard on row number 4. Then it's Mason Webster. He lines up alongside Charlie Quine with Reese Cranston and Ollie Carter there in front of Toby Turner. Then it's Henry Colburn with Morgan Cooney and Ashton Carmichael. Then we've got Joey Swan, who had to recover from the spin in the opening heat. Similarly to that was Riley Buckton Young. He had the issue where he went through the tyres. He's down there on the second to last row in front of Bradley Swift and Matty Prinku-Wright.
And here on the left of your screen, that was the livery that we were talking about. That's the Jaguar-esque livery that we were talking about earlier. This when we were having our F1 livery chat.
Yep, Thomas Harper going off P,
great
number
7 on that.
Green is up, green is down. It's a good start from Charlie Eibel. Even better, though, from Cameron Tipping and Mason Dinsdale. Tipping up to 3rd. Dinsdale could sweep round the outside of Sebastian Benson and does so. He's up into 4th place. Benson down to 5th in front of Berryman, Harper, and Mason Webster gets past Riley Sims-Ezard into the first corner. And now Harper, hard on the brakes, down the inside and spins. Webster spun as well. Sims-Ezard's off, and it looks like Morgan Cooney as well. We've got a number of spinners into hairpin number 1. It's a domino effect from Thomas Harper down the inside, hard on the brakes, and he's spun. Everybody else takes evasive action, and a number of drivers come together in the first heavy braking zone of the lap. That means the top 5 have broken away effectively now, Tom, into a race of their own.
Yeah, that it has made a big gap, actually, hasn't it? It's around about 2 seconds, I think. But it is headed still by Thomas Harper.
Yeah, he saved it, didn't he? And then everybody else had to slow down. Joey Swan, Thomas, took advantage of this opening lap melee completely. He's up into 8th place, having started in 16th.
Threaded the needle, didn't he? Well done there for Joey Swan as well, and making up for the problems he had in heat number 1. Heading out onto the back straight for the second time. Your top 10 is Yeadon, Eyeball, Tipping, Benson, Dinsdale, Harper, Carter, Swan, Colborne and Buckton Young. We've also been told to keep an eye out for Buckton Young's stickers as well, who's got a fresh livery on that kart. So we'll try and get a shot of that. Probably for the next heat when they're on the grid will be the easiest thing to do.
It's got some big green generator power stickers down the side, which is a long
Generator power? As opposed to
generator
power generators?
Well, no, it's a long-standing joke from the start of the year when his dad was all in on Micromax and was calling Honda engines generator engines, and then has done the entire season in Hondas.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, I like it.
Which started off early in the year by putting tape on it and just writing Mark Young Generator Hire
Oh,
on it.
yes, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that.
Sebastian Benson down the inside of Cameron, Tipping for third place. Then Tipping gets a little bit of overspeed. In front of them, Samuel Yeadon had pulled out a gap of almost half a second from Charlie Eyeball, but Eyeball has reeled that one in, and Eyeball currently sitting in second place. So it's Yeadon, Eyeball, Benson, Tipping and Dinsdale, the top five. Then Harper, Carter, Swan, Colburn and Riley, Buckton Young. And then just having a quick look at those drivers that were heavily involved in that first lap spin. You've got Mason Webster in 15th, Toby Turner 16th, Layla Berryman down now in 17th place. In the background of this battle, Tom, we're about to see Joey Swan go down the inside of Ollie Carter for 7th place. He's through at South Bank. Just looking out the window now, we've got Charlie Eyeball. We're heading towards half race distance in these 8-minute heats.
I've just had word from Christian Oblag, who's got in touch with us through the comments. Cross Junior Pro Kart racer here and took part in heat number 2, and said that he came in to the pits with both of his right side tyres had 0 PSI. Yeah, 0 PSI in them when he came in the pits. But he's fixed the punctures now. You do need some PSIs in them tyres. In the background here for this battle, we can see, you'll see Mason Dinsdale and Cameron Tipping now battling over 4th place, as Charlie Eyeball is right on the back of Samuel Yeadon. Yeah, as they head through hairpin 4, we look back a little bit. This is Benson, Tipping and Dinsdale, but they have changed order now, and it is Benson, Dinsdale and Tipping as they come across the line. 3 minutes 45 to go here, so we should get a few more laps in, around about 8 or 9 laps, maybe even more than that, 9 laps probably? Yeah, I think 9. Yeah. Then it is Harper heading up that second train now with Joey Swan showing very well in 7th, and a good recovery drive here from Joey Swan. Then it's Ollie Carter, Henry Colborne and Riley Buckton Young, your top 10. Benson then up into 3rd, but he has got a big gap to the leading duo who've at the moment just moved away. And in all honesty, I think Eyeball hasn't really shown a huge amount of interest in getting past Yeadon just yet. Just finding his feet in this one. Right on the rear bumper though as they come into that D chicane. Kart's rising up, and then they go light over the crest as they drop down. Then you just need to effectively get them into the groove to head round the national loop. Yeah, go slightly off camber as they crest over the top as well, so it pushes the car out wide. As you're trying to turn left, the kart's sliding right. It takes a lot of skill to get on the right line to then turn through the right-hander into the national loop, not let the kart do that four-wheel drift over too far. You then hook it right onto the concrete through the national loop. Some lap traffic in front of the leaders, Tom. So they make their way through the dog leg and the kink, and then over start finish. Yeadon sets a personal best with a 48.8, but Charlie Eyeball is still right in the wheel tracks of the 181 kart, and even though Eyeball hasn't shown much interest, as that time starts to go down, I wonder how interested Yeadon will become in defending. We've got the 57 of Henry Colburn currently spun and is stationary on the outside
of the dog leg. That kart should be cleared though by the time the leaders come through, so we shouldn't have any yellow flags. Although there is one out at hairpin 3 at the moment just to cover that, and that kart's going to be rejoining the race, going at a much slower pace than our two leaders, which is Yeadon and Eibel, as they head towards the chicane with 1 minute 20 remaining. Can Eibel use this as an opportunity?
Yes.
To get down the inside, because Yeadon is down into 1. Yeadon does well there. He didn't get stuck behind the lap traffic that's coming back after the having been off the track.
Yeah, good awareness from Yeadon. As soon as there was an opportunity, just straight up the inside into hairpin 1 and got that move done. Put, I think that's Henry Colborne, a lap down.
Yeah, he'd spun, so he was going very slowly as he rejoined the track. 45 seconds remaining on the overhead gantry, so they'll come through this time and then they'll receive the last lap board the next time through. And Joey Swan, Tom, has now reeled in Thomas Harper for the battle for 6th place. And this will be a superb drive for Joey Swan. I think he started the race in 17th. So if he can come through, yes, he took advantage of that opening lap incident, but you've still got to find a way through. That's
exactly.
The thing.
You know, you've got to thread the needle and pick your way through all that carnage, and Joey Swan did it absolutely fantastically. And like you say, Dave, he finds himself in currently 7th place with a potential of moving into 6th before the end of this one. So last lap board going out this time. Yeadon and Eibel will take that after they've rounded hairpin 4.
Out of the hairpin 4. Last lap board then awaits Samuel Yeadon. Let's see whether Charlie Eibel picks the, not the pace, but the want to get through up in this final lap on Samuel Yeadon, or can Yeadon make it 2 from 2?
Well, it's all been fairly steady between the two so far, but yeah, Eibel's going to have to come up with something here.
I mean, it is just the heat, so it's whether Eibel's saving something for the final. But then you've still got that 3rd heat as well, haven't you? And I think I'd rather be off pole position in that run down towards the national loop. But it looks like Yeadon has opened up enough of a gap so that he can get round hairpin 4 without much hassle. Yeadon comes through then to take the checkered flag, and victory in the 2nd heat from Charlie Eibel and Sebastian Benson, with Mason Dinsdale and Cameron tipping. Then it is going to be Joey Swan in 6th place, coming through from 17th. A great race from him, with Harper in 7th, Carter in 8th. Then it's going to be Buckton Young and Reese Cranston completing the top 10, with Carmichael then recovering Layla Berryman in front of Charlie Quine. She gets through on the last lap. And then Mason Webster in front of Toby Turner, Matty Prinku-Wright, with Morgan Cooney, Riley Sims-Edard and Henry Colburn crossing the line. And then it is Bradley Swift.
Yeah, Joey Swan did manage to get 6th in the end, as we said during the rundown of the results. So good, or very good, in fact, recovery drive from Joey Swan there. That will put in P6 for heat number 3, and then potentially a good grid slot for the final after a poor heat 1. So that rounds out your Honda Cadets. And we will move on to Junior Rotax heat number 2.
Before we start on this one, Tom, we have got the classified results in from that ill-fated Junior Pro Kart heat number 2. It will be counted back to the lap prior. So Joe Arnold picks up his first victory here in Junior Pro Kart at Teesside Autodrome. Maximus Shields in 2nd place, with Sebastian Pereira and Harvey Still in front of Christian Oblag. Then your top 5 in that Junior Pro Kart class. We classified, the results are in as well from Honda Cadet Pro. That's as it finished, with Potter, Peacock and Collinson the top 3. grid is on the screen then for the next race. It's Junior Rotax. They'll be rolling round for their rolling start in a few moments, with Catherine Potter taking the random grid pole position with Jay Smith alongside on the front row. Then it's Lewis Smith and Amelia Pennington, but she didn't start the first heat, so I don't think she is here, with Lizzie Mentier and Alfie Warbank on row number 3. Then it's Zach Turner and Finley Watson, with Bella Franklin and Nathan Jensen on row 5. Lucas Fletcher and Melissa Adrian complete your 12 runners.
And they are heading out now. So is this Bella Franklin's back or Bella Franklin's middle?
This is Bella back, I think. Last one could have been middle, but I'd expect her then to go off the front row.
It's sort of lower middle now.
Yeah. Just a quick update on Alfie McBain, Tom. The accelerator cable had popped out halfway. You know, the nipple goes in at the back into the throttle arm.
Yes.
That had come out slightly, which was limiting his amount of throttle power. Hence why he came into the pit lane and didn't take the start.
It's like having a really long cable, isn't it?
It sort of elongates the cable, which means that when he puts the power down, the engine only gives him half of the response that he's looking for.
Yes.
So yeah, that's why Alfie McBain failed to make the start there in heat number 2 for Honda Cadet Pro.
So as the Junior Rotax head round for their second rolling up lap. Have we done championship permutations for Junior Rotax?
We have briefly, but it just involves Finley Watson beating Lizzie Mentier, and that's
Oh,
enough for him to take the title. It's a simple one. We don't have to do too much maths on that one in terms of the points. There's only 2 of them really involved at the top end of the championship here.
So heading round hairpin 3. Not too long to go now till we get this one underway. Everybody nice and calm so far. Lovely to see from these juniors. I know in other championships they have 3 or 4 rolling up laps at times with these junior road taxis, but here always nicely organised, and we are away. And Catherine Potter with a good start holds the inside line. Oh no, and drive right around the outside. Who was that?
It's Jay Smith then leading the way. Zach Turner with a great start. He's kept his foot in all the way through. He's up into second. Now he could be up into the lead with a robust move down the inside. And Bella Franklin will come through from the 5th row up into second place. There were 3 and 4 wide round the national loop on the opening lap.
Hey, Smith. Full drifting round South Bank there.
If he comes back tomorrow, they've probably got a full day of that on here.
Oh, and a bit of contact through hairpin 4 as well. So
yeah,
Jay Smith with an exciting opening lap, round the outside of Catherine Potter into the national loop at turn 1.
Yeah, the 2 championship protagonists as Smith goes off and over the rumble strip at the national loop. There's a warning for Bella Franklin. She's leading the way though. Turner's in second. Then it's your 2 championship contenders with Mentier now going down the inside of Zach Turner. Watson's then, Turner's not giving this one up, dives back down the inside into hairpin 2 onto the back straight, and then immediately turns in on Lizzie Mentier. Mentier expresses her disgust with that one with the arm off the wheel down the back straight.
Yeah, not Turner's finest moment there, but that was a lovely clean overtake down to hairpin 3. That's how it should be.
Jekyll and Hyde moment there then on that lap there for Turner.
Yeah, tried to go defensive, I think, and didn't expect that Lizzie Mentier was going to be there.
Warbank with a warning flag, I think, over that he's in 5th place. The 64 kart notified on the overhead gantry.
Yep, so that's Franklin and Warbank have now had warnings in this heat. Both of them picked them up over the line on that time round. So Turner managing to gap Mentier ever so slightly now. But bringing with Finley Watson and Alfie Warbank, and I said that, and there goes Mentier. Robust.
What a move, though, Tom.
Brilliant.
From Mentier. Effectively showed to go one side and then chopped back to the other on Turner. Turner didn't expect the move, and then Turner almost gets shoveled out of the way there by Finley Watson.
Yeah,
down the inside into the national loop, and Watson finds his way through snow-ploughed.
Bit of a bump and run, wasn't it, from Watson there.
Turner's not giving it up though, Tom, and then he's going to get the cut back, I think, down the back straight, and then Watson shows his experience with a little dab of brake halfway round the corner to stop the momentum of Zach Turner.
Yeah, and then we've had Alfie Warbank has just had a little bit of side-by-side with Turner through South Bank, and that's allowed that's
Jay
Smith, sorry. Yeah, Jay Smith coming back through now.
Warbank to the inside of Smith, and Smith closing the door, but I don't know how much he knew that Warbank was there anyway. This train, though, Tom, goes all the way down to Melissa Adrian in 10th.
Yeah, looking good here in Junior Rotax. Almost as good as the Minimaxes so far.
Yeah, it really has picked up in the middle phase of this one. It's great to see a slightly bigger grid of juniors here at Teesside.
You've got Catherine Potter and Jay Smith now from their front row starts are starting to make their way back towards the front after a slow couple of laps by their standards.
That's Lucas Fletcher down the inside of Catherine Potter at hairpin 4. Lovely move. That sees him move up into 7th place. Potter then down to 8th in front of Jensen and Melissa Adrian. The 99, Tom, of Zach Turner is under investigation. I'm not sure what for, but it's just flashing up on the digital flag in front of the commentary box here. And normally, under investigation, it's normally something to do with the start.
It is. Was Zach Turner wasn't on pole though, was he?
No, he was on pole. He was on pole for heat 1.
Yeah. So
unless
how can you jump the start from the middle of the pack?
Well, it depends. If you're in front, if you get alongside or jump in front or break formation, then it could be something like that. But we're speculating. Yeah, we're speculating as to the 2 or 3 things.
Meanwhile,
in a hope that one of them is right for us because it makes us look good.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile,
we are knowledgeable.
Franklin is now clear at the front of this race by 3.5 seconds in front of what is now Finley Watson, who has just overtaken Lizzie Mentier into hairpin 1. Mentier immediately trying to respond on the exit of hairpin 2. Could not get alongside Finley Watson, who slams the door as they head down the back straight. Mentier again looking for that move that she put so well onto Zach Turner a few laps ago into hairpin 3. Can't get it done on Finley Watson though. No. Finley Watson now moving away, in fact, from Lizzie Mentier. Only a couple of tenths, and that slipstream will help here. As we've said many, many times during these streams, slipstream at Teesside is very strong because of the high-speed nature of the back straight and the main straight. It just keeps you in touch.
You're on the power flat out as well for so long, not only down the back straight but South Bank as well.
It's about 80% of the lap.
Yeah, slipstream, it still works round the corners, you see, and it's flat out round South Bank. We see a lot of drivers managing to tow round there. It's more in the slower classes because they're able to hold the inside without having to wrestle the steering wheel. Just having a look as well, Tom, at Honda Cadet Club, pretty much every driver that was involved in that opening lap incident, Cameron Tipping, Layla Berryman, Mason Webster, Matty Prinky-Wright, Riley Sims-Ezard, all with a 5-second front fairing. The only one that didn't have a front fairing penalty was Cameron Tipping. 5-second penalty adjudged for a jump start.
Oh, okay.
Wow. We did say that he did get a great one. He was up into 3rd, wasn't he? So Cameron Tipping adjudged to have a jump start there. That's going to drop him down the order. He's going to be classified.
Oh, we've got somebody off.
Oh, we do have somebody off.
We've got a retirement. Potentially Lucas Fletcher.
Yes, I think it possibly could be, Tom.
Last lap board is out for Bella Franklin. She comes over the line now, and that is well over 4 seconds now to Finley Watson. In fact, it's 4.184 seconds. Lizzie Mentier, half a second back now of Finley Watson, so she's been dropped by Watson. Then we've got Warbank and Turner, and they are nose to tail heading into the last lap. Jay Smith is not far behind either. He's 8 tenths back from Turner. Then it's Nathan Jensen. And then Melissa Adrian, Catherine Potter, Lewis Smith, and the now retired Lucas Fletcher.
Yep, yellow flag still out down there, Tom, because Fletcher's kart is still stationary, which means that there's going to be no overtaking opportunities into the final corner. Bella Franklin then will come through to take a comfortable victory in heat number 2 from Finley Watson and Lizzie Mentier. The gap 4.3 seconds with Mentier just behind. Then it's Warbank, then Turner and Smith with Jensen, Adrian, and it's going to be Catherine Potter in P9 in front of Lewis Smith. Lucas Fletcher, who made that great overtake earlier on, Tom. That kart looks like it's stuck on the outside, so he's going to be recovered. There, though, is your Heat 2 winner, Bella Franklin.
Yes, indeed. That brings to a close Junior Rotax. So we've had Finley Watson take Heat number 1, Bella Franklin take heat number 2, and we will move on to Mini Rotax. So your grid for Minimax heat number 2. Pole position for heat 1 winner Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then it is Lewis Goff, Addison Smith and Joseph Yao. Then Sam Robson and Ben Adrian. James Byrne and Charlie Vary. And then it's Amy Peacock and William Robinson.
Yeah, look for Vary to try and make some early moves.
Oh, we've got
Bob Pope's dog, that. I know it's Bob Pope's dog.
Dog watch.
Just because he's on the other end of the lead.
Well, we've got a recovery going on as well, so we might have a bit of a pause here.
Yeah, it looks like the wasn't just that the cart was stuck. It looks like the cart was immovable down there. Please do get in touch so in the live chat as we'll for anybody watching. Let us know where you're watching, who you're watching as well. Thank you for sticking with us after our earlier than anticipated lunch break. We will be going all the way through now, heats number 2, 3 and the finals as well, as Fletcher is invited to take a seat back in that cart, if only to apply the brake on it.
Saves strapping it in, doesn't it?
Well, mainly because as well, it's just about as wide as that trailer, isn't it? So he's going to be recovered back into pit lane here on the back of the recovery vehicle. What this does mean, as always, Tom, is that we can go racing very quickly because we're not having to send somebody out with a trolley to collect that cart to run it back down start finish. It does mean that we can get the show back on the road rather quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. It's that is one of the big benefits of being here at Teesside, is that they do things like this very, very quickly. We do the recoveries and issues and things like that. We deal with them appropriately, but very quickly. It almost makes other tracks look a bit silly, really, to be honest, doesn't it? Because you think, why don't they all have quads with trailers on the back?
Well, it helps, doesn't it? It's like you're not having to send people miles away up at... No.
Well, let's for argument's sake say somebody breaks down at Christmas Corner at Wilton.
It's miles away, isn't it?
And it's uphill, and somebody's got to push the trolley all the way up there to get the cart back.
I mean, so it's quick on the way back.
Well, it's quicker
on the way,
but it's a long way. So yeah, great to see that run recovered quickly. Jared Fox-Whiteley's gone off like a scalded cat on the warm-up lap.
Meow.
Warm-up laps. And he's really working those tyres hard. See them hacksawing at the wheel. You'll also see them inducing understeer as well. So almost full lock while the front of the cart will then plough on. In fact, that was a great example of it there. Power oversteer as well.
That's induced, though, isn't it? As they turn in and then blip the throttle to try and push the cart wide, and that just gets all the heat in it.
Yes, exactly, and then hard on the brakes into the hairpins as well. So they will be going essentially too slow through hairpin 1 to try and get some temperature into the brake as well. Get that gripping and binding up nicely.
Yeah, Fox-Whiteley now, Tom, has really slowed it down then round the South Bank corner. That's to allow the back of the pack to close right up for this rolling start. And of course, as the pole sitter, it's his prerogative as to when to apply that throttle as they come over start finish.
And they're just going to get formed up perfectly in time. Well done, everybody in Minimax. And we are going to go green. First time of asking, it is Fox-Whiteley on the inside of Goff as they go side by side into the national loop for the first time. Goff trying to hold it round the outside and does indeed. So it's as you were.
Yeah, Joseph Yao on the outside there gave Lewis Goff a big helping hand to try and get him round the outside of Lewis Goff, but now he's dropped behind Sam Robson in the 58 by going slightly too deep into hairpin number 1. So Robson up to 4th, then it's Yao, and then behind that it's 2 carts that are side by side, one of which is Charlie Vary on the inside of James Philip Byrne. He's down the inside into hairpin number 3. That moves Vary up into 6th place, having started in 8th.
Yes, indeed. And the Joseph Yao as well, as we said, not not the best of opening laps, but was right there at the end of Heat 1. And in the mix for potentially, if there was carnage at the front, it was going to pick them all off and take victory. So, yeah, keep an eye on Joseph Yao.
Yeah, I think that's definitely set up for the end of the race, isn't it? Because I think he got a good start in a straight line, but then he's in the opening 2 laps, he's been struggling to find the apex on the inside of hairpin 1 just as them tyres come up to temperature.
Yeah, look for Yao potentially coming back towards the front at the end of this race, as you said, David. So Fox Whiteley from Lewis Goff, slight gap appearing there, and it is Addison Smith that's in 3rd place.
Charlie Very, though, Tom, from 6th on the previous lap, is now up into 4th, having picked off Joseph Yao and Sam Robson. Robson, the move he got done by Charlie Very into hairpin number 4. Great move by Very down the inside. And let's see now how long it takes Very to reel in the leading trio.
And there he is on camera, Charlie Very, heading through hairpin 2 and out onto the back straight. Distinctive colour scheme, quite similar to the one of Lewis Goff, certainly on camera anyway.
It's Fox Whiteley's got a bit of a gap here, hasn't he? Because I think Goff is preoccupied by Addison Smith at the moment. So Fox Whiteley's got a gap of, I'd say, 7 or 8 kart lengths as he makes his way through an over start finish.
Yeah, it's over half a second now that gap's gone out to, but Addison Smith is right there on the back of Lewis Goff and potentially making a move up the inside into hairpin 1, decides against it this time around. Tucks in nicely behind. Is he going to work with Goff, do you think?
I think he's going to have to, because if they battle with each other, they back themselves into Very, and if they battle with each other, they don't get any closer to Jared Fox Whiteley. So I think they're going to have to, at least, even if they, even if Smith does have long-term aspirations towards the end of this race to find a way past Lewis Goff, I think it's going to be a case of where, if he does it now, he's potentially going to open the door for Charlie Very to come through. I think they're going to have at least 2 more laps of pushing each other to try and catch up to Jared Fox Whiteley. If they do, then fantastic. If they don't, they haven't lost anything.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they can sort it out themselves on the last lap, can't they? But Charlie Very is not counted out of this, and Joseph Yao has now dropped into 6th place.
Yeah, I've just been looking out the window, Tom, for hairpin 1 as well for Joseph Yao. Is that he's still struggling to get that kart turned in. It's almost like he can see the horizon more than he can see the apex. He just can't find a way of getting that kart to bite and turn into hairpin 1, which is a real shame, because in a straight line around the 2 quicker hairpins down the bottom of the track, he's actually closing in on Sam Robson, and then all of that hard work for Joseph Yao is undone in effectively 1 corner, hard on the brakes into hairpin 1, and he needs them tyres to start coming to him in the next 2 laps. So he's just he's just really struggling at the moment to really get that kart pitched in.
We've seen it quite a few times here where it can be potentially on a knife edge, the setup, and if you do go the wrong way, it can have a massive impact, particularly on a single heat.
Particularly as well when the heats are an hour and 15 minutes apart. The changing track conditions, the company gets more rubbered in, it gets warmer, it gets cooler, that sort of thing. It really is. It's as much as it is the driver that's in charge of the kart, there is a mum, a dad, a grandparent, a friend out there as a mechanic.
Someone on the Spanish,
who's making all of them decisions to make it possible for the driver. And there's as much pressure on them as there is from the steering wheel attendant.
Yeah, it's often overlooked as well, but yeah, we always put a shine on potential setup, setup sweet spots and things like that. We try to anyway.
We saw it, let's say Junior Pro Kart last time when it sort of rained. We saw Leon Wilson go out on slicks as it was just starting to rain. Rolled the dice. Why not? He did something different to everybody else. They took the risk. It didn't work out, but on another day, you could be a hero on them in them sort of conditions.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Last lap board is out then. Jared Fox Whiteley has a gap of 1.4 seconds from Lewis Goff, Addison Smith, and Charlie Very is right there with them now. And further back, Sam Robson has been reeled in now by Joseph Yao. Yao a lot closer than what he has been, but with the last lap board out now, he could be effectively just out of time and out of opportunities. Down the back straight they go then, with Addison Smith chopping right, then left on Lewis Goff to try and find a way through. Fox Whiteley has this one in the bag, at the moment as he comes round the final corner. Goff is a lot tighter, trying to defend off Smith. Fox Whiteley looks over his shoulder, sees the rest of the pack behind and takes the checkered flag for victory. Then it's going to be Goff from Smith and Vary the top four, with Sam Robson holding off Joseph Yao as they go over the start-finish line to take the checkered flag, with Amy Peacock up into 7th in front of James Philip Byrne, Ben Adrian and William Robinson.
So that's 2 wins for Fox Whiteley. David's going to input that into the spreadsheet. And how is that looking for our championship at the moment?
Well, at the end of the day, we'll know, because with the drop score provision, it gives a slightly skewed answer to it halfway through the day. But Fox Whiteley, who took a 10-point lead into the day here at Teesside Autodrome at round 6 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series, taken 2 victories to Lewis Goff's 2 second places. That should give him a 2-point swing, taking him up to 12. But come the end of the day, we'll have a much clearer picture, because then the drop scores will work a lot clearer for us to work out. It is, of course, an 8-round series of which we take the drivers' 6 best scores, hence why we can wrap championships up here in September, despite the series running through till November.
So we will move on to our second heat for our brand new class here this weekend, which is Micromax heat number 2.
Micromax then will be making their way out. It is, of course, a rolling start. So it will be Heat 1 winner Edward Haynes leading the way, with Katie Donaldson sharing the front row, with Thomas Potter and Caden Simpson behind them. Ellis Child will start 5th, with Drew Davidson in 6th place. Then it's Jake Grufferty and Fraser Anderson, with George Schweier and Lewis Cacoldi completing the top 10. Then Buddy Hugo and Leo Livings. Great to see Leo back out on track. He didn't manage to do a lap in the opening heat, but he's rolling round and out on track. He's in 12th place. Keep an eye on his progress.
Oh, I'm muted. There we go. That's one way to warm your tyres up.
It was the first bit when you went oof, and I thought, oh, dog watch has taken a turn.
But yeah, here they go, heading out onto the grid. One more rolling up lap for your Micromax, and they are working the tyres pretty hard actually here. No excuse for having cold temps now. Are they running the same tyres as Honda Cadet, David?
No, although I think next year they could potentially be on Dunlops, but I think they're on Mojos, Tom.
Okay. So the Micromax on Mojos, Honda Cadet on Dunlops.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I think when it comes to next year and the full, not just the championship regulations here, because obviously we will probably fall in line with the other series, but Micromax becomes a full Motorsport UK class next year. And whichever tyres they run, I think that all the other IKRs throughout the country that are going to run a Micromax grid will choose to run the same tyre, because that means that drivers from other series can come in, use the tyres as they effectively not need a new set every single time they go racing. Into the national loop then for the first time. It's a nice clean start for Micromax as they make their way through and round, with Edward Haynes leading the way. Thomas Potter, though, has moved up, Tom, from 3rd into 2nd place, with Katie Donaldson dropping down into 3rd. It's been a good start from Caden Simpson. He's in 4th place in front of Jake Grufferty and then Ellis Child. And I think it's Drew Davidson and George Schweier to complete the top 8. So they're making their way round hairpin number 3.
Yeah, Potter already feeling the need to go defensive into hairpin hairpin 4.
Yeah, and Donaldson, though, has taken advantage of that over-defensiveness and has managed to get the run out of hairpin 4. Basically allowed Potter to defend and took the normal racing line all the way round the outside, and then chopped through and just got on the power earlier, and Katie Donaldson back up into 2nd place.
And Haynes is already clear by the tune of 1.2 seconds at the front of this race. So it's as you were for Edward Haynes, moving clear and almost in a class of 1 here as Potter goes back up the inside now of Donaldson. Makes his way through into 2nd place. around the South Bank corner.
Of course, Potter there, Tom, racing in the predominantly liveried Teesside Karting Academy, and we'll speak about that in a few moments as we just figure out who's going to come through in what position, because Caden Simpson is going to sweep through on Katie Donaldson. Donaldson went for second and came out in fourth.
Yeah, good move there from Caden Simpson. Managed to follow Potter through, essentially squeezed into the gap where Katie Donaldson would have been, but she was side by side with Potter. Simpson filled that gap and moved through into third place.
Yeah, that Teesside Karting Academy kart that Thomas Potter's in is a kart that is owned here by Teesside Karting, and if you would like, you're out there and you're in a different class, or you're doing a bit of indoor karting and you want to have a go at outdoor karting in some specialist machinery, get in touch with them here at Teesside Karting. That kart is available to rent for practice days here. I think on Friday, I think I saw JJ Plowman out in that kart. They obviously come over on a Thursday. Every single round, Tom, they come over from the Isle of Man, and massive credit to them. I know in the end of season awards, we have like a team of the year. I think last year it went to Paul Swan, who was pretty much running 3 karts by himself. I think Plowman, Team Plowman, I think they're in with a massive shout of that this year. The commitment that they're putting in, particularly in the summer months when the ferry becomes, let's say, far less economical, when more people want to be on it, the commitment that they're making to come over to do every single round, and I think they'll do the winter rounds as well, Tom, it has to be commended.
Oh, absolutely. 100% here. Yes, so, yeah, great effort by JJ Plowman and family. Edward Haynes pumping in another fastest lap of the race, 46.520, which is a new lap record for Micromax.
We're gonna have this a lot, aren't we? At least today, with Haynes being right out at the front.
Yep. So I'm going to wait until the end of this heat to write that one down.
Yeah, no point wasting the pen.
So 46.688 was the previous lap record.
Yeah, I will look.
Now it's 46.5.
What I will do, Tom, after this event, I will go back next to last year's results and maybe the year before as well, and see what Sebastian Corking was lap times that he was putting out, so we can see as Katie Donaldson goes down the inside of Caden Simpson at South Bank, just so we've got a comparison, because we know as the inaugural Micromax UK champion, Sebastian Corking had some pace in him. Katie Donaldson sweeps round the outside of Thomas Potter and takes Caden Simpson with her as well. And then Jake Gruffity gets his pilot's licence over the D-chicane curbs.
Yeah, tried to high-five the clouds on that one. And, yeah, up and over, back down with a bump, and Potter back down the inside of Caden Simpson at hairpin 1 and moving back through into third place. So good battle for second here. Potter with the hand signals again, but Caden Simpson had a look, had another look, and then decided to fall in line. But it is Katie Donaldson still in second place. Edward Haynes now 4.3 seconds clear. I think that's going to be closer to 5 seconds by the end of this lap. Let's have a look as they come over the line. It is, in fact, 5.007 seconds as Donaldson, Potter and Simpson were duking it out for, and even Gruffity is now involved in this as well.
Oh, Potter down the inside of Donaldson for second place. I do wish they'd make their mind up.
And there he goes through. So it is now Potter from Donaldson, from Simpson. Then it looks like it is Gruffity with Child behind. Yes, in fact it is, but they're starting to make their way towards these as they fight it out.
Potter goes defensive again, doesn't he? And that's going to allow Donaldson once again to get that run. She's going to be on the outside, and she will have to slot back in. Last lap board out then. Edward Haynes 5.7 seconds further down the line, and Donaldson's gone wide at the national loop. That's allowed Caden Simpson to come through into third place. Arms off the wheel though from Donaldson, so I get the feeling going wide at the national loop wasn't entirely at her own volition.
Yeah, her own choices, yeah. And that has brought Gruffity and Child right into this mix now as they go side by side into the national loop, into South Bank. Oh, a bit of a tap there from Katie Donaldson on the overtaking Caden Simpson.
Good move, though, down the inside by Alice Child by look of it. We'll keep an eye on that because Haynes has come through already to take the checkered flag. Then it's going to be Potter. Then it's Donaldson still remonstrating as Simpson over the line as well. Child up for a fantastic result in 5th place in front of Grovety, then Anderson, Davidson, Swire, Cacoldi, and then it's going to be Buddy Hugo. Or Hugo, actually, Tom gets 10th on the final lap, getting past Cacoldi, and then it's Leo Livings completing your 12 runners. There is your race winner, already making his way round the South Bank corner. Almost a victory of nearly 6 seconds for Edward Haynes.
He was 1.8 seconds quicker than 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else on the track in terms of fastest laps. 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else. That's not bad going, is it?
No. Just having a quick look, Tom, at the penalties from Junior Rotax. The only penalty applied was a 5-second penalty for the 64 of Alfie Wallbank. However, subsequent to that, drivers of Junior Rotax 99 and Junior Rotax number 50, so that would be Zach Turner and Lizzie Mentier, driver and a parent are required to report immediately to race control. So that one still has a little bit to rumble on, although the results are classified in that one.
Okay. So the team bosses have been summoned.
Back in the day when it was John Tott and Ron Dennis who had been summoned.
Yeah. So we'll move on to Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Oh, we're on dog watch again. Senior Rotax Heat 2. Do like a bit of dog watch, even if it's just a dog bum. Like a waggy tail. Anyway, heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. It's Paul Swan on pole position with Chris Stoves in 2nd place. Andy Collinson in 3rd with Sophie Stevenson 4th. Andrew Hull 5th and Andy Ambrose 6th. Then it's Ashley Savage, Roger Cheek, Martin Fisher and Shane Collinson. Then we have Emma Brown and Ben Ficini, Lee Bell, Arthur Lothian and Isaac O'Shea. And already heading out for their first warm-up lap are your Senior Rotax drivers.
It's going to be very interesting again between Collinson and Ambrose going off 2nd and 3rd. Swan will go off pole. Anything interesting in the live chat, Tom?
Support for Lennon French coming in.
Oh, well, he'll be out in about 10 minutes' time then in Senior Pro Kart.
Yep, Debbie and Alex Fleming as well. We've got James Fabricius as...
oh, I'm a big fan of James Fabricius.
I think he's trying to sell a Micromax on our YouTube comment.
No, he's got a Micromax. He's trying to sell his Honda.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, there's not many better Honda kits to buy than James Fabricius. He currently sits 2nd in the national championship for the 200 class. But they're looking to move into Micromax next year as they continue their transition into the 2-stroke ranks. His brother Oliver already racing in Junior Rotax. So by naturally moving in there, he knows that as one moves up, he knows that there'll be a mini engine waiting for him when his brother moves into juniors. So yeah, but James Fabricius, a very good driver. We've seen him once here in the Winter Series, Tom, at Teesside in the Honda class. So we'll he will we'll look forward hopefully to seeing James Fabricius. Not too far away actually. I think they're from South Yorkshire, so they'll be able to get here in an hour and a half. We look forward to seeing them here hopefully next season as that Micromax grid continues to grow. Green is down then. It's a good start from Swan off pole position. He's going to slot straight round into the lead, but then go slightly wide round the national loop. And Andy Collinson comes through to lead Paul Swan. Then it's Ashley Savage and Andy Ambrose.
Ashley Savage,
Martin Fisher
started 7th.
Yeah, Ben
was up to 3rd and he's now back down to 4th.
Ben Ficini looking very racy in the early parts of that opening lap, finding a way down the inside in the first heavy braking zone at hairpin 1.
Savage has taken 3rd back again. And then, yeah, a little bit of sideways moment on the overtake. Was that Andy Ambrose, I think?
Oh, yeah, there's contact, though, between Ashley Savage and Martin Fisher over start-finish, and that's dropped them both down at least 2 places. And they're now split by Shane Collinson. That's going to be Ashley Savage then down now in 6th place. Fisher down in 8th. Collinson sandwiching them in 7th in the middle, with Ficini and Isaac O'Shea in front of them.
Yeah, so so your 177 class is headed at the moment by Chris Stoves. Then you've got Emma Brown and Lee Bell, and then Andrew Hull and Sophie Stevenson in your 177 class. For those who don't know the difference, there's a 15 kilo difference between the, is it 162?
Yes,
yes,
162
so
and
it is
177, yeah.
15 kilo, sorry. 15 kilo difference, so there's a 162 kilo weight limit for the karts with the red background numbers on your screen, and the green background numbers are in a 177 kilo class. And that was Andy Ambrose moving through on Paul Swan in hairpin 1 as well, just while I was going through that. So
the top 2 in the championship and now the top 2 on the track.
Yes, indeed. And that is the 84 of Isaac O'Shea as well, moving Paul Swan down another position. So that's Paul Swan now down to 4th. And Ben Ficini is looking pretty racy as well as they go through the national loop. Had a good look on the inside of Paul Swan, but could not get it done. Ashley Savage is right there, as well as is Shane Collinson. And even Martin Fisher is not far behind as well. So we've got a good train here from 4th all the way down to 8th.
Yeah, very, very tight in senior Rotax. Paul Swan, who led us away off pole position, now heads a train of Ficini, Savage and Shane Collinson, although that's going to change very quickly as Ficini gets down the inside into hairpin number 4, and he moves through into 4th place.
Whoa, and Savage got sideways, and did he go over the
grass and over the chicane, over the grass?
Oh, and has Paul come to a stop?
Yeah, I think he's is he rejoining? No, I think he's rejoining now, although he's going very, very slowly, and I don't know whether he's got full power at all.
I think we'll find out once he gets onto the back straight. No, he's definitely not, has he? That's Ashley Savage potentially coming into retirement. Keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on whether Ashley Savage is going to come into the pits at the end of this lap. It certainly looks that way. There's no pace there.
Lead battle, though, Tom, is now starting to hot up. The gap down to half a second. Andy Ambrose beginning to reel in Andy Collinson, dragging Isaac O'Shea along as well, who finished in 4th place at Warden last weekend, now running in 3rd place here behind Collinson and Ambrose.
Savage is back up to speed now. Full speed ahead and has not come into the pits.
So he's currently down there in 13th place, has Andrew Hull in front of him. Hull got past him on the previous lap as he was going rather slowly. So the gap was half a second previously, Tom. It certainly doesn't look that now, but as they get on the power, it will open up a little bit as they come over the line. 0.2 of a second then between Collinson and Ambrose.
The one who's really going to make this interesting is Isaac O'Shea.
Yeah, absolutely. Ambrose then, who won the championship in 2019. It was Collinson the year after in 2020 before Daniel Kell won the championship last year. He's not taken part. His focus has been on finishing his mechanical engineering degree and his car racing as well in the Northern Saloon Car Championship. So the most 2 recent champions on the track here in Teesside are now battling it out once again for the championship. And also, Isaac O'Shea is going to insert himself into the mix as well, down the inside. And that's exactly the move we were talking about. Using all of the tarmac on the way out, he gave Ambrose a choice there, either relent or you're going on the bumpy stuff.
Absolutely, and yeah, great move from Isaac O'Shea. That's exactly how you need to do it. Isaac O'Shea has been marching towards the front of this field. I'm wondering whether these two are taking it easy on tyres, and I think they're going to be a bit surprised by Isaac O'Shea moving through here.
Yeah, well, he's certainly got the pace, and there's absolutely no reason why Isaac O'Shea can't take a win here.
I think it's going to be a bit of an awakening for Andy Collinson when he looks behind.
thing is with Collinson here is that he doesn't need to get into a battle with a driver that's not in his championship battle. You know, Ambrose, he's got it perfect at the minute, hasn't he? Because he's got a cushion between him and his nearest championship challenger. He's not racing the field, he's racing Andy Ambrose.
Yes, indeed he is. Yeah, I'm just wondering what that's going to have, what effect that's going to have if Isaac O'Shea can make a move on Andy Collinson, who seems to be feeling the need to go defensive down the back straight, but defending thin air.
Yeah, I think the way that car is geared for Isaac O'Shea, he's not overly quick out of the corner, but at the end of the straight and round South Bank, he is unbelievably quick.
Last lap ball goes out. Has Isaac O'Shea got any kind of answer for the pace of Andy Collinson? He's certainly right there. Andy Ambrose has gone with as well, and potentially taking an opportunity if it's presented in front of him.
Collinson defensive into 1, similar into 2, and I imagine he's going to migrate towards that inside white line. And as anticipated, he does so. Doesn't need to hog the white line, but just enough that it's going to stop Isaac O'Shea coming down the inside. Now it's going to be a move into 4. O'Shea's going to need to get the cut back here and get on the power early for Collinson, but Collinson's going to have enough here to hold on to take victory in Heat 2. O'Shea gets second, then it's Ambrose in third place with Ben Ficini and Shane Collinson in front of Paul Swan and Martin Fisher. Then it's going to be Emma Brown in a fantastic battle with Christopher Stoves and Lee Bell, sandwiched as well with Arthur Louthian. But Brown takes victory in Rotax 177 from Stoves and Bell.
Okay, so one more heat to go in our second cycle. And as the karts start to make their way into the pits, we will move on to Senior Pro Kart.
Simon Dougherty then with the random grid pole. He's joined on the front row by Callum Booth. Mark Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish start on row number 2 with Ben Hogarth and Lennon French on row 3. Then it's Asher Blythe and Jessica Alexander with Jonathan Allen and Daniel Tate completing the top 10. Tom Lowther and Steve Nichols start on row number 6. Then it's Thomas Braid and Connor Lucas with Jake Richardson and Harry Nottage. And then in 17th, it's Caitlin Frame. She's joined by David Brewis on row 9. Gracie Mitchell starts 19th. She's got Scott Tate for company. Then it's Jack Morris and David Thompson-Mack in front of Josh Volkus, the championship leader. He shares row 12 with Brandon Jennings. David Brown, the pole sitter for Heat 1, he starts 25th with Joe Burrell alongside. Then it's Jack Hewland and Thomas Hewland on row 14. Jordan Cranston and Harry Roddis in front of Alfie King in 31st place. So as our seniors make their way round, get themselves into position, you'll see they'll just have a little bit of a application of throttle and give that rear end a bit of a squeeze as they get themselves into position and get the tyres nice and warm. For those at the front though, it is a long, impatient wait for the remaining 30 or so runners to get themselves into position here. And as always with this random grid format, it's always going to be a mix of drivers. And that's why we always like to see those coming through. And it's very interesting for me is those drivers that have their back third start, they've got to be very, very clean. That's where they can make up most of their points going towards the grid and the finals here at Teesside Autodrome. There is a gap in the grid. I think that's where, just having a quick look who should be in that one, but there is a gap between Jess Alexander and Steve Nichols. So we are missing a driver. There's Callum Booth there on the front row, gets himself comfortable. He certainly won't be going around with his legs in that position because he's going to need to put those on the accelerator and the brake in due course. Looks like it's Dan Tate that we are missing from 10th place. He retired from Heat 1 on the opening lap. And his kart missing then from the grid here at Teesside. Looks like he's elected to take no further part in the race day. The tail of the grid, though, going all the way down through the barriers and are pretty much at hairpin number 3. So those barriers will be moved back into position ever so shortly. As we get a shot within a shot there here of the grid at Teesside Autodrome. Marshall making his way then towards the head of the field here. Something amused you, Tom?
Yeah, I just saw we had a shot of somebody taking a photo.
We did. Yeah. Here we go then with Simon Dougherty on pole position. Callum Booth alongside. It's a good start from Dougherty. Not quite as good. Mark Tate, I think, from 3rd place is going to sweep right the way around the outside of Callum Booth and does so. Everybody nice and cleanly through the D chicane. Dougherty leading them through from Mark Tate. Then it's going to be Callum Booth and Brandon Truman Reddish, the top 4, with Ben Hogarth and Lennon French, with Asher Blythe and Jess Alexander. And Alexander wasting no time trying to get down the inside of Blythe. Blythe, though, down the inside of Lennon French. Alexander then, we've got 2 round. David Brewis and Harry Nottage come together on the exit of hairpin 2, and they're going to drop all the way down to the back of the field.
Yeah, heading through hairpin 3 for the first time. It is Doughty still leading, with Tate in 2nd place. Blythe and Alexander starting to make their way through as well. So they've both got past French and the 68 of, is that Paul?
It's Ben Hogarth.
Oh, it's Ben Hogarth.
68, yeah.
Yeah, moved up from Junior Pro. But yeah, got past, through 3 and 4. Sorry, I'll put my teeth in a minute and get my words out. Jess Alexander up the inside of hairpin 1 and passes Asher Blythe. Hairpin 2 and passes Asher Blythe. This has not been a good 30 seconds for me, has it?
No, I'll take over.
Not my strongest.
Dougherty then leading the way from Mark Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish now up into 3rd place. Booth drops down into 4th. Alexander, I was conscious as to how long she was going to spend behind Asher Blythe. Thought they might have just stayed nose to tail and worked together to work their way through, but Alexander really wanting to be at the head of that duo. There's a gap back then to Lennon French, Ben Hogarth, and then Connor Lucas.
I think Jess is thinking if anybody's going to be working together, it's going to be Asher pushing me rather than me pushing Asher.
Yeah, very much so. Now Alexander down the inside of Callum Booth. Looks like there's going to be a warning flag out for the 55. That's David Brown.
Yeah. We've got... oh, sorry, David. Just doing a bit of a do-si-do in the commentary box.
The timing is working, but it's not producing the stacker in the top left corner of the screen. Contact warning for Thomas Hewland, so we've just got the timing up as well. And the other Hewland of Jack, I think, is coming into the pit lane in the 171 as the leaders come through over start-finish. At the moment, Simon Dougherty is leading from Brandon Truman Reddish. It's now Jessica Alexander in 3rd place. Mark Tate being shuffled backwards. Looks like Truman Reddish has got down the inside and opened the floodgates for everybody else. Just behind them, Lennon French and Connor Lucas are right on the back, with Thomas Braid in lonely, what could be, I think now, 9th place.
Jess almost taking the grass route to get past Truman Reddish. This is now that it's all starting to stack up behind, isn't it? And they're getting side by side, and there's a little bits of bumping and barging. Lucas comes through on the inside of Lennon French in hairpin 4, took advantage of that and picked his way through quite nicely. So it is Doughty from Truman Reddish, from Alexander, Blythe, Tate, Booth, Lucas, French, Braid and Allen, your top 10.
Yeah, we're almost at half race distance, even though the timing at the top was showing at 6, but at 10, sorry, before now it's 6. Brandon Truman Reddish, Tom, very quick driver, but also, as we've seen on numerous occasions here at Teesside, very, very difficult to get past.
Yeah, and he's parking it on the inside and white lining it everywhere down down this circuit to try and defend.
Blythe is through, though, because Alexander got balked on exit of hairpin 2, and now Asher Blythe is going to shovel his way past Brandon Truman Reddish, and Reddish is going to have none of that. Opens the door to Jessica Alexander and Connor Lucas. They're side by side. We're 2 by 2. It's like Noah's Ark over start finish. And as we hold our breath to sort
Reddish
it out.
has gone sideways through on the where it gets off camber through that D chicane, lost the rear end slightly, had to catch it, and now Alexander, Lucas, Blythe and Callum Booth have all moved through.
Yeah, now at Blythe back down the inside of Booth into hairpin number 2. Josh Volkers is making progress as well. He's in front of Thomas Braid. He's moved, I think he could be up into 8th place.
Yeah, and Lennon French as well.
Yeah, 4 laps remaining, Tom, when they come over the line next. And Simon Dougherty is out at the head of this field. And on the previous lap, a gap of 3.1 seconds. Our current over 40s champion is making his way over start finish now. Alexander in second. The gap, though, is very similar, I believe. It's down to 2.9 as they set personal best for Alexander, Lucas and Blythe as well. They're going to have to take, though, around about 0.7 of a second per lap out of Simon Dougherty to get anywhere near the front of this race.
Am I right in thinking Simon Dougherty's not won a heat yet?
Absolutely.
Right, well, this could be history in the making, and these three are going to have to work together. So we've got, that's Alexander in front of Lucas, in front of Blythe. These are 3 of the fastest Pro Kart drivers in the country right now. And if you're Simon Dougherty, you're going to have a look behind and a bit of a ooh kind of moment if you see those 3 helmets coming up behind you. 2.4 seconds is the gap. Jess Alexander was half a second quicker than Simon Dougherty. The gap down to 2.4 with 3 laps to go. Are they going to make it? Is Connor Lucas going to work with Jess? No, isn't. And sends it up the inside into hairpin 1. That's going to slow them down slightly and cost them time, especially because Lucas went defensive into hairpin 2. That's going to help Dougherty. Has Alexander got a response down the back straight? No, she hasn't. She isn't able to get back past Lucas, and in doing that, that opens the door for Asher Blythe, who decides against making the move there. But all of this is helping Simon Dougherty move away. It was 2.4 seconds. Let's see what it is over the line with 2 laps to go. 2.4 seconds still.
Exactly the same, and that requirement of 0.7 seconds per lap is out now to 1.2.
Yeah. I think Connor Lucas, as skilled and as talented as he is, he's going to struggle to take 1.2 seconds out of Simon Dougherty. But stranger things have happened. 2 laps to go here, or a lap and a half now, as they head into South Bank for the penultimate time. Folkus is right there as well. So Folkus has moved right the way through into 5th place now, and is starting to catch this group of 3.
That'll do him, though.
Don't count Folkus out either.
Blythe down the inside of Alexander. That's enough for Folkus, though, as it doesn't need to get too involved here. On to the final lap, though. Simon Dougherty comes through to take the last lap board. The gap down to 1.9, though, with Dougherty leading from Lucas. Then it's Alexander, Blythe and Folkus nose to tail. Second down into 5th before there's a gap back to Callum Booth and then Tom Braid. Simon Dougherty, though, half a lap away from his first victory in Senior Pro Kart. The battle behind, though, rages on as Folkus sends it down the inside of Asher Blythe into hairpin 2, and he moves up into 4th place.
Yeah, and Blythe went up on the grass on the outside of the back straight.
This is the battle for second, though, Tom.
This
out
is
at
the
the front,
battle for
though,
second.
is Simon Dougherty there in the green cart with the white helmet.
And here
out
it comes
of hairpin 4.
For the first time.
Simon Dougherty will take the checkered flag, and victory in Senior Pro Kart from Connor Lucas and Jessica Alexander. Josh Folkus and Asher Blythe in front of Callum Booth and Tom Braid, with Brandon Truman Reddish, Mark Tate and Lennon French completing your top 10.
You've got to love a random grid, haven't you?
It's fantastic,
isn't
it?
Simon Dougherty has then, he started on pole for this, but then while everybody else was sorting themselves out and trying to find their true position in the race as they made their way through or drop back or whatever it may be, Simon Dougherty just head down. First lap was well over a second clear. Job done. Brilliant result for Simon Dougherty. And lots and lots of congratulations coming his way as well.
Connor Lucas, Josh Folkus, all making their way past Simon Dougherty on the way in, just so they can congratulate the driver of the 757 on a maiden victory here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, well done to Simon Doughty, and yeah, that was very exciting, making the, you know, whether he was going to be caught or not. So brilliant job to hold on, and that ends our second cycle of heats, and we will move on to heat number 3 for Bambino. Just as we're waiting for the grid to be cleared of senior pro karts, last few of them just making their way into the pits. Now we'll run you through your Bambino starting grid for heat number 3. So Buddy Hugo takes pole position with 2 wins here today. Chloe McGill in second place with 2 second places. Then it's Amelia Deal with 2 third places. Then Sebastian McCarthy, Jake Gibbon and Jamie Walsh. Freddie Blackshaw, Grayson Crawford, Sebastian Crawford and Tyler Gruffity. And I've not marked Simon Doughty down on me.
Oh, I turned the page for you there, Tom, in advance.
That's all right. No, you were correct. I just wasn't quick enough to write the W next to Simon Doughty's name for the first time.
Absolutely.
Genuinely, a round of applause for Simon Doughty. That was brilliant. Really, really well done.
There's nothing quite like a first win.
There isn't, and I'm genuinely, I'm beaming for him. I'm really happy for him. That was well deserved and well earned. So yeah, congratulations, Simon Doughty, on your first ever heat win here at Teesside.
We await our Bambinos. The track is clear. I'm just going to wait for them to come out, and there they are. They don't really give us much of an indication they're coming out. The Coma C50 Bambino engine, not the loudest in the world. So when they exit the dummy grid, it's not like that buzz of two-stroke or roar of Honda, is it?
It's not like the swarm of wasps, is it? It's more like a moth or something.
Hate wasps.
Hate moths. Just dusty butterflies, aren't they? I don't really understand them.
I'm missing a Hugo.
Yes.
Can't see Buddy Hugo out there, Tom. I know he's been out in both Bambino and in the Micromax, but we are currently missing our pole sitter.
And if he doesn't take the start,
then that
potential championship implications.
Yes, that means we.
Oh, I can see a helmet.
Yeah,
I can see a fluorescent yellow helmet on the dummy grid.
Oh, and I can see his.
Oh, here he goes.
Yeah,
here we go. Right. Okay. All right. Buddy Hugo will be making his way round to pole position. There was a slight delay in getting out onto the grid, but that could have been championship signed, sealed, and delivered right there. But no, Buddy Hugo is making his way out. So congratulations to the Hugo team for getting him out onto the grid. Make his way round, albeit with a slight delay.
Yep, so he's making his way round the South Bank corner at the moment. Heading up, and then he'll take up his berth at the front of the grid, having taken 2 heat victories here today.
That's Amelia DL that we've seen there, taking 2 third places today. And then we're looking at Jake Gibbon. You can see a lot of the, the driver will be pressing the brake pedal while the helper as well is just dabbing the accelerator for the driver, and that helps to clear out the carb and just get some fuel through there. Potential of a good start, and you can actually see, or we can see Chloe McGill doing that as well herself. Good start for
Seb
Hugo.
McCarthy, though, from the outside of the second row. Sweeps round Amelia DL and tags straight onto the back of the leading duo. DL very slow away, and he's currently in the clutches.
We've got somebody, the 6.
Seb Crawford.
Seb Crawford, yeah, is up, and there you go, in fact, beached on the D chicane. Now that I have never seen.
No. Seesaw as well. You know,
because the length forward.
Yeah, well, all the weight's at the back, isn't it? Engine and driver.
It was the end of the Italian job all over, wasn't it? Just minus the gold. Oh, Sebastian Crawford. Well, thank you for teaching us something new. Didn't even know that could happen.
Got to guarantee yourself some screen time.
Absolutely. Well, at the front of the field, speaking of screen time, Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill once again, but Amelia Dial has got through and into third place now. They head over the line for the first time, so has moved past Sebastian McCarthy on that lap. Then it's Jake Gibbon, Freddie Blackshaw, Jamie Walsh, Grayson Crawford. Then it will be Tyler Grufferty and then Sebastian Crawford recovering from that beaching.
Hugo leading from McGill with a decent gap back to now Amelia Dial, who's managed to find a way past the fast starting Sebastian McCarthy. He's got coming under pressure from Jake Gibbon, Freddie Blackshaw, Jamie Walsh and the 22 of Grayson Crawford. Down that back straight, there's a great battle going on there then from 4th down into 8th place. Behind this lead battle.
I've just been having a giggle at the YouTube comments during the Senior Pro Kart. I'll leave you to have a quick read of those, David. So it is Hugo from McGill, from DL, McCarthy, Gibbon, Blackshaw, Walsh, Crawford, Grufferty, and then Sebastian Crawford. McGill right on the tail now of Buddy Hugo, so it's closed that gap right up. DL sort of in a bit of a race of one at the moment, 2.8 seconds off the back of Buddy Hugo, but already 2.3 seconds in front of Jake Gibbon now, who has passed Sebastian McCarthy.
Just having a quick look at some of them comments. So James Fabrice is asking if Honda Cadet are on after this. So after Bambino, we're on to Junior Pro Kart, and then there'll be a double instalment of our Honda Cadet class with Pro in front then of the club class. And then Finn Collister watching as well from the Isle of Man. He's hoping to be back over here racing in October. We've seen him once already for the double header in July. He races in Junior Pro Kart. Leading two are side by side, bouncing their way over the curbs, and Buddy Hugo will hold on to the lead, but only just from Chloe McGill, as McGill got a good run out of hairpin 4.
We must stress once more, if you're tuning into Bambino's for the first time today, Chloe McGill only needs to finish in front of Buddy Hugo in the final to secure the championship. She doesn't need to do it in any of the heats.
Just
needs to beat him in the final,
as long as it's in a 1-2 in the heats.
But if Buddy Hugo wins all 3 heats, and it's particularly the final, it will rumble on until the next round, where it could be settled there and then, or
it could go down
to the final round, to the final round. Yeah. So Buddy Hugo has just got to keep Chloe McGill behind him for the entirety of this day.
Season.
Yes, for the season. Yes, indeed. To be in with a shout of the championship. But it will depend very much on other people's results as well. Buddy Hugo's just got to go out there with the attitude of, I have to win every single race.
Just got to keep pushing. Seb McCarthy finds a way past Jake Gibbon on that previous lap. He is up into 4th place now as they make their way round the national loop and then through the chicanes, and they head down towards hairpin number 1. There we are on screen. Then it's McCarthy from Gibbon, Blackshaw right in the middle in the 3rd of the 5 karts in 6th place, with Jamie Walsh and Grayson Crawford there in the 22 kart. Down the back straight they go, and McCarthy, who'd moved up to 3rd at the start, then dropped all the way down to 5th behind Gibbon, has now moved his way back up into 4th place.
Yeah, good little race going on in this group of 5 here, as it has been, in fact, throughout most of the day. I'm still a bit confused that we're 2.5 seconds off lap record pace as well. I mean, I could understand maybe a second or 3/4 of a second or something like that, but 2.5 is absolutely enormous.
Yeah, it was almost a perfect storm of weather conditions, wasn't it? And that's what I think that's what it was. You've got it was a warm day with a grippy track with a breeze for the engines. You know, they're very temperamental, these Coma C50s. You know, you're pretty much having to change the jet on them almost every single time because, you know, depending on what the temperature is or the air density. So there's a lot going on.
Still, 2.5 seconds is a huge amount.
It is a huge amount, yeah.
And I know, like you said, there was, you know, essentially perfect track conditions. But still, 2.5 seconds. That's what I'm... Like I said, a second, 3/4 of a second, maybe even 1.2 seconds, I could kind of wrap my head round. But, yeah, 2.5 seconds to be off the pace by 2.5 seconds. And they're you know, they're absolutely flat out still. And you wouldn't know it to watch them going round. You wouldn't know that they're 2.5 seconds off the pace.
No. One minute and 40 seconds remaining then for Buddy Hugo to hold off Chloe McGill with Amelia DL in third place. Then it's McCarthy, Gibbon, Walsh now in front of Blackshaw and Crawford with Sebastian Crawford and Tyler Grufferty. I'm keeping an eye out for Grufferty, Tom, because I can't see. Oh, yeah, he's on the back straight. There he is in front of this train. I couldn't quite figure out where he was on the track. But now McCarthy has broken away ever so slightly from Jake Gibbon and Jamie Walsh. Then there's a bit more of a gap back to Blackshaw and Crawford, who have become embroiled in their own little battle. Now they're coming up on some lap traffic here as McCarthy will cut to the inside and find his way through, as does Gibbon and Walsh as well. 45 seconds remaining, which means next time they come round, they will receive that last lap board here at Teesside. Buddy Hugo continuing to lead Chloe McGill.
Yeah, both of them put their fastest lap of the race in 2 laps ago on lap 5, but still only a 1 minute flat. 1 minute .050 for Hugo, 1 minute .023 for McGill. Amelia Deal was the quickest car on circuit that time around. She was the only one to go sub 1 minute 1, actually, and was 0.3 quicker than those in front. But that gap is 2.7 seconds, and they're going to take the last lap board now. Yes, they are. So that's going to be Amelia Deal's going to run out of time to close that gap. Although again, it comes down another 1/4 second, 2.5 seconds now. But yeah, just going to run out of time for DL. McCarthy, Gibbon, Walsh, Blackshaw and Grayson Crawford are all still fairly close, or they were, until Blackshaw and Crawford all of a sudden dropped back 4 seconds. So I don't know whether there was an incident, something off camera perhaps.
I think they're just embroiled in their own battle, Tom, between the two of them. But yeah, McCarthy's been reeled in by Gibbon as well. Walsh gets a good run there in the background out the corner, but now Buddy Hugo going round the south bank and hairpin 3 for the final time. Chloe McGill, though, in second place now, has put herself into a position where she only needs to finish in front of Hugo in the final. Does get a good run out of the final corner alongside Buddy Hugo, but Hugo's going to hold on to make it 3 victories from 3 races and pole position with a big fist pump over the start-finish line. Hugo takes victory with he'll start the final from the front row with McGill alongside. Amelia Dial gets 3rd. Then it's a race to the line. It's going to be McCarthy crossing is it in front of Jake Gibbon. He does, with Jamie Walsh in 6th place. Then it's Blackshaw, who's beaten by Crawford on the final lap for 7th. And then Sebastian McCarthy and Tyler Grufferty finish in 9th and 10th, respectively.
So Hugo doing everything he can within his power to stay in contention for this championship. 3 heats and 3 wins for Buddy Hugo. And that will run on until at least the final, which will be coming up after this cycle of heats. Coming up next, Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Hello, welcome back. Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3 is going to be headed by Harry Brown across these random grids. So Harry Brown taking pole position for this one. Then it's Ben Arnold and Marty Gilfillan. Amy Frame, Danny Bean and Oliver Watson, although Amy Frame is not going to be here.
I'll go on a limb and say it's very unlikely.
Yeah. Of course, we send in our best wishes to her, of course. I'm fairly sure she'll be watching the live stream as we speak. So get well soon, Amy, and hope everything's okay. We'll wait for an update from Gordon as well. Then we've got Danny Bean and Oliver Watson, 5th and 6th. So there will be a gap on the grid where Amy Frame was. Sorry, just to clarify that. Then you've got Leon Wilson, Joe Arnold, Seb Pereira, Christian Oblag, Sophie Pawsey and Max Shields starting 12th. And then we have Harvey still 13th. So it's almost a reverse grid of
Heat 1 almost, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So there's going to be quite a lot of gaps on the grid because where Amy Frame should be in 5th, we should have had Oliver Watson in 3rd as well.
Oh, so there's going to be... Right, okay. Oh, dog watch. Is that a Springer or a Cocker?
Springer.
Are you going out on a limb?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have absolutely no confidence in my answer. But it's one of those, if you sound like it's right, people believe you.
Say it, repeat it, believe it.
Springer.
Springer. Okay.
If you are watching in the live chat and fancy correcting me, if you're up to date with your spaniels,
Spaniel fans get in touch.
Yeah. Huge gap then on the outside because we should have Watson in 4th and Frame in 6th. So we're going to have a huge gap. And then I think we're just having a quick look here as Joe Arnold thinks he should be in a different place.
Well, Ben Arnold has gone super aggressive on the angle on the grid. He's almost pointing towards Teesport. He's that far across.
The issue here isn't that Joe Arnold is where he is. It's Sebastian Pereira should be 9th, and he should be a lot further back. For me, Danny Bean's in 5th, then it's Watson, then Wilson, Arnold, Pereira, then Oblag. So most of that inside row, Tom, I think is a little bit too far forward. Harvey still, actually, he's in 13th place. He should be, there should be 2 gaps at least here for that inside front row. Needs to be a lot further back. I think everyone's just taken up the next space in front of them. So Frame should be in 4th, which is on the outside. Then it should be Watson in 5th place with Leon Wilson in 7th. So he's going to have to be pushed backwards as well to allow Danny Bean into the 5th place berth, which is where he should be. So we have got some gaps, and they're all on the outside, with Frame in 6th and Watson Frame in 4th, Watson missing from 6th. So everybody is into position now, with the exception, I think, of Christian Oblang, who needs to roll forward. Yep, that's perfect. We've finally shuffled it and got it into the correct order. The Rubik's Cube is nicely set, and we're away and racing in Junior Pro Kart. So head down towards the chicane for the first time. Shields gets alongside Pawsey, and he's managed to move through, and then he's going to get down the inside of Christian Oblag as well, into the back of Sebastian Pereira. Then they're 3 and 4 wide, then there's contact, and Shields is forced up and over the grass as they make their way through on the opening lap.
Yeah, I was looking at Ben Arnold heading through the national loop with armfuls of oversteer.
3 wide down the back straight there. That's one of the Arnolds with Danny Bean and Marty Gilfillan on the outside.
And Ben Arnold still struggling with the handling of that coming out of South Bank. They're heading to hairpin 3 for the first time, and then hairpin 4. And you've got Pereira moving through, bringing Max Shields along as well. Christian Oblag right there, so they've already dispatched a fair few and are starting to make their way towards the front already. Who was that over the top? That was the 23 of Danny Bean.
Yep, still slots back in though. No harm really done there for Bean. So if Ben Arnold goes wide into hairpin 1, Joe Arnold goes down the inside.
What's the age difference in the Arnolds?
Don't know, because I don't have much detail on them, because from the commentary notes previously, but I'm guessing size-wise that Joe is a bit bigger than Ben.
Oh yes, I can see that. Yeah, in the car. Yeah. So that's Oblag and Shields have now moved through on Ben Arnold as well.
Shields through down the inside of Pereira into hairpin 4, and Oblag's going to try and get alongside Seb Pereira as well, but can't. Maximus Shields then up into 3rd place. His nearest championship rival, Harvey, still in 8th place, still suffering the after effects of that incident he had in heat number 2. I think he was spoken to him after the race. His wrist was giving him a little bit of pain, but he's moved past Sophie Pawsey and Danny Bean now, so that's going to move him up a place. In the background, we see Christian Oblag down the inside of Sebastian Pereira. Maximus Shields, though, now, Tom, he's behind Joe Arnold, the driver that beat him to 2nd place, with Arnold taking the victory. But this time, Maximus Shields is through and down the inside in the early phase of this race. Then they've got Harry Brown. That's a slow-moving Leon Wilson after a spin at hairpin number 2. Harry Brown, though, continuing to lead this race as we begin lap number 4 here at Teesside Autodrome. 3 in the bag, and Shields has gone wide at hairpin through the D chicane. He's going to be on the outside, and he's going to have to be brave. They're 3 wide through the chicanes here, so they slow themselves all down. Arnold is back up into 2nd place. Shields is going to be 3rd, but then there's Oblag, Pereira, then it's the 9 of Ben Arnold, and Harvey's still right on the back of this one. I think Oblang's going to try and push to the inside. Once again, the 2 of Joe Arnold is back at the head of this one.
Yeah, so Shields tried to go around the outside of the national loop as he moves now into 2nd place. Oblag trying to go right around the outside as well.
Well, Shields was up to 2nd, wasn't he, Tom? So either
he tried to go around Harry Brown, though, around the national loop, and then they spent so much time fighting amongst themselves that Harry Brown is now going to be clear at the front of this race by 1.4 seconds. So he was being attacked 1 lap ago, and now he's 1.4 seconds clear.
Shields, though, back up into 2nd.
They do make me laugh, these junior pro cars. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's 100% racy, 100% of the race.
Yes, and what I really like is Christian Oblag has now just moved into 3rd place in front of Joe Arnold, and with the bold strategy in the YouTube comments of predicting his own win here in this particular heat. So,
well, I hope he messaged that in earlier and not whilst
he did.
Whilst he's down the back straight.
When he was talking about his punctures in the previous heat, as that is Pereira now moving through on Arnold. But yeah, Oblag was confident enough to say, right, I've fixed my punctures and I'm going to go for the win.
Fastest lap of the race then from Maximus Shields, with personal best as well from Oblag, Pereira and Arnold. 2nd down to 5th, or setting blue or purple times.
7/10 quicker there for Shields over Harry Brown.
And that's the gap now then from Brown to Shields. So 1 lap and Shields could be right there. But 1 lap, Tom, puts him right back at the D chicane in the national loop again, doesn't he? Where he tried to get through previously and sent himself back down the field again.
Oh, he's not even going to need to get to the D chicane. He's already done it by hairpin 3, so that's 3/4 of a second in just over half a lap. Oblag following through as well.
Yeah, Brown there. Took his normal racing line, opened the door for Oblag, but didn't need to defend too much, because the more Brown would defend there, he's going to back himself much further into the pack. So I think very sensible driving there from Harry Brown.
You know when you put in the YouTube comments that you're going to win the next heat? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it's going to play out.
Let's see how it plays out.
Well, it's playing out very well at the moment as Oblag takes the lead.
Oh, wow.
Well. Christian Oblag, you're going to have to predict where you're going to finish in the final now, aren't you?
Buy yourself a victory, drivers. Just put in the comment 20 minutes before your race that you're going to take P1.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant driving from Christian Oblag, and still under pressure from Shields. And I mean, look, even if he doesn't win from here, that's good enough for me. Justified that comment. 100%. Harry Brown fighting the rear of the car as they headed through the D chicane. Seesawing at the wheel with the oversteer where it just starts to go off camber, and Christian Oblag is now, with 3 laps to go, starting to go defensive. That's going to bring Pereira and potentially Brown, although Brown has been passed by Joe Arnold through hairpin 1 and 2, so that's going to potentially bring him into the mix. And Harvey still is on the move forward, starting at the very, very back of this race. But he's already up to 6th place. 1.4 seconds off the lead, and again, if Oblag goes defensive, that's going to bring everybody else forward towards him.
I think that's P5 now, I think, for Still, because Brown has dropped back. Then Brown takes a huge chunk of curb in the background. Fastest lap of the race for Shields, though, with a 46.4 right on the back of Christian Oblag. 2 wins and a second will be enough to give Maximus Shields pole position for the final. Oblag leads, though, from Shields as Shields puts the move down the inside of Christian Oblag. Oblag's going to have a better run, and he's looking over his shoulder because he doesn't want to turn in and then get turned round as Shields there. A lap and a half.
Shot the nose off.
For remaining in this race with Oblag, Shields, and now Sebastian Pereira right in the mix as well. Last lap board awaits Christian Oblag.
Here they go then. One more time around. Pereira with the fastest lap of the race now. 46.381. Joe Arnold with a personal best. Harry Brown with a personal best in seventh as well. And Danny Bean as well. So lots of tyres starting to come into their operating windows. Personal best laps going towards the end of the race. It is still Christian Oblag heading down the back straight for the final time in front of Max Shields and has a gap. Is it enough? Pereira in third. They're ready to capitalise on any fighting as Shields has a look down the inside. Is there going to be contact? It's forced through. Shields has pushed his way through. Oblag fights back into hairpin four. They're side by side. Who's going to get the drive? I think it's going to be Shields with the inside.
Shields. Pereira could snatch second. He doesn't. Oh, what a race. What a race. Max Shields takes victory then from Christian Oblag and Sebastian Pereira. Joe Arnold and Harvey Still with Sophie Pawsey and Harry Brown, who led the early phase of that race in front of Danny Bean, Ben Arnold, Marty Gilfillan and Leon Wilson.
I'm still saying Oblag's bold strategy paid off there.
2 corners away from that being less of a prediction.
Well, it led 3 laps,
honestly, mate, yeah.
2
corners away, though, from that being less of a prediction and more of a spoiler.
Yeah, yeah, it was. Yeah, I like that, yeah. Definitely, but there is your Heat 3 winner, Max Shields, who has got his second of the day. And this is the end of the lap. Yeah, take us through it, David.
Shields down the inside then of Christian Oblag, the door open, and then Shields parks the kart then on the apex. Oblag tries to get the run, and as they go side by side, over start finish, there's a huge chunk of curb then from Max Shields, and that almost opened the door for Seb Pereira to come through and take the victory. He has to settle for third place, with Shields making it 3 from 3 and securing himself pole position for the final. In fact, it's 2 from 3 actually, because Joe Arnold picked up the victory, although Shields did cross the line right at the end just in front, but we went back a lap, didn't we, because of that incident in the prior heat. Nonetheless, Maximus Shields will be on pole position for the final.
And that concludes Junior Pro Kart Heat 3 as we're on Dog Watch one more. And, oh, fancy a sausage, David? Bit of a sausage sandwich?
Oh, why not? I'm trying to figure out which one it is. There's about 10 sausage dogs in the paddock.
Popular breed nowadays,
they all look very similar.
Yeah. They always look a bit sad to me. Sausage. They've got sad eyes.
Well, I'd look sad if at any moment in time somebody could come and put a hot dog bun around me.
I've seen some jackets that they wear that are like hot dog buns. Anyway, moving on. Cadet Pro. Thomas Potter taking pole position for heat number 3. Pole position and 2 wins for the day for Thomas Potter. Amy Peacock in second, Jack Collinson in third, Stanley Clark fourth, Ben Robinson fifth, and Edward Rye sixth. Then it's JJ Plowman, William Howard, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Holly Swan, Alex Lynn, and Harris Alley. And then starting at the rear will be Alfie McBain after retirement from heat number 2. And Thomas Potter has just stuck it in the tyres, coming down to the grid.
Don't see that very often.
No. Well, you don't see Thomas Potter facing in the wrong direction very often. But yeah, losing it on the way to the grid. And that's going to have... I mean, he was trying very hard to warm up the tyres, and all he's done is actually just make them really dirty.
Some of them are going to have a bit of mud on them.
Well, those left, I can see
the
from
left,
here.
yeah,
the left rear is brown. Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, well, Yeah, that's not going to be the best start. Anyway, I'm sure he'll scrub it off by the time they come out of the National Loop. So, championship permutations, Thomas Potter pretty much got this one wrapped up, David. What does he need to do here today?
Keep beating Amy Peacock. But no, basically he's got to finish third in the remaining 2, and having taken 2 victories, then once we figure out this one, then we'll be able to have a look properly at the finals and see where he goes from there.
Probably something around 6th or 7th if he finishes around there. Should be done and dusted, would we?
Yeah, I think so.
As a guesstimation.
It's just going to be a case then of bringing it over the line, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, in 6th or 7th and above. So here we go. Starter has the green flag in hand. It is up, down and away, and a fantastic start from Amy Peacock. And again elects to push Thomas Potter rather than risk it around the outside going into the National Loop and potentially be overtaken, and just elects to work with Potter. I'm going to have to hand over to you, Dave, because I've got hiccups now.
Clean opening lap. Harris Ali finds a way past Holly Swan into hairpin number 1. The top 5 already starting to open up a bit of a gap. Then back to Edward Rye in 6th place. William Howard, JJ Plowman and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in front of Alex Lynn. And then Harris Ali with Holly Swan and Alfie McBain. So this opening lap has been a calm affair so far in heat number 3 for Honda Cadet Pro. Yeah.
Steady away.
Over start finish, through the chicanes they go then.
Potter and Peacock starting to break away already. It is Potter from Peacock, from Jack Collinson, Stanley Clark, Ben Robinson, Edward Rye, William Howard, JJ Plowman, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Alex Linya 10. Alfie McBain, of course, starting at the rear of the field and is in 13th place still, but it's hanging on well. Did we find out what the problem was with that?
Yeah, that was the throttle cable that
yes,
come out
of course,
the mountain, hadn't it?
Of
Onto
course
the because it's one of them. It's almost like a Yale lock with the throttle cable. It goes into a big hole and then pulls down into a recess as Peacock gets down the inside of Thomas Potter.
She got it done.
Great move by Amy Peacock. She moves through into the lead. Peacock into second, then with Collinson, Clark and Robinson. Your top 5. Edward Rye in 6th place. He's a little bit further back, but running comfortably in 6th place with William Howard. Then it's JJ Plowman and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Yeah, heading through hairpin 2, there was Potter all of a sudden decided to potentially work with Amy Peacock as they went through the short chute, but then decides against it. Full send up the inside into the National Loop, overcooks it and allows Peacock back through. So the upsy-daisy, do-si-do as they went through the National Loop. Potter again side by side with Peacock, but isn't going to get the driver, not around the outside, I don't think, but manages to hold it there on the inside to the D chicane, and Peacock has to give way.
That's backed her then into Collinson, Clark and Robinson as well. And the train was a 2 and then a 3 is now a 5. Could even be a 7, Tom.
I think it is a 7.
Yeah, with Ryan Howard getting right on the back.
And this is what we see with the slipstream effect here at Teesside, although it's only around about 40 miles an hour that they're doing. Because these karts are so light and the hole that is punched in the air, they are able to go with the group in front.
50, I think we've clocked 57 down the back at the far end of the back straight.
Okay,
yeah.
So top end, almost 60.
50, yeah. Which isn't bad for 7 to 12-year-olds being an inch off the floor.
Yeah, it feels like 150 at that speed. Sorry, at that height and at that age as well.
Peacock stuck onto the back of Potter here. They have opened up a gap again from Collinson, who's in 3rd place. Robinson's up to 4th then now, with Clark down into 5th.
Keeping an eye in the rear as well, and that there's Holly Swan and Alfie McBain have just come together with a bit of concertina with Harris Ali through hairpin 1, and there's potential for some fairings there as they were, you know, bumper to bumper quite hard against each other Swan into Ali as Ali parked it on the apex, and then Alfie McBain, as we've got Amy Peacock trying to go back for the lead again. As
tried
they
to
came over
sweep
the
round the outside.
finish line, yeah. Meanwhile, Holly Swan has moved through on Harris Ali, and Alfie McBain is currently in 13th place.
Potter from Peacock, then Collinson. Then there's a gap back to Robinson and Clark with Rye and William Howard.
It is still a group of 7, though, isn't it? I mean, it's stretched out a little bit. Heading through hairpin 3.
This one's got potential, Tom, to get a little bit more feisty towards the end. It's been everybody's sort of just been very steady in terms of, there's been in terms of the steps that they've been taking. So it's been a very, very steady one. I think this one could busy up in the remaining 3 minutes or so, particularly with the leading duo. Peacock right on the back of Potter, then with Collinson, Robinson, Clark, Rye and Howard. Then you've got Stansmore Wilson, who can't break free of JJ Plowman.
I'm wondering whether Peacock's lining up a move into hairpin 4 here, as she's done before. She managed to get really good drive out of there. Does an alternative line to Thomas Potter. Here you go. Look, slightly wider entry. Cuts it tighter to the apex and gets great drive out of there. Unable to do it this time. I think Potter carried quite a bit of good speed through there and negated that extra advantage that Peacock's had there a couple of times in this race.
Yeah.
Ben Robinson's just taken 3rd place from Jack Collinson.
Good move down the inside for hairpin 4 then for Ben Robinson.
And Holly Swan into 10th place as well, so she's starting to make her way through the field, although I think that's about as far as she'll get with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
It's going to be another 5 seconds up the road to JJ Plowman.
Alex Lynn, though, Tom, has dropped from 10th down into 13th. So either a mistake by Lynn or a helping hand in dropping down to 13th.
Doesn't show on the timing yet, but it will do as they come across the line. We can see it out of the commentary box window here. Peacock again, trying to get the run through hairpin 4. It's definitely where she's the strongest. That's her opportunity, and particularly on the final lap.
Yeah, where she's not going to have to try and cut back in then for the D chicane, is she? She can just pretty much straight line it towards the towards start finish. The top 2, though, despite battling a little bit, have broken away. Then there's Ben Robinson, who's got a bit more gap than he had on the previous lap because Jack Collinson tried to move down into hairpin 4 that was pretty much do or die, and it didn't quite work out for him. That's dropped him around about half the second off the back of the 97 of Robinson. And here is Peacock down the inside.
And we said hairpin 4, that was her strong point, and she's made it stick this time.
Yeah,
Potter with using the conventional line, the out-in, out, and Peacock able to just beat him to the apex.
Peacock through then to take the lead with Potter in 2nd place. Then it's Ben Robinson in 3rd with Collinson, then Clark, Rye and William Howard. And then JJ Plowman has found a way past Isabella Stansmore Wilson. He's in 8th place. They run down towards South Bank corner. Peacock defends to the inside. Potter chops to the outside, and Peacock will do exactly the same this time, and then we'll look straight line into 4. Potter's going to try and get the cut back, which is what Peacock did to him on the previous few laps. They're side by side coming through the dog leg. Slots back in though. Peacock in front of Thomas Potter. Last lap board is out with Peacock leading the way from Potter. Then Robinson, who's in a fairly comfortable 3rd, unless Collinson can pull something out of the bag on this final lap here at Teesside Autodrome. Peacock pretty much down the middle of the track in a semi-defensive position against Thomas Potter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Peacock's got left in the bag, if anything, here, as Potter tries to go round the outside of South Bank corner. That's not going to work. Gives Peacock the inside line as well, and she's going to have to shut him down here into hairpin 4, and does. Potter tries to get the cut back and get the good drive, but I think he's been balked slightly on the exit, and in fact has. Peacock round the inside of the dogleg and takes heat number 3 and her first win of the day. Congratulations to Amy Peacock. Then it is Thomas Potter, Ben Robinson, Jack Collinson, Stanley Clark, Edward Rye, William Howard, JJ Plowman, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Holly Swan, rounding out the top 10. So that's heat number 3 of Cadet Pro, already done and dusted. Let's hope we don't have any crashes down the back straight again this time. Oh, look at that, much better.
Yeah, much better, much quicker.
There we go, that's how we do it. Amy Peacock, I'm going to put you a W in our win column. Congratulations to you.
Great win then for Amy Peacock from Thomas Potter and Ben Robinson, the top 3.
We will move on to your your club class for cadets. We have support coming in for Cameron Tipping, Drew Davidson, getting good support from Maxie Lewis as well. So pole position for Cadet Club heat number 3, it's Samuel Yeadon, then it's Charlie Eyeball and Sebastian Benson, Mason Dinsdale and Joey Swan, then it's Cameron Tipping. Thomas Harper heads up row 4 with Ollie Carter alongside Riley Buckton Young and Reese Cranston finish off the top 10. Then it's Ashton Carmichael and Charlie Quine. Layla Berriman heads up row 7 with Toby Turner, then Morgan Cooney, Mason Webster, Matty Prinku Wright and Riley Sims Ezard. Then it's Henry Colborne and Bradley Smith. Ooh, double sausage.
Do you know what I like after the term double sausage? And bacon.
Yep.
Big fan.
Yeah, baguette would be mine. But okay, each to their own. So Samuel Yeadon rolls into pole position here for heat number 3. 2 wins and pole position in qualifying as well for Yeadon. So having a very good day so far. Of course, Alfie McBain no longer on this Cadet Clubman grid. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're going to have a good look at Riley Buckton Young's colour scheme that we were talking about. To the left, camera people. Oh, missed it.
There it is, the 6 cart with the white and red helmet with the turquoise, green and black cart on the inside of the 5th row.
There it is. That's the one. So that's a brand new sticker kit for this weekend. What are the smaller stickers, David?
I think that says MY Kart Race Team, which is Mark Young.
Oh, not my kart race team.
My
MY.
Mine.
MY. So that's the generator power as opposed to the strimmer power.
Me.
Leaf blower.
Bradley Swift rolls the 85 machine into position.
Do you know what else Rotax engines power that I found out recently?
No, but I'm about to find out.
Microlights.
Oh.
I've seen microlights with Rotax engines.
Well, you just got to hope the chain doesn't come off.
be a swift descent.
Green flag in hand at the start line. Marshall, it's a good start then from Mason Dinsdale, who's going to try and thread the needle. He moves in from the outside of the 2nd row into 3rd place, round the outside of Sebastian Benson, behind Samuel Yeadon and Charlie Eyeball. Joey Swan into 5th place in front of Cameron Tipping and Thomas Harper. Harper looks to go down the inside of Tipping into hairpin 1 and does, but Tipping's likely to run all the way around the outside into 2. We've got a spin for Riley Sims Ezard. Yellow flags out and he drops down into 20th place.
heading round South Bank for the first time. It is still Samuel Yeadon. Has pretty much seen nothing but the front of this race and clean air in front of him all day. Pole position and the 2 wins already in the bag for Samuel Yeadon, but coming under pressure now from Eyeball, as has been most of the day. But Yeadon has seemed to come out on top of this pair more often than not.
Yeah, Eyeball's had he was leading the final heat number 1 up until the final couple of corners when Yeadon managed to find a way through. So anything Eyeball can do now to get to the head. He's right in the slipstream of Samuel Yeadon as they head down the back straight. Let's see whether he pops out heading towards South Bank corner. He doesn't, just sticks with Yeadon. On this second lap, in the background though, Sebastian Benson looks to get to the inside of Mason Dinsdale and does. Dinsdale then cuts back and manages to get through back into position there. Side by side as they come over start finish, but Benson should have track position and does, and he slots through into 3rd place.
Upper tipping, and that
Cooney,
is, yeah,
Morgan Cooney, stationary
Cooney.
right on the outside of the South Bank corner. Yellow flag will be out then at hairpin 2, which will warn the drivers, which will also mean that there's no overtaking opportunity down that back straight into South Bank.
It's a long way down there, though. Are they going to... Yes, they are. Okay, so he's... Morgan Cooney's been pushed up the bank, up the grass banking, and is well clear of the track now.
Yep, safely out of the way. He's going to get out that cart now, I think. And
yeah, you have to go a long way off track to get that, to hit that as well. Especially with it being uphill.
Yep, Cooney then safely out of the cart.
And there he goes.
Yeadon continues to lead then from Eyeball. Benson in 3rd place has broken away from Mason Dinsdale and Joey Swan, 4th and 5th respectively. Then it's Harper now in front of Tipping. Then it's Carter, Buckton Young and Ashton Carmichael completing the top 10. Yellow flag is still out though, Tom, at Marshall's post 2, and I think that's because Morgan Cooney is still on the outside of the track. Whilst the cart's been moved, they're going to wait for him for a bit of space, and then they're going to move him across to the sanctuary as there's a spin for Layla Berryman down there at South Bank. She spins all the way up to the outside of the bank and then rolls back into what will now be 18th place.
Yeah, Cooney's just being recovered as well across to the safety of the Marshall post at hairpin 3. So Yeadon from Eyeball, Benson, Dinsdale, Swan, Harper, Tipping, Carter, Buckton, Young and Carmichael, your top 10.
Benson has closed in ever so slightly, Tom, since getting past Dinsdale.
Yes.
Might not have enough, though, unless, and this is a big unless Yeadon and Eyeball start squabbling over the lead.
Well, was half a second off the back of Charlie Eyeball. That's getting close to slipstream territory, if not already in it. And in fact, I think it's going to be even closer than that as they come over the line. So can very much use that toe around the circuit to pull himself closer.
Still got plenty of time. We're only just under half race distance here.
3.5 tenths. My maths is right. 4 now. 3 now. Trying to do quick maths.
Oh.
It's not working.
No. Yeadon then from Eyeball and Sebastian Benson. They're a fairly comfortable top 3. They've got 1.2 seconds back then to Mason Dinsdale and Joey Swan, with Thomas Harper and Cameron Tipping down into 7th. Then it's Carter, Riley Buckton Young and Reese Cranston completing the top 10. Some lap traffic to negotiate here, Tom, for our race leaders.
Charlie Eyeball was fastest car on track that last lap around as they come across the line this time.
Yeah, they've managed to get through. Benson does as well through the lap traffic, but has split the top 3 ever so slightly.
Yeah, we'll see whether Benson and now Eyeball is going to need to use that slipstream to bring himself forward.
Joey Swan has used that lap traffic perfectly and found a way past Mason Dinsdale and moves himself up into 4th place. Dinsdale then down to 5th. Harper, then there's a big gap back now to Cameron Tipping as the rest of the field managed to find a way through. Tipping didn't.
Yeah, Joey Swan, of course, had that incident in Heat 1 and dropped right the way back down the order, and has basically been recovering ever since then, and is headed back into 5th position at the moment, and will start potentially moving towards Mason Dinsdale as well. Sorry, Sebastian Benson even.
Yeah, might run out of time to close that 2-second gap in the 2 minutes remaining, and that 17th place finish in heat number 1 for Joey Swan will certainly not do his podium hopes any harm, any good really, because he's going to be a little bit further down the grid than I think he'd have hoped for the final.
We're just going into South Bank corner now. We've got our leader, Samuel Yeadon, but Eyeball is right there again, and Benson has come with him. So that gap between Eyeball and Benson has stayed static, but they've both closed in on the back of Yeadon.
Not seen Eyeball make a move at all yet, particularly in the last heat, and this one too, Tom. Could be a case of saving himself and his tactics for the final.
Benson putting in the fastest lap of the race there. But yeah, what I would say is that while he's kept his powder dry, he's got the speed, and so has Benson with that fastest lap of the race as well, that they can both potentially move through, but they've got to overtake. You can't just sit behind and put in fastest lap after fastest lap. You've got to be able to overtake as well.
Dinsdale has found a way back past Swan, and in doing so, they've invited Thomas Harper to get himself involved in the battle for P4 now. They're running nose to tail, and Swan is back down the inside of Dinsdale. You'll see him come into shot there. The first of the 2 orange helmets in the blue cart. That's little Joey Swan, the 9-year-old. He's making his way through then into 4th place.
We've got 2 groups of 3 at the front of this race now. Then you've got Cameron Tipping on a race sort of his own in 7th. Then you have Ollie Carter, Riley Buckton Young, Reese Cranston nose to tail as well. Then a little bit of a gap to Ashton Carmichael. And then a big group that's Matty Prinku right the way down to Layla Berryman, who went round earlier on. And has caught back up to the tail of that group and is starting to make her way back through.
Yeah, right on the tail of this now, and I think she might actually try and get past Riley Sims-Ezard, a little cut back down the back straight. Samuel Yeadon will come through to see the last lap board, and he's actually opened up a little bit of a gap, Tom, to Charlie Eyeball as they come over the line now out to 4/10. Yeadon with a personal best, Eyeball then and Benson the top 3. Swan, Dinsdale, Harper, Tipping, Carter, Buckton Young and Cranston complete the top 10.
Big gaggle coming in front of the commentary box now. Layla Berryman has in fact passed Riley Sims-Ezard off camera, but she is through and up to 17th place and is now working on Henry Colborne as well.
Half a lap then for them to sort themselves out. The leaders making their way round the hairpin 3 and 4 complex. Samuel Yeadon, so far 3 races, and it's going to be 3 victories for the 118 machine. Samuel Yeadon takes victory from Charlie Eyeball and Sebastian Benson, the top 3. Then it's Swan from Dinsdale and Harper in front of Cameron Tipping. Then they're 3 wide over start finish. Ollie Carter getting in front of Riley Buckton Young and Reese Cranston, with Ashton Carmichael finishing in 11th place. Matty Prinku right crosses for 12th, with Mason Webster, Toby Turner and Charlie Quine.
Have you put me a W in there,
I've
David?
put your W in, mate.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
I'm happy to help with admin.
So Samuel Yeadon, pole position and 3 heat wins.
It's been the same top 3 in all in the 3 heats, Tom, in Cadet Club, with Yeadon taking 3 wins, Eyeball with 3 seconds and Benson with 3 thirds.
Bit boring then, really, isn't it?
No, they should.
Quite the opposite.
They've got the final though, Tom.
Exactly, quite the opposite. It's been a brilliant watch so far. Let's move on to our 2 strokes for 3rd heat of the day for Junior Rotax. Heat 3 for Junior Rotax is headed by Lucas Fletcher, then it's Melissa Adrian and Bella Franklin and Nathan Jensen and Amelia Pennington and Jay Smith. Then it's Catherine Potter and Lewis Smith and Finley Watson and Lizzie Mentier and Zach Turner and Alfie Wallbank. That was rapid, wasn't it?
All the ands.
All of the ands.
Going to have a bit of a delay, of course, as we send the recovery quad out in search of a Morgan Cooney, and he will find him on the grass on the outside of South Bank.
Should we have a quick poll? Quick poll. I reckon while we're waiting on recovery here, Adam can get one up for us fairly quickly. You ready?
Well, go for it.
Favourite type of dog you've seen today on the live stream? Your choices are
Spaniel, sausage, hot.
Spaniel, sausage, and Bob's.
Oh, hot dog.
Oh, and we. So that poll will be going up. So if you are watching, get involved in the comments. Oh, there we go. Favorite. Oh dear, Adam, you're going to be in trouble.
What's it? Oh, someone's already gone with the early pickings of sausage. I can't read what it says, Tom.
I don't know where it's gone. Why is it disappeared? Where's the? Oh, there we go.
Morgan Cooney recovered then past the start line. Cooney making his way back into the pit lane. Then not sure what the problem was, but a stop cart up there normally means the chains come off or the engine is not giving him the power output he requires.
Or any. Potentially. There we go. Right, so Junior Rotax will be heading out in a moment. Dominant win earlier on for Bella Franklin in heat number 2. Heat 1 was taken by Finley Watson. Fairly comfortable win as well, but not quite the domination of okay, all right, so we've got an update. Sorry, just a bit of breaking news. Thank you, Adam. Amy Frame, who was involved in the incident in Junior Pro Kart heat number 1, has been taken to hospital. She has had a broken collarbone and a broken ankle as well, bless her. So we wish her all of the very, very best and a swift recovery as well, but just to let it get out there onto the circuit and onto the stream as well, that we at the Alpha team, and I'm sure everybody here will second us as well, that we wish Amy a very, very swift recovery.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Echoed from everybody, I'm sure. I think I speak on behalf of the entire paddock that we wish Amy Frame a very, very speedy recovery. Lucas Fletcher then will lead them round, this being the second of the 2 warm-up laps. Not quite sure what's happened, but Lizzie Mentier is miles away off the back of this rolling up lap, Tom. Currently making her way round South Bank.
Are we going to go round again, or are we going green this time?
Sure, Tom.
Oh, the green flag is up.
Well, the rest of the field is in position. We are down and racing here then. So Mentier could well, I think, be coming into the pit lane here. We'll find out in a few moments' time. We'll see the rest of the field making their way through. Mentier comes over start finish and joins the race, albeit half a lap down. There's a half spin in the first corner as Jay Smith and Melissa Adrian come together. Adrian turned into a half spin. And Lizzie Mentier, Tom, not exactly throwing that 50 cart around at the back. I think we've got Zach Turner off on the grass on the outside of South Bank. That cart rolls up onto the grass and he is out of the race and doesn't look at all comfortable, Tom.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Something is
Contact
happened.
warning for Jay Smith. I think that's to do with the first corner incident with Melissa Adrian. The marshal's going over there to Turner, who's up on the bank.
Meanwhile, it's Franklin from Watson from Smith, then Wallbank, Jensen, Fletcher, Adrian, Potter, and Lewis Smith. So it's Jay Smith, then Lewis Smith. Jay Smith in third and Lewis Smith in ninth, then Lizzie Mentier in 10th. But a good 8 seconds. Oh, we've got a red flag. We've got a red flag, David.
Yeah, I think that is going to be because Zach Turner needs potential medical assistance down there, Tom. As we say, didn't look at all comfortable, and of course we can't send the ambulance down whilst he's needing that recovery.
I'm a bit confused. He looked in a lot of pain getting out of the cart, but then tried to climb up the bank a moment ago. So looks like his knee. So he's holding his knee or lower ankle or something. Anyway, we'll bring you updates as and when we have them as to what is going to happen here. Potentially a full restart since we're only just over a lap in. So we might be on a full restart, or we might be starting with a lap counted down. But we will endeavour to bring you updates as and when we have them, as always.
Yeah, ambulance making its way out onto the track then, Tom. And Zach Turner. The cart will be recovered back anyway. We can always put a marshal in the seat, can't we, to hold that. And believe Sausage is winning the pole for the best dog. So if you're a Spaniel fan.
Yes, apologies.
I was thinking something piqued your interest there, Tom, because you had a little
I was just having a look back on the stream to see whether we could see what happened to Zach, whether it was contact or what happened. But unfortunately, we missed it on camera as well. So not sure, but I hope that Zach is okay. And as you said, we'll endeavour to give you updates as we have them. So all drivers out of the carts. As you can see on the start-finish line, we're also waiting to find out whether it's going to be a full restart or whether we will count a lap already and go from the positions we were in at the end of lap 1.
I mean, there is the option of going for a full restart, what with it being so early in that race.
Well, there's only one lap completed, wasn't there? So
we'll see whether we're going to go.
Absolutely no idea.
So we think we've just had it confirmed that we are going for a full rejig and full restart of this race.
Well, yeah, so we didn't actually complete a lap. Or did we complete one, then the red came out. So there's the cart being recovered
just
from
over
Zach
a lap,
Turner.
wasn't it?
So Zach Turner's cart being recovered. But we may well put this into a 2x2 format again and do it as a rolling start.
So Sausage Dog is well ahead here in the poll as well. I haven't voted yet. I don't think I can vote, unfortunately, because
not voting your own poll.
Oh, there we go. We've got another one here.
Patterdale Terrier, I believe.
Is that what it is?
I believe, yeah.
It sounds like you've got inside information there, David.
No comment. I've got my book out, my spotter's guide. Bird watching is so.
Is it a flow chart? Is it black? Is it long haired?
Bird watching is so out. Dog watching is in.
Medium sized? It's probably a Patterdale Terrier. You know how the meatloaf flow chart works, don't you?
No, but I have just noticed up on top of the overhead gantry, 9 laps has gone back to 10, which
Yes.
to me suggests we're going 100% now to a full restart.
You know how to tell if you're meatloaf, though, don't you?
No.
Would you do anything for love?
No.
Then you are not meatloaf.
I would not.
Let's try it the other way, right? Would you do anything for love?
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Try yes.
Yes.
Yes. Would you do that?
No.
Then you are meatloaf.
I think it's not so much love, and there's not much I wouldn't do for money. But
you know, it's amazing how we manage to fill these times, isn't it? There was one the other day that I saw. The Chuck Norris facts have come back out as well. Love a Chuck Norris fact. Don't know about yourself. I love a Chuck Norris fact. My favourite Chuck Norris fact, of course, being if you have £5 and Chuck Norris has £5, Chuck Norris has more money than you.
Well, yes, because you take your £5 for a start.
Well. Ah, dear.
Ambulance then making its way off track. And the juniors then. I think we might be 2 down, Tom, because we've got... at the moment, we've obviously got Zach Turner, who's going to take no further part in this one, and Lizzie Mentier, who was going round very, very slowly, doesn't appear to be on the back of the grid at the moment. So, but with this being a complete restart, Tom, for me, if they can get that kart fixed, there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason why she can't come back out. If it's going to be a complete restart, then there's no reason why she can't rejoin the fray.
Yeah, I agree.
It's effectively the first race never happened.
Apologies for the silence, folks. We are just discussing what's potentially going to happen as we go forward. So, oh, here we go. Look, the Chuck Norris facts are coming in on the comments. Here we go. So, Faith Kelly, brilliant. Whilst learning CPR, Chuck Norris managed to bring the dummy to life. And then whilst going for a leisurely bike ride in France, Chuck Norris accidentally won the Tour de France. I love this. Like that's going to keep us entertained now for a little while. Keep Chuck Norris facts coming in.
This could escalate very quickly.
It is going to escalate very quickly, but yes, I do like a Chuck Norris fact very much. You know how we have giraffes, don't you? Because Chuck Norris uppercut a horse. Now we have giraffes.
Right. Now we have a race back on.
We do.
Rolling start then.
Have we got a Mentier at the back of this grid?
We don't at the moment, as though the barrier has been moved, so it will be a complete restart with a run down towards the first corner then at the first time of asking. Melissa Adrian on the outside of Lucas Fletcher as they come over start-finish. Franklin and Nathan Jensen behind, green flag, and the race is underway here in Junior Rotax, and Bella Franklin finds her way through with Finley Watson into second place, Melissa Adrian in third, then it's Jay Smith, then Lucas Fletcher in front of Nathan Jensen and Catherine Potter, Alfie Warbank and Lewis Smith, your remaining 11 or so runners. Franklin from Watson.
Ooh, bit of an update. Breaking news. I didn't realise it was Adam Nichols' birthday today.
It is Adam Nichols' birthday today.
We haven't given him a shout out yet.
We haven't.
Now we have.
Happy birthday, Mr. Nichols. Bella Franklin then leading from Finley Watson as they head down towards hairpin 1. Then Melissa Adrian goes wide, opens the door, and Jay Smith comes through to move up into third place. Adrian down into fourth. Nathan Jensen then in fifth in front of Fletcher, Warbank, Potter and Lewis Smith.
they head round to start the second lap. So it is Watson from Franklin now, Jay Smith, Melissa Adrian, then Nathan Jensen, Alfie Warbank, Lucas Fletcher, Kathleen Potter and Lewis Smith. So we only have 9 running at the moment. But Watson has managed to take advantage of this restart and get in front of Franklin, and the two of them are just moving away now from Jay Smith, who did start to reel them back in towards the end of heat number 2, but hasn't. But that gap has gone out to 1.7 seconds so far, and in fact you can see Finley Watson kind of coming through hairpin 3 and having a bit of a look over at the people coming through South Bank and kind of going, right, okay, well I'm a bit far in front now.
What this will mean, Tom, for Watson is he's pretty much then just got to finish the final now with Lizzie Mentier second in the championship, not picking up any points. And we say not picking up any points, she would have had to have completed half race distance. So there is a chance that she could come back out, but she'd need to be back out in the next minute and a half to go out and do 5 laps and be classified in 10th place. You have to complete half race distance to pick up any points. So we would need Mentier to reappear. And the issue, I believe, Tom, that was causing her to be very, very slow was a snapped brake pedal.
Well, that will definitely cause problems.
Well, it slows you down because you can only go so quick.
No, it doesn't.
Having confidence. Well, that's what I mean, though. You can only go so quick because you've got to be able to force it to stop. Hence why, when they came to a standing position there at the end of the first instalment of this race, she was directed to go back into the pit lane.
Okay.
The half race distance when Finley Watson comes through this time with Bella Franklin in second place. Then it's going to be Jay Smith in third, Alfie Warbank, Melissa Adrian, then Lucas Fletcher, in a good battle with Nathan Jensen. They're the two closest ones on track as they come over start finish and make their way through the D chicane. The 77 in front of the 34 with Catherine Potter and Lewis Smith completing your 9 runners. We are beyond half race distance now, Tom, so the any emergence of Mentier from the pit lane would be fruitless. She wouldn't pick up any points, even for finishing in 10th, because as I say, you do have to have finished half of the racing laps.
Yes, you do. Waiting for this one to kick off a little bit here. It's been a bit sedate so far, to say the least, with this restart now. Finley Watson still just in front of Bella Franklin. Not sure how much Franklin's putting into this one at the moment. Is she flat gas or is she just keeping her powder dry initially behind Finley Watson? The gap seems to be going out a little bit to Watson. Only slightly, but enough that Franklin is still within the slipstream, but nowhere near within striking distance as it stands at the moment. But once Franklin hit the front in heat number 2, that was pretty much it, done and dusted. Watson with the fastest lap of the race of 41.6. Jay Smith in third, puts in a personal best, but is a full 7/10 slower than Finley Watson. Franklin, although was a quarter of a second behind over the start-finish line, very strong hairpin 1 and 2, and has started to eke that gap back towards Finley Watson towards the tail end of this race. So we've got just over 2 laps to go as they exit hairpin 4 and head towards the start-finish line, and Franklin is now starting to make moves. So this is starting to answer the question of how much was she putting in. There goes a personal best, yeah, 41.687.
Closing up.
Closes the gap from over a quarter of a second to 0.127.
It's how close she can... She's been there or thereabouts, but not really close enough to put a move in at all on Finley Watson.
Yet.
The battle for third has got a little bit tighter now, with Warbank reeling in Jay Smith for the final step on the Heat 3 podium. Last lap board will be out then as they come over start finish this time.
It is. It's up on the digiboard. The final lap has begun.
Personal best for Smith in his battle for third place with Wallbank, although they are some 4 seconds further down the road from the leading duo. It's actually 6. They're a little bit further back than I thought they were. The top 2 have moved away at a fair rate of knots here, Tom.
Franklin really strong through the D chicane in the national loop, and even through hairpin 1, but then as they get on the power coming out of hairpin 2, Watson just drives away. Gives Franklin no response through the final half of the lap, and that's going to be that, folks. Heat 3 in Junior Rotax goes by way of Finley Watson, who puts in the fastest lap of the race on that final lap. Then it's Bella Franklin. Then we're going to have Jay Smith and Alfie Wallbank, who finish as they were. Then it's Melissa Adrian, Lucas Fletcher, and Nathan Jensen. Catherine Potter comes over the line for P8, and Lewis Smith finishes 9th. And that's Heat 3 done and dusted.
Yeah,
just like that.
Finley Watson there on the outside of the duo going down the back straight takes the victory. And with that DNF for Lizzie Mentier, Watson now will just need to finish inside the top 9. No matter what Mentier does, a 9th place or higher for Finley Watson in the final here in round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series will be enough to see him crowned the 2022 champion. And credit as well, Tom, to Finley Watson. He makes the trip up from Dover in Kent for every single round here at Teesside Autodrome. And he's got family as well. I think he's cousins potentially, I think, with Andy and Shane Collins. I haven't whipped the family tree out because obviously I'm more into like the family tree of dogs than I am of families in the grid. But he's related to Collinsons, hence why he makes his way up. So he makes the trip up from Kent and been well rewarded this season with many victories in Junior Rotax.
Yeah, it's been a fruitful year up here for Finley Watson, and potentially a championship to go with it as well.
In the background there, you can see Micromax. They'll be up after our next race, which is Minimax.
Minimax heat number 3 is going to be headed by Jared Fox-Whiteley, who has taken 2 wins here today. Lewis Goff, who was fastest in qualifying, has taken 2 second places, I think, so far today. Then we have Addison Smith and Charlie Very and Sam Robson and Joseph Yao. Amy Peacock and James Philip Byrne. Then it's Ben Adrian and William Robinson. So this championship could potentially rumble on until the next round as well.
I think this one's going to the wire.
I think so as well. This has probably been, as we said earlier on today, our class of the year.
When it comes to finals, we've seen Fox-Whiteley, Goff, Very and Addison Smith all take final victories here at Teesside Autodrome. We've seen Ben Adrian on a number of occasions running in podium places. I think he's had at least 1 podium at the opening round of the season as well. He'll go off this one from a little bit further down than where he's normally accustomed to. We'll see how he managed to make his way through. Once again, a massive shout out to Amy Peacock, pulling that double duty from Cadets and Minimax as well in that crossover of age bracket. Through they come though. It's Fox-Whiteley leading the way. Goff's going to try and sweep all the way round the outside with Charlie Very on the outside road for company. But once again, it's Addison Smith who moves through into second place from 3rd on the grid. The inside berth always favourable when you've got a long looping right-hander, and then Very comes under pressure from Sam Robson, and then Robson and Yao come together into hairpin number 2. And they're still side by side down that back straight.
Ben Adrian didn't have a good start at all, didn't really seem to get going, and neither did William Robinson, but Robinson got it going a bit quicker than Ben Adrian. It just seemed to maybe oiled up the plug a bit and when he's put his foot down.
Yeah, Peacock.
Just didn't pick up.
Sorry, Tom. James Philip Burns come through into 5th place. Then Amy Peacock's in 6th because Joseph Yao and Sam Robson, who've both picked up contact warnings, spent almost half a lap squabbling with each other and just allowed the rest of the field to overtake them. A little bit of...
Whoa, that was Goff. Absolutely sideways and has lost it into hairpin 1 and has dropped right the way to the back of this grid now.
I think we might get an opportunity to see that one again, Tom, into hairpin 1. Hopefully we do.
Fully sideways. I think we're just going to catch it.
Yeah, here we go
Here
then.
we go.
Oh,
Look,
yes.
just lost the back end going in. Front end came up in the air with the amount of grip that was going through the rear end.
Yeah, maybe tried a little bit hard there, and now Lewis Goff drops all the way down to 10th place.
So it's Fox Whiteley from Smith, Very, Byrne, Yao, Peacock, Adrian, Robson, then Goff in 9th, and then William Robinson in 10th.
Ben Adrian now, Tom, is starting to make his way back through the field, down the inside of Amy Peacock. He goes into hairpin number 1. That's going to move him up into 6th place. Leading duo, though, now have a bit of a gap to Charlie Very.
Addison Smith has really come on in the last round or two as well.
Yeah, he didn't. He won the final, didn't he? Here earlier in I think it was round 3.
Yeah.
Where he took 206 points away from that one, having had a strong outing at round 2 with a 2nd place, and was sitting really high up in the championship, was really battling it out. But then the double-header weekend, the make-or-break weekend for me in the season, did not go to plan for him with a double 188 score. That's pretty much gave him a comfortable 3rd, but I think drops him out of contention for the championship lead, unless both Fox Whiteley and Goff have nightmare rounds. And at the moment, Goff not having a great heat 3, but obviously 2 second places in the first 2 heats gives him a decent points haul going towards the final.
Might just put him 3rd on the grid, which is he's not a bad place to start.
No, well, he's just swept round the outside of a very slow-moving Amy Peacock.
Yes, I was just about to point that out as well. Yeah, Peacock seemingly struggling with something at the moment. Back up to speed now, it seems. But yeah, Goff is up to 8th place now and 1.8 seconds off the back of Sam Robson. So we'll see how far in the final 3.5 laps.
Potentially for Peacock, Tom, it could well just be the fact that the amount of seat time, particularly in this class, as Yao goes down the inside of James Philip Byrne gets the run back on Joseph Yao. Could well just be that the amount of seat time for Amy Peacock is beginning to catch up on those arms.
Fox Whiteley with the fastest lap of the race, bringing Addison Smith very much with him. In front 2 have now broken away. Charlie Very is there in 3rd, and then we've got Ben Adrian and James Philip Byrne, Joseph Yao and Sam Robson, as you can see here, now nose to tail.
Yeah, Lewis Goff then, the driver a little bit further back, but he's got over 2 seconds to reel in to even get anywhere near this one. It's going to be 2 laps. It's going to be a big ask for Lewis Goff.
Addison Smith with the personal best, that's a 43.3. And that cloud on the left is a lot darker on the camera than it is in person, I can assure you there. It doesn't look like we're under any threat of rain here today. But stranger things have happened in Teesside.
Down the back straight, Tom, Addison Smith is very, very close to Jared Fox Whiteley. Probably not close enough to get past, but enough that Fox Whiteley can't rest.
Absolutely. Keeping you honest.
Yes, and they'll see the last lap board when they come through this time.
We'll see whether Addison Smith has got anything left in the locker for Fox Whiteley. Last lap board is out. Fox Whiteley takes it. Along with 2 wins today, he leads onto the final lap of heat number 3.
Yeah, Goff takes half a second out of the trio of Byrne, Yao and Robson, but that's not enough. It's not going to put him right on the back of them heading into the final complex of corners unless they really start squabbling. Out onto the back straight, though, comes Jared Fox Whiteley, who leads from Addison Smith. And Smith takes a slightly different line on entry. Fox Whiteley parked the kart, doesn't feel the need to go too defensive, which will give him a better run out of the final corner, and Jared Fox Whiteley will come through to make it 3 wins from 3 races from Addison Smith and Charlie Vary. Then it's going to be Ben Adrian. There is a battle going on, Tom, in the background that's allowed Lewis Goff to get past Joseph Yao. Yao and once again Sam Robson were the 2 drivers that were rubbing bodywork, and that's allowed Lewis Goff to come through into 7th place. Yao in 8th in front of Robinson and Peacock.
So still trying to figure out what happened with Amy Peacock and heading slowly round. But there is your heat winner, heat number 3 winner, and winner of all 3 heats today, Jared Fox Whiteley. And that brings to an end Mini Rotax heat number 3. So that's them done until the finals coming up shortly. We've got 3 more heats, and then we are into our first final, which will be Bambino's. But Micromax is coming up next for their 3rd heat. Pole position went to Edward Haynes at the start of the day, and also 2 wins have then gone the way of Edward Haynes as well in this inaugural round for Micromax here at Teesside. So starts on pole position for heat number 3, Edward Haynes. Thomas Potter, 2nd place. Katie Donaldson, 3rd place. 4th for Caden Simpson, and 5th for Ellis Wildchild. 6th for Jake Gruffety. 7th for Fraser Anderson. Then it's Drew Davidson, George Swire, and Buddy Hugo rounding out your top 10. Then it's Lewis Cocotti and Leo Livings in 12th.
They'll be making their way round then for their rolling start. The track is clear. There's no retirees, so Micromax will make their way round. Can anybody do anything about Edward Hayes? He's been very, very comfortable out at the front. Slight delay in the action there, but Micromax are making their way out onto the circuit. It is Edward Haynes with Thomas Potter for company. Then Caden Simpson and Katie Donald will share row number 2. So Micro's making their way round. This is the newest class here at Teesside Autodrome. Joining the Rotax family of minis, juniors and seniors. So the base block of the engine is exactly the same. There's just a restrictor in place and the radiator is slightly different as well. See, it's a lot narrower on these Micromax karts in comparison to the minis and the juniors and the seniors as well. So they're making their way around for the begin their rolling start. Two rolling laps, of course, in these Micromax karts. There is a cadet class, Tom, but obviously they can race a slightly bigger chassis as well. They can run a 950 chassis rather than a 900, and that's not the overall length. That's the wheelbase from the front axle from the front wheels to the rear. So there we are now into position. They're getting into position, ready to go. Drew Davidson slots himself into position as well, behind the 17 of Jake Grufferty. Through they come for the rolling start then. 8 laps of action for our Micromax class, and we're away and racing. Donaldson from P3. Can she get down the inside of Potter? She can't. Potter closes the door, and Potter through into second place. Donaldson in third. Then it's Caden Simpson, Ellis Child, Jake Grufferty, and Drew Davidson, all behind Edward Haynes, who leads us, as he has done for all of the laps so far today, through the first complex of corners and onto the back straight for the first time.
Yes, indeed. So Edward Haynes, as you were, pole position, win, lead in Heat 3 so far.
It's going to be hard to beat him today, isn't it, here, Tom?
Well, he's almost had the Grand Slam.
All the fastest laps as well.
All the fastest laps, all the pole positions, all the heat wins, all of the laps led. He hasn't not led a lap.
No,
yet.
he hasn't.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the final, so whether anybody can even get close to Edward Haynes. As you said earlier on, David, amazing to see the progress of these. Well, what can only be described as kids. You know, they're...
well, it's a cadet class, and it's the same as the Hondas. It's the same age brackets.
Yeah,
really.
But, I mean, you know, Edward Haynes, I can remember him being, teeny tiny, and we were talking about his Aston Martin-esque liveried Bambino car, and now here he is right at the front of Micromax.
Yeah, 9 years old, Edward Haynes leading the way. Caden Simpson's going to try and get to the inside of Katie Donaldson through the chicane, and does. Donaldson, who once again tried to get past Thomas Potter for second, finds she comes out of the argument in 4th place. Behind Simpson, and then tries a move down the inside. That one has worked, and she's back into 3rd.
Yeah, good move from Katie Donaldson there. 2 overtakes and 2 corners. Moves up to 3rd place and onto the tail of Thomas Potter. And this, throughout the day, has been the battle for 2nd place between Potter, Simpson and Donaldson. Ellis Child is right in there as well, as is Jake Grufferty and even Fraser Anderson, and potentially Drew Davidson as well. If these, if Potter and Davidson start squabbling at the front of this, could bring them all close together. 46.611 for Edward Haynes is a new fastest lap, but not a new lap record.
No, Haynes leads the way. Already opened the gap up to 2.2 seconds from Potter and Donaldson, then Simpson, Child and Grufferty, with Fraser Anderson on the back of that as well. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Drew Davidson and George Schweier. Leo Livings moving up into 10th place now, having run in 12th for most of the day. Obviously missed most of Heat 1 as well, with rolling off into retirement in front of Buddy Hugo and Lewis Capaldi. Half race distance, Tom, when Haynes comes over start finish now.
Yep, there they go. And then we have this group behind Donaldson, Child, Gruffity and Davidson all putting in personal best laps of the race, as did Lewis Cocotti in 11th as well. So this is a right scrap for second place. In fact, as we said...
we've got a spin. Donaldson, I think, is that on the grass? Forced wide into hairpin number 2 and just squeezed out and onto the green stuff. And she spins her arm once again off the steering wheel there as she got down the inside into hairpin 1 and then squeezed back out into hairpin 2.
And it's all kicking off now at the front of for second place. We're going to have a replay of it. There goes Kate. Oh, it's contact with Thomas Potter. He had no idea that she was there.
No, not at all.
Not at all. And she can remonstrate as much as she likes, but he had no idea that she was going to be there.
100% racing incident.
Absolute, complete accident. And here we go now.
Well, it has dropped Potter down, Tom, into 4th. Ellis Child running as high as he has. Up in now in second place.
Yeah,
Caden Simpson in 3rd, although I think he might hand that one back over. Potter, though, does run into the back of Simpson on an exit of hairpin 2, and that could allow Fraser Anderson to get a good run on Thomas Potter, although he has going to have to go all the way around the outside. And then you've got Jake Gruffity in that Hunter Motorsport liveried kart, number 17 behind.
Yeah, Ellis Child with a great showing here in running P2. At the front of this scrap, this is the highest we've seen Ellis Child all day. Caden Simpson now in 3rd. Fraser Anderson has moved past Potter into 4th place. And then it's Gruffity and Drew Davidson in 7th. And now Potter moves back through in hairpin 1 and takes Anderson.
Yeah, Haynes then has that gap of 5.7 seconds from Child, and then Simpson.
And Simpson, in fact. Potter's done 2 in 2 corners and has got past Simpson as well. And then straight onto the back of Child. So Potter's car all of a sudden has come alive this lap.
Oh, Fraser Anderson down the inside of Caden Simpson. Great move there. That could move him up into 4th place, although Simpson's going to be on the inside, and then that's going to allow Jake Gruffity, not for the first time, taking a huge chunk of curb on the inside on entry into the D chicane, and not for the first time as well, getting some air in that 17 kart.
Yeah, up and over the top of the inside of the right-hander into the entry into the D chicane, and then couldn't quite gather it back up. Meanwhile, Potter has moved past Child. That's going to be for second place. Simpson as well, trying to do the same down the inside. Child trying to squeeze across, and does. Surprising the amount of pace that Child managed to carry down that back straight and get across. But it is going to be Edward Haynes crossing the line now to take the win with the fastest lap of the race and a new lap record. Oh, no, it's not. Not quite.
No, Potter's going to get second then, Tom, on the final lap. Gets past Ellis Child. Anderson as well, past Simpson. He gets up into 4th with Simpson 5th. Gruffity, Davidson, Schweier. Then it's Donaldson in 9th, Livings, Cocotti and Buddy Hugo completing your runners.
Yeah, good showing from Ellis Child as well, taking 3rd place there. And Potter 2nd. Anderson as well, getting the better of Caden Simpson.
Yeah, Anderson's slowly coming into this one, Tom.
Today.
Yeah, towards the trophies.
Yes.
Because you don't win them for heats, you win them for finals.
Absolutely.
And Fraser Anderson is really starting to put a marker down. And, you know, the thing with this Micromax class, Tom, a lot of these drivers, not only is, you know, this is a fairly new class, even though it has been around for 3 years, it hasn't had the biggest early uptake. So a lot of these drivers, this is their first or second weekend racing these karts. Davidson is fairly new to it, Anderson as well. Simpson's had one for a while, as has Gruffity, but like Drew Davidson was in Hondas at the last round at a double header. You know, he's done a few rounds. Thomas Potter, he's in a kart that you know, it's the circuits kart as well, isn't it? So, you know, that
he's
kart,
doing an arrive and drive, essentially,
effectively,
isn't he?
yeah. So I think yesterday it was pretty much being run by Ashley Savage, but today it's back in the awning for Potters to run. So between the 2 karts for Thomas, the kart for Catherine as well, Andy Ambrose is down there, so he's running at least 2 other karts as well. It's busy down that end of the paddock.
Yeah, I think we should have a little wander down there for our next paddock walk and have a little look into the Teesside Karting Academy section and do a bit of a deep dive into that. What do you reckon?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Let's fill some time.
Well, I think I was saying this to Adam yesterday. I think next time we do our paddock walk, whilst we're going to do that as well, is that I think I want to spend a bit of time talking to parents on the paddock walk, parents, mechanics, that sort of thing, finding out about their drivers, because there's going to be a lot of pride down there, you know, for these drivers from their parents. I think it'd be really nice to get a completely different dynamic that we speak to some parents.
No kids or seniors, all senior citizens.
Yeah, of course.
And while I dig myself a further hole, let's move on to senior Rotax. Been in more holes today than a golf course.
Roger Cheek should be on pole position, but I haven't seen him here all day, which means that it will be Martin Fisher.
Well, technically, does that make Ashley Savage then pole position?
Well, he could try and bump up, but as long as he doesn't get past Fisher, that's all that matters. Then it's Brown with Lothian and Hull on row number 3. Then Ben Ficini and Isaac O'Shea with Lee Bell and Andy Collinson, Sophie Stevenson and Paul Swan. Then it's Andy Ambrose, Shane Collinson and Christopher Stoves.
You know you put a W in earlier.
Yeah.
You put it in the wrong place.
Oh, sorry.
I was like looking for it and then I couldn't figure out where it had gone. He had one job, people. Put a W in the right column.
It's not even my job. If you were doing your job, I wouldn't have to do your job.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Took it upon yourself, sir. So here we go. Round the final corner. Towards the start-finish line. And it is Fisher from Savage.
Fisher holds on
Yes,
round
he does.
the national loop for the first time. Savage dropping then into second place with Lothian, then Ben Ficini and Isaac O'Shea.
Ooh, good move from Ficini.
Even better move though from O'Shea into hairpin 2. Straight lines it down the inside of Arthur Lothian. That also opens the door for Andy Ambrose to come down the inside as well, I think, and that'll move him up right onto the tail of his nearest championship rival, Andy Collinson.
What have we got permutations-wise in championship here, David?
Collinson needs to beat Ambrose in the points.
Andy Collinson.
Yeah, and then that will be enough to wrap up the championship for him, I believe, and I'll be able to confirm that at the end of this race.
Okie dokie. We shall look forward to that. So it is still Fisher from Savage. Ficini, though, trying to make a late move around the inside of hairpin 1, and actually it's going to cost him
because Collinson's
2
got
positions.
a good run.
Yeah, Collinson and O'Shea have now moved through. So that was an opportunistic move from Ben Ficini, but it went the other way, and actually instead of gaining position, lost 2.
He's back behind
3 now.
Yeah, he's behind Ambrose now.
So that's unfortunate for Ficini.
Fisher continues to lead them from Savage and Isaac O'Shea.
It's really annoying me what chassis Ben Ficini used to be on, because I can't think what I can't think what it was. Was it red?
Mad Croc. I reckon he was on a Croc.
I've got a feeling it was a red chassis, so that would point in that direction.
Yeah, red grey. I'm sure he was on a Croc.
Okay. Anyway, Ben, if you're watching and you're watching this back, let us know in the comments.
Yeah. If you've got a moment whilst going down the back straight,
that's it. Bit of contact there between Isaac O'Shea and Andy Collinson.
Yeah, that's allowed Ashley Savage to sweep back round for 3rd place. Great battle going on here for 2nd. Fisher's moved away at the front, which would be a maiden win for him as well if he can hold on to it, although there's plenty of this race to go yet as Collinson finds a way past Ashley Savage again, moves himself back up into 3rd place.
Yeah, Fisher doing a stellar job here, almost a 2nd clear now of O'Shea. Let's see what that gap is across the line this time. I think it's less than a second.
Tighter than that.
Yeah, I think it is. I think Isaac O'Shea's got the hammer down now and has started to move towards Martin Fisher. Fastest lap of the race, in fact, for Fisher, and was a full 7/10 of a second quicker. Oh, sorry, for Isaac O'Shea. 7/10 of a second quicker than Martin Fisher. I'll get my teeth in.
O'Shea down the inside of Martin Fisher into hairpin 1, and Isaac O'Shea leads in senior Rotax for the first time here at Teesside Autodrome, with Fisher behind. Then it's Collinson with Ashley Savage, and then Andy Ambrose going down the inside of Ben Ficini round the South Bank corner, but Ficini back down the inside of Andy Ambrose into hairpin 3. Ambrose back down the inside into hairpin 4, chopping and changing with every corner. Will Ficini get the run out of 4? I think he does, but then Andy Ambrose forces him wide and holds on to 5th place.
Yeah, Isaac O'Shea moving clear now as well. It is Fisher in second, but I think it's only a moment. There it is. There's Collinson up the inside. Andy Collinson taking 2nd place. It's only a matter of time now, and then Ashley Savage will be through as well, I fear, for Martin Fisher. Great showing on the opening few laps, though, for Martin Fisher. Showed what clean air can do.
Yeah, did enough, didn't he, just to move away, and then it's just until O'Shea came through.
Could still end up with a decent finish here as well, you know.
Oh, of course. He's got the pace, Tom, but obviously O'Shea was just on it in them early phases of the race.
Yeah, and Savage potentially moving through here in hairpin 1. He's going to line it up. Ooh, had to think about it. Not into hairpin 2 either. Keep an eye on this battle for what is now 3rd place. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fairly. There's a bit of an even spread, isn't there, so far? And I think it only takes one overtaking opportunity, doesn't it, to really tighten things up. As then Ambrose takes advantage really there of Savage getting bulked behind Fisher. Can't really get alongside though. Ashley Savage wasn't overly forceful in that move, and Savage slots back into 4th place.
Your 177 class is being headed at the moment by Lee Bell. Then it's Emma Brown, Chris Stowes, Andrew Hull and Sophie Stevenson.
Oh, Ambrose was so tight to the inside there, Tom. I saw him kick up dirt from the inside of the track and spray it across the tarmac at hairpin 1.
If it was dark enough, there'd have probably been sparks coming off as well. It's grinding out on the bottom of the concrete.
He's dropped back, though, now because of that from Ashley Savage into the clutches of Ben Ficini and Shane Collinson behind.
Shane Collinson has seemed a little bit out of sorts today, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe out of sorts is a bit harsh. He's not been right up at the sharp end where we normally see him, though.
He missed a bit of the double-header, didn't he? I think he had a bit of a wrist injury.
Right.
I don't know whether he's still feeling the after effects of that. Oh, Andy Ambrose tries to move down the inside of Ashley Savage. Door is closed, though, by Savage, and Ambrose has to bail out of that one.
Fisher still showing well here, so, you know, I said it was only a matter of time before they started to move through, but really is showing well here, Martin Fisher. Keeping these behind.
Final lap for Isaac O'Shea. And he's got a comfortable gap to Andy Collinson. Behind there, Fisher, Savage, Ambrose, Ficini and Shane Collinson. So head round hairpins 1 and 2 onto the back straight. Your leader, Isaac O'Shea, has a quick look over his shoulder. Got plenty of space back to the field behind. They're still chopping and changing though for 3rd, as we can see on the screen there, as Ashley Savage has to go up and over the curbs. Out of the final corner though comes Isaac O'Shea to take victory for the first time in senior Rotax. Andy Collinson grabs 2nd with Martin Fisher, Ashley Savage and Ben Ficini getting past Andy Ambrose on the final lap, with Shane Collinson, Arthur Lowthian and Paul Swan in 9th place. Lee Bell taking the victory in Rotax 177. He's in 10th with Emma Brown, Chris Stowes, Andrew Hull and Sophie Stevenson completing our runners.
That brings to an end our heats in the 2-stroke format. We'll move on to our final heat of the day before we start our finals, and that is going to be Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Christian Oblag's been back on.
Another prediction.
He's spoiler alert, people.
Is he winning the final?
He said, well, that was very close, but the final is definitely mine. Sounds like a love letter.
Well,
a love letter to the Junior Pro Kart
I
final.
have no idea how your mind works, and I don't wish to find out.
David Thompson-Mack is taking pole position in the random grid of Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Harry Nottage is going to go off second place. Third place to Brandon Jennings, then it's Thomas Braid, Daniel Tate, and Jonathan Allen. Connor Lucas starts P7, and 8th goes to Steve Nichols. Thomas Lowther is in 9th, and Asher Blythe is 10th. Jack Morris 11th, and Josh Falkus 12th. David Brewis 13th, with David Brown 14th. Caitlin Frame 15th. Scott Tate 16th. Gracie Mitchell 17th, and Jake Richards 18th. Then it's 19th for Jess Alexander, and Heat 2 winner Simon Doughty in 20th place. 21st goes to Callum Booth. 22nd to Mark Tate, then Brandon Truman Reddish in 23rd, and Brendan Hogarth in 24th, Lennon French in 25th, and Joe Burrell in 26th. Then it's Harry Roddis and Thomas Hewland, 27th to 28th, Jack Hewland in 29th, Jordan Cranston in 30th, and Alfie King in 31st. Wow. Still a lot of runners. Even at 31, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah, and 31, you know, in comparison for juniors, for Senior Pro Kart, it's a small grid, isn't it?
Well, relatively, yes. I'll just wait for them to be gridded up. We've got a gap in... Well, we've got a gap in second, have we?
No, it's
got
fifth.
a gap in fifth.
Yeah, it's fifth. I don't know who.
Just it shortens it on. Sorry, it elongates it on the camera first to second. It's a bit odd. It's got a bit darker here, David. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not just the camera shots. It's actually got darker in and around the circuit.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, it's heading towards tea time now, but still shouldn't be. It still shouldn't be dark, should
No,
it?
it is, and it is dark at the moment, as opposed to just dark.
Let's have a quick look on our friend the weather app.
We've got about 6 to grid up, so yeah, we've got a minute or so.
No, the weather app says it's not going to rain for the next 2 hours, and that should hopefully see us through until the end of the day. Final runners are into position then, Tom.
Yeah.
And the start line marshal's just got to walk the half a mile back.
I was just
going
to say, yeah, he's walking back from Redcar to get this one started.
I hope he's got a step counter, like a Fitbit. 'Cause he's got at least 10,000 in today. We're into 5 figures, aren't we?
I reckon so. Okay, so here we go. The 10 of Harry Nottage is looking well keen to get away here.
That's got bouncing in the seat written all over it, hasn't it?
Yes. And we are away.
Gets alongside Brandon Jennings and then moves through into second place as the rest of the field come in through the D chicane, and very cleanly, Tom, everybody slots into position. It's normally hairpin 1 and 2 where it concertinas a little bit more. But David Thompson-Mack leads them away. It almost gets a bit crossed up, though, into the first heavy braking zone into hairpin 1.
Whoa,
the first ones. We've got one round,
44,
Tom.
that was Alfie...
Alfie King going slightly wide.
No, it had a little bit of contact with...
we've got a spin. It's Jake Richardson into hairpin 2. Richardson is round.
Thomas Hewland and Alfie King.
So Richardson drops all the way down to the tail end of the field then.
Alfie King, of course, on debut.
Yep, of course.
Here this weekend. We haven't actually discussed that yet. It's his, we brought it up in the Paddock show, but Alfie King, it's his first time out in his first meeting in a Pro Kart.
Yeah, and he's going to get his first contact warning as well,
There
Tom.
we go, why not? Get it out the way.
But to be fair, you're not a Pro Karter if you've never had a contact warning.
Absolutely, 100%. So your top 10 is David Thompson, Mack from Harry Nottage, Connor Lucas. Already moved up to third place, and it's Thomas Bray, Brandon Jennings, Asher Blythe, Jonathan Allen, Jack Morris, Josh Falkus, and Thomas Lowther. So a lot of clubmans in your top 10. We'll see how that shakes out after 10 laps, as the elite drivers start to potentially make their way back through.
Yeah, it's got it getting around them first few laps, isn't it? And then just seeing how the field spread, and then picking them off one by one. Few movements there with Morris and Falkus 7th and 8th respectively, finding a way past Jonathan Allen and Thomas Lowther. And then Morris down the inside of
I think that was Josh Tate on the inside of Steve Nichols.
Yeah, I was just looking at Josh Falkus then with a very robust move down the inside, as now Connor Lucas is going to try the similar one down the inside of Harry Nottage and gets through. Nottage is not going to try and give that one up, but yeah, I think Morris went down the inside of Jennings, and at the same time Falkus tried a very, very similar move and tried to thread it between the two of them, as Asher Blythe finds a way past Thomas Braid. Thompson Mack, though, continues to lead, but now he's got a triple champion behind him in Connor Lucas.
Yeah, the question is, has anybody got an answer for, is Falkus going to be able to close that gap, work his way through the traffic, and then close that gap to Lucas? I think...
well, he's up to 6th with
Morris
Morrison
Lucas
in
taking
7th.
the lead at hairpin 2.
Yep, Thompson Mack in the slipstream.
Just gets great drive, Connor Lucas. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, now Thompson Mack wants Lucas to go.
Yeah, he wants to be pulled around by Lucas and hopefully try and gap those behind. Although Asher Blythe wants something to say about that as he sends it up the inside into hairpin 4.
Yeah, he's going to be side by side with Nottage. They'll be together, and Nottage takes a huge chunk of curb. Blythe's going to have to try and be brave on the inside. Harry Nottage forced up and over the rumble strip, and then there's more contact with Asher Blythe as he rejoins the circuit. Thomas Braid is up into 3rd place. Falkus is 4th. Then Asher Blythe takes 2 chunks of curb. Nottage 5th, Blythe 6th, Morris in 7th. Woo! What a first half to the lap.
And breathe. Yes, so Falkus made 2 places up there, took advantage of Blythe and Braid duking it out through the D chicane, well, basically from hairpin 4 right the way through to hairpin 1. So David Thompson Mack is still doing the smart thing here, and is trying to use Connor Lucas to pull him along. And Thomas Braid there is in 3rd, but Josh Falkus is already right on his tail and looks like he's about to make a move into hairpin 1.
Yeah, this one's been lined up, hasn't it, for half a lap. There's a contact warning for Asher Blythe. I think that's to do with the over the start line and forcing Nottage wide. Then Nottage really didn't have anywhere to go. You've got to rejoin the track, and when he rejoined it, Asher Blythe was there, and there was a little bit of side pod, but Blythe now running in 5th place with Nottage in 6th.
Yeah, then you've got Morris, Jennings, Tate, and Jess Alexander is now cracked into the top 10. So that's Scott Tate is now up to 9th, Jess Alexander in 10th. So you can see these blue numbers starting to move their way up and push out these clubman drivers in red. And there you go, Scott Tate has moved into 8th place now as well, as we look at Asher Blythe and Thomas Braid going at it again. Blythe has moved through now. Falkus is also onto the back.
Oh, Steve Nichols spin at hairpin number 1, arms off the wheel as well. I think he might have had some assistance there in that going round. What I was watching in
some flashbacks.
Yeah,
well,
I was watching in the infancy to that was Callum Booth and Mark Tate going side by side through the chicanes.
And Falkus has now taken David Thompson Mack and taken 2nd place. So we've got 4, 4, 3 and 43, 1 and 2 in this race. Do you know what we've got a resumption of, David? Lucas and Falkus.
Yeah, the 2020-2021 championship as well.
Yeah, And that was one for the ages, and these two are about to go back at it again.
Yeah,
so
it was 2020.
Strap in and hold tight, folks, because this is going to get exciting.
Warning for Gracie Mitchell. It was 2020, wasn't it, the Lucas Volkers show? Before Volkers took a year out to concentrate on endurance racing. He's back and he's looking very, very good for the 2022 championship. Thompson Mack is currently in third place, with Asher Blythe and Tom Braid for company.
2 laps to go. Volkers is right on Lucas's tail here. Puts in the fastest lap of the race as well, and was over half a second quicker than Connor Lucas. So, as we said, folks, strap in, hold tight, don't go and put the kettle on. This one's about to get spicy.
1.5 laps remaining. Lucas leading from Volkers. Then it's Thompson, Mack, Blythe and Braid. Then there's a gap back to Nottage and Jack Morris with Scott Tate.
Oh, there he
Jess
goes.
Alexander.
Volkers through easily into South Bank. Lucas had a good look behind. I don't think he opened the door and let him through, but Volkers just went.
Yeah, here we go then, down the back straight.
So Lucas has a look. Then he has another look.
No, that looked like there was a little wave there, Tom, halfway down the back straight from Connor Lucas.
Team orders.
Potentially, who knows? But yeah, down the back straight. Early on the way out, it looked like there was a bit of a handover there.
Well, that's poo-pooed me spicy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not a fan of that.
No, last lap. Board is out. Volkers leads from Connor Lucas then down the back straight.
Lucas full send into hairpin 4 now. I'm not having that.
There's a great train going on, Tom, further down. I think
there is.
From David Brown, I think, in 12th, all the way down to about the end of the field.
Yeah, there's a big train there. And so it is out of hairpin 4. Heat 3 is going to go the way of Josh Volkers. Puts a big thumbs up to Connor Lucas and says, thank you very much for making way. Asher Blythe takes 3rd place. Thomas Bray 4th. David Thompson Mack drops down to 5th on the final lap. Then it's Harry Nottage, Scott Tate, Jack Morris, Jess Alexander and Brandon Jennings round out the top 10.
Yeah, Alexander straight into the pit lane.
David Brewis took you over 40s.
Oh, good effort.
Asher Blythe taking your clubman. Top Norris went to Top Novice. Top Norris. Too much Chuck Norris going on. Top Novice went to Jack Hewland, and then Harry Roddish, Jordan Cranston, Thomas Hewland and Alfie King in your novice class.
You'll be calling Harry Nottage Harry Norris later, won't you, as well?
Probably
You'll
will.
just get yourself confused.
Especially if he gets a bit fighty. So that brings to an end all of your heats for today. We have finals coming up next. The first of which will be Bambino's, and looking forward to this one already. It's been a very, very close throughout the day between Buddy Hugo, Chloe McGill and Amelia DL has been involved as well. So we will move on to that one right now. Just waiting for the final few Pro Karts to be cleared off the track as they make their way into pit lane. So your final for C50 Bambinos is going to be headed by Buddy Hugo with a perfect 150 points for the day. Chloe McGill, 3 second places. And Amelia DL, 3 third places. Then it's Jake Gibbon and Sebastian McCarthy tied on points, but Gibbon getting just ahead on countback. So it's Hugo McGill, DL, Gibbon, McCarthy and Jamie Walsh in 6th. Then we have Freddie Blackshaw, Grayson Crawford, Sebastian Crawford and Tyler Grufferty. And that's the educational Sebastian Crawford, who taught us that you can get beached on the D chicane in the previous heat, which I've never ever seen before and didn't even know was possible. So Sebastian Crawford educating us today. Buddy Hugo just making his way onto the grid now, and will take up pole position. Once again, the helpers here allowed onto the grid just to calm the nerves and prep the karts for the final time. No adjustments are allowed to be made or anything like that, just a little bit of calming and that kind of thing, and making sure that the drivers are okay. Bit of support, as you can see. And they're going to head off the grid in a moment. And we will go for lap 1 of our first final of the day. Looking forward to this one. As we said, championship permutations. If Buddy Hugo wants to make this go on to the next round, he is going to have to win this race. At the very least, he's going to have to outscore Chloe McGill. Otherwise, that championship will go to McGill here and now, which of course is what she wants. Just wants to get it done and dusted and out the way as quick as possible. Buddy Hugo with something to say about that. Let's find out.
Here we go then in our Bambino class.
We've
8 minutes
got
plus
a bit
1
of a
lap.
Bit of a pause. I think it's because we potentially had the wrong time up on the digiboard. I'm not sure. Green flag is up, green flag is down, we're away, and a good start for Buddy Hugo. Better start for Amelia Diel, and a poor start for Chloe McGill, who's already down to 4.
Yeah, drops away. Just the kart just did not get away at the start there, and she's coming under pressure now from Jake Gibbon. Good start, though, from Sebastian McCarthy and Amelia Diel. They're up to 2nd and 3rd, respectively.
They head into hairpin 1 for the first time. It is, as we said earlier, noticeably darker.
Spin for Jamie Walsh, spin as well for Sebastian Crawford at hairpin 1, and a spin for Freddie Blackshaw as well, Tom, on the hairpin 2.
Oh.
So we see there, you can see the kart on the screen, the 131 machine. And now Walsh could try and close in down the back straight. They've been fairly close throughout most of the day. Let's see now whether Chloe McGill can get past Sebastian McCarthy. And sweeping all the way around the outside is going to be Jake Gibbon. Oh, I thought he was going to make that one stick. I think he just tried to take advantage of McGill being slowed into hairpin 3. He tried to sweep all the way around the outside, but Chloe McGill losing time.
Yeah, she's 2.6 seconds off the lead already. We've only just completed 1 lap.
Hugo then from Amelia Diel, and then Sebastian McCarthy.
This is where we're going to see what kind of racecraft McGill's got in her back pocket.
She got to the inside, but she was very tight out of hairpin 2, and that could have potentially scrubbed a bit off, but she's got enough to get alongside Sebastian McCarthy.
And she's now through, and by the looks of things, well on her way to clean air. And in fact is. You can already see the gap that she's built just in those 2 corners.
The gap to the lead, though, Tom, is massive now.
Well, it was 2.6 over the line last time.
It's going to be 4 seconds, Tom, I think.
You're good, aren't you?
It's not my first rodeo.
4.097 seconds. We'll give him that one. So it is Hugo from DL, from McGill, McCarthy, Gibbon, Crawford, Walsh, Blackshaw, Crawford, and Grufferty. Got a good battle here for 4th place, though. Oh, as
McCarthy got a bit of snap, didn't he?
He did. He got a bit of snap oversteer. That's going to halt his progress a little bit down the back straight. Gibbon tries to go around the outside and looked like he'd opened the door there for Grayson Crawford, but Crawford couldn't quite keep the momentum up towards the end of the straight. And Gibbon looks almost reluctant to close the door here on Crawford. They all look around at each other and try and figure out where they are all going and why they're all using different lines. Well, the answer is you're quite young.
That's all it is, isn't it?
And plying your trade, learning your trade, yeah. you can see three karts and 3 different lines there, just entering the national loop. One of them will be quickest, and probably Grayson Crawford is having a real, a good look at what's going to be the quickest line, because he's got 2 karts in front of him. He can forge his own path, see whether he's making up time or losing it.
That's when what we saw at the last round, when there was 4 karts right at the front, is that they were the same line every single lap, nose to tail.
I'm just
for most of it.
Having a look out of the commentary box window, and Amelia DL has closed right up onto the back of Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, here we see Gibbon again, Tom, trying to take the outside line, and whilst it's keeping the revs up, it is losing him track position a little bit to Sebastian McCarthy. You are right, Amelia DL now within just over a tenth. Yeah, just off a tenth off the back now of Buddy Hugo as we go past half race distance. Both of them, though, Tom, lap on lap, around about a second quicker than Chloe McGill in 3rd place. So while she has managed to get through the pack, the pace not there for McGill.
No, and we've seen this from DL before. Is she going to be able to get past now? Because we've seen her close up. At the time, it was McGill and Hugo, not just Hugo. And DL wasn't able to make the pass. She's definitely got the speed here. She just needs to be able to get past Buddy Hugo, and there could well be a final win for Amelia Deal here.
Yes, but the problem she's got there, Tom, is that negotiating the lap traffic has opened the gap up again. Buddy Hugo managed to get down the inside. DL had to go round the outside, and the gap will now elongate to around about 8 tenths.
So let's see what... how quickly DL can close that back up, because, as you say, she's got some real pace here, but hasn't been able to put an overtake on either Hugo or McGill throughout the day.
Right back with him again by the time they get to hairpin 1.
So a lot of overspeed, but maybe getting a good drive out of here should be able to get alongside Hugo. Even if it's round the outside, it'd be worth putting a move on. There she is. Look, she's right on the tail again.
The pace is there, isn't it? It's like it's all speed. Just needs to get an overtaking opportunity on Buddy Hugo.
Head round hairpin forward. 2 minutes to go.
A little bit of speed scrub there as she's a little bit tighter into hairpin, out of hairpin 4, but then closes right up on Hugo over start finish.
Almost had a look on the inside of the D chicane there. But yes, you're absolutely right, David. McGill, even with a personal best on that lap, is only just slightly quicker than Buddy Hugo. Again, Amelia Deal, the only person under the 1 minute barrier in this race so far with a 59.8. But on that lap was almost 6 tenths of a second quicker than Buddy Hugo. Can't find a way through, though. Hugo just doing all the right things.
Needs, isn't it?
Yeah, just putting the car exactly where he needs to. DL has essentially got to have so much speed that got to have all the way around the outside.
We've had a bit of a coming together at hairpin 1 between a number of drivers. Sebastian McCarthy's one of them involved as well, which has given Crawford and Gibbon an easy run now for 4th and 5th. Seb McCarthy's nose on the car is right up, it's almost up flat out at the front of the kart, so I don't think it's going to cause enough for him to be called into the pit lane under a mechanical flag, because it's not flapping around. It's the bottom bolt has come out of the nose panel on that kart.
Potentially on to our penultimate lap here. I think we'll get 9 in. So yes, Sebastian McCarthy has dropped from 4th down to 6th. That's promoted Grayson Crawford and Jake Gibbon. In fact, 7th now, and potentially 8th as well. I'm not sure. No, just in front of Jamie Walsh.
Yeah, McCarthy and Walsh are both going into the pit lane, Tom.
There we go. DL trying to make a move around the outside. Is she going to be able to cut back to the inside of 3? No, not quite. Definitely has the speed here. If she can get past, I think she'll move away. But last lap board is going out as they come across the line for the final time here in the final. Buddy Hugo doing absolutely everything he needs to do to keep this championship going into the next round.
And it will be, Tom, if he crosses the line in first place with McGill in second, or McGill in third. Even if he drops to second, it won't do him.
I was going to say, he's got to play it smart here as well. If DL does show a nose, he's got to accept that for the championship, he's...
Because if he gets turned round and McGill comes through, then third and second is exactly the same. The title would go to McGill.
I mean, how old is Buddy Hugo? Does he think like that?
I don't know. This is his final year in Bambino because he's already racing in Minimax
Yes,
as well, in
exactly.
Micromax as well, isn't he?
Yes.
Round hairpin number 3 then for the final time for Buddy Hugo. And McGill, Amelia DL, not close enough. Can she get the run out of the final corner? I don't think she can. And Buddy Hugo will come through to take victory here in Bambino. Head down behind the steering wheel for that final push over the line. And Buddy Hugo punches the air in delight as he takes victory from Amelia DL and keeps the championship hopes alive for one more round at least. Chloe McGill, the championship leader, crosses the line in third place. Then we await Grayson Crawford to come through. The 22 will cross the line in P4 with Jake Gibbon crossing the line in 5th. Then it's going to be Freddie Blackshaw in P6. And then Sebastian Crawford will be classified in 7th place. McCarthy and Walsh both pitted with 2 laps to go. So that's going to see them drop down to the bottom end of the order, unfortunately.
Jamie Walsh put in the 3rd fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he was one of the drivers that was involved in that incident.
Yes, he was, but that's a good showing from Jamie Walsh. Yeah, credit where it's due. Absolutely, a great effort from Jamie Walsh to get that time in a 1:05. Amelia DL with a 59.8 took the fastest lap. Buddy Hugo 1:01 and Chloe McGill 1:04. So still a long way off lap record pace here, and we've discussed it before. The air's a bit like soup out there today, but still a surprise that they're that far off the pace. Anyway, congratulations to Buddy Hugo. 3 wins and the final as well to Buddy Hugo. Doing absolutely everything he has needed to do to keep the championship rumbling on until the next round. We'll see what happens there. So that's Bambino's done for the day.
Next up then, it's time for Junior Pro Kart.
Your grid for the final of Junior Pro Kart is going to be headed by Maximus Shields, who has taken 2 wins today. Christian Oblag goes off P2 and has predicted a win on the YouTube comments, so keep your eyes on that one. Harvey still goes off P3 with Sebastian Pereira 4th. Joe Arnold has taken a win today, but only goes off P5. Then it's Sophie Pawsey in 6th. Ben Arnold in 7th, Danny Bean in 8th, Harry Brown in 9th, Marty Gilfillan in 10th, Leon Wilson 11th, and Amy Frame would have been in 12th, but she is no longer here. And once again, if you are just tuning in for the Junior Pro Karts and you are supporting Amy Frame as well, we will just give you an update on her condition. So she had an incident in heat number 1 where she was essentially upside down in the car and has ended up with a broken collarbone and a broken ankle that was diagnosed in the hospital. So once again, we send her our very, very best. Hope you get well soon, and we hope to see you back here very, very soon and driving a kart.
Juniors then making their way into position for the second of 9 finals here at Teesside Autodrome.
If you need any help or advice on how to use crutches as well, David will offer a personal service.
I'm familiar with their uses.
As of late.
Oh yeah, it's coming from recent experience.
Final runners heading into place now for your Junior Pro Kart final. The starter just making his way towards the front of the grid, and we will get going very, very shortly. Green flag is up, down, and we are away. Matt Shields with a great start. Harvey still off third place, got a great start as well, and has tucked it into second place.
Yeah, in front of Christian Oblag, who just couldn't get away and slot into that second place. Pereira then in fourth, in front of Arnold and Pawsey, with the 9 then of Ben Arnold, in front of Danny Bean, Harry Brown, Marty Gilfillan and Leon Wilson.
Yeah, heading down the back straight for the first time and into the South Bank corner. I was going to say Shields looking comfortable, but then Harvey still carried a huge amount of speed through South Bank. Massive amounts of understeer because he just ended up so quick down there, and has caught right up onto the back of Shields.
Yeah, 12 laps then this final, 2 more than the heats. And Shields, Still and Oblag have broken away ever so slightly then from Sebastian Pereira and Joe Arnold. Sophie Pawsey then the top 6.
Yeah, there's a train of 3 now formed, and then potentially another train of 3 forming behind, and another 3 behind that. So you've got a top 9 forming into 3 distinct groups.
Yeah, I think Shields is a bit tighter into hairpin 3, which opens the accordion, as then down the inside comes Christian Oblag, and then he forces Harvey Still wide out onto the rumble strip, and Oblag is through into second place.
Not sure Still will take too kindly to that, but we shall see whether there'll be any kind of...
He's going to try and get back through, that's for sure.
Yes, 100%. We'll see how robust that move is when he does make it, if he does make it.
So Oblag now the one to take the challenge for the lead. Head down behind the steering wheel from Oblag.
Yeah,
Shields does the shrimp and gets his legs bent and drops down into the then drops himself down into the seat a little bit further.
Oblag with the shrimp, Shields with his customary gopher. He pops down behind the wheel and then pops up right at the end. It's the whack-a-mole.
Over the line they come though. They're nose to tail. They've opened up a bit of a gap here to Harvey Still, which means that Shields and Oblang are going to start hopefully try and push away. In their minds, they're going to try and move it out, and then they can argue over it in the final couple of laps. How patient will Christian Oblag be here in second place?
He's got to get close enough first, and although he was there, Shields has just put in a very quick couple of corners and started to move away again. So that front 3, Harvey Still has now dropped off of that and has moved into the clutches of Sebastian Pereira and Joe Arnold. Fastest lap of the race for Shields. A good 3/10 quicker than Oblag, and another 2/10 faster than Harvey Still as well. So Shields very, very quick at this point in the race.
Plenty to go though. We're only at 1/3 race distance. I've been really impressed with Joe Arnold showing, Tom, all day.
So have I.
Including that Heat 2 victory. I think he's been shown like his overall race pace has been fantastic. He's currently sticking with race winners as well in this class, multiple race winners in Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira. And really looking like he belongs at the front of this junior pro kart grid.
And such an unfortunate end to that Heat 1 as well, where, you know, he definitely got that Heat win because of the countback, but for me that Heat 1 was probably the defensive drive of the season so far.
Yeah, it was superb, wasn't it, from Joe Arnold?
It was. Like, genuinely, it really
when you've
was.
got 6 karts or so behind you, all vying for that first place, to remain so calm at the front in a defensive drive was superb from the 2. And Arnold now running in 5th place on the back of Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira. The leading duo, though, of Shields and Oblag, at the moment are making this a 2-kart race for the lead. We're not at half race distance. We will be in about 10 seconds time when Maximus Shields comes over start finish. And that will be now. And through comes Shields. We are at half race distance, 6 of the 12 laps in the bag. And the gap 1.3 seconds from the battle for the lead down to Harvey Still in 3rd place.
Behind these comes Sophie Pawsey, is 2.1 seconds behind. Then it's Ben Arnold, Danny Bean and Harry Brown. A little bit off the back then is Marty Gilfillan and Leon Wilson.
You can hear the tyre squeal, Tom, round that south bank corner as the Dunlop tyres just squealing their way, just basically screaming for grip.
Didn't notice it so much with the Bridgestone.
No.
But yes, the Dunlops definitely let you know.
They're telling you they're putting a shift in.
Yeah. Yeah. Oblag is right there again. Now,
this is swinging both ways, isn't it? Because for a couple of laps, Shields opened up a gap, and now Christian Oblag goes down the inside into hairpin 2, and Christian Oblag leads this final. And Shields is going to try and come back. There's a bit of a chop in between them, but Shields will drop then into second place.
Yeah, forcing the issue is Shields again on tapping away like a little woodpecker on the back of Christian Oblag.
They don't want to back themselves in here, though.
No, Oblag needs to get his head down and...
they've lost 3/10 in that lap alone.
Yeah, not be defensive essentially, and Shields needs to work with him because otherwise Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira are going to be right there.
Because those two are working together behind. They're not trying to defend. Still is comfortable in third with Sebastian Pereira pushing along. See, that's a much tighter line from Shields, as he has done all race, actually. I think that was what was exacerbating the gap between him and Still earlier, is that he'd go tight and it looked like the gap was a bit bigger, and then Still would carry more speed round the corner and would close it up round hairpin 3.
So 3 laps to go here. Seb Pereira with a personal best lap of the race. Christian Oblag did 2 46.2s in a row, took the lead from Shields, and then has just comfortably sat in 46.4s. So I think there's another 2 10s in Oblag here. If he can pull it out, could well move clear. And his prediction could come true.
It could be. I might be able to break the line out again, Tom. 2 laps to go then as they come over the start finish this time round for Christian Oblang, and he has indeed opened up a fairly decent gap now to Max Shields. Sets the fastest lap of the race, a 46.211 for Christian Oblag, with Maximus Shields in second place. Harvey Still third. The gap though back out to 1.4 seconds from the lead for Harvey Still. They've got a full second to close up on the back of Maximus Shields for both Still and Pereira. Arnold has dropped away ever so slightly then off the back here of Pereira. Then it's Pawsey, Arnold, Danny Bean, Harry Brown, Marty Gilfillan and Leon Wilson.
And Christian Oblag, as I said, if he can get back in the 46.2s, could move away. Well, he got back in the 46.2s. Shields only managed a 46.5.
Yeah, but it's been a bit different this lap, though, Tom. The gap back down now as Shields goes 46.084. Fastest lap of the race when he needs it the most. They might catch up with some lap traffic in front, Tom. But if they will, it'll be in the final few corners of this race. Max Shields then right on the number board of Christian Oblag, as now is Sebastian Pereira on the back of Harvey Still for the final step on the podium.
So how did Max Shields find half a second on that last lap that he hasn't run all race?
Well, we'll have to ask him in around about a minute's time, Tom, because at the moment he's quite busy with Christian Oblang as they make their way round hairpin 3. There's a blue flag in front. Oblang will go defensive to the inside. White lines it. Can Shields get the run out of the final corner? He can't. And as Christian Oblang predicted, it's now a spoiler. He takes the victory here in the final at Teesside Autodrome from Maximus Shields, with Harvey Still and Sebastian Pereira the top 4. Joe Arnold and then Sophie Pawsey in 6th place. Then it's going to be Ben Arnold for 7th in front of Danny Bean and Harry Brown.
Well, Christian Oblag did predict his own win there. So kudos to him, and he looks chuffed to bits as well, coming down the back straight. So spoiler alert from Christian Oblag, and followed through.
Just having a look, Tom, at the points in Junior Pro Kart. Now, there's less than 20 points split the top 3 in that class. It's going to be a very, very mouth-watering battle towards the Junior Pro Kart Championship at the end of the season between Harvey Still, Max Shields and Christian Oblang. Let's not discount Sebastian Pereira, though. He's only 20 points further back, so he's still got a mathematical chance. But he's probably going to need to win all of the remaining races this season to put himself into a position. But for the top 2, Harvey Still came into this round with a 21-point lead, and he will exit with only an 11-point lead. So Shields has taken a huge championship chunk out of Harvey Still here.
Yeah, and that one will I think will go all the way to the wire. So, final win for Christian Oblag. I'll put a big F in your column for final. And that's us done for the day with Junior Pro Kart. Cadet Pro coming up next. And your Cadet Pro is going to be headed by Thomas Potter, with Amy Peacock in 2nd, Ben Robinson in 3rd, Jack Collinson in 4th, and Stanley Clark 5th, and Edward Rye 6th. 7th for JJ Plowman, 8th for William Howard, 9th for Isabella Stansmore Wilson, 10th for Holly Swan, 11th for Harris Ali, and 12th for Alex Lynn. And then Alfie McBain goes off 13th. They are heading their way around the South Bank corner and into hairpin 3, ready to be gridded up.
Yeah, they will, of course, get stopped there in that dogleg section and then be sent forward in pairs to get themselves gridded into position.
And the championship could well go to Thomas Potter here, with the exception of probably if he finishes outside the top 7.
Yeah, I think,
did we think?
Yeah, I think so, Tom. I'll just have a confirmation of that in this one. So
we could have our first champion of the year crowned right here in around about 10 minutes' time.
Very much depends on whether Amy Peacock wins this race. Nonetheless, a 4th place or higher will win the championship for Thomas Potter, no matter where anybody else finishes.
So he needs to finish 4th or better?
4th or better, but that is if Peacock wins. If Peacock is further down, then Potter can finish further down as well,
yes,
because they're the only 2
correct, yeah,
that are in the battle for this championship lead.
Okay, so now we've got that out the way. In around about 10 minutes' time, we could well have our first champion of 2022 crowned.
Everybody is in position, though, Tom. The final row of Alfie McBain, who had that retirement, hence why he's not got sufficient points to progress any higher than the back of the grid as it stands.
Started just moving across to the flag point, and the green flag is in hand. Up, down, and we are away for our Cadet Pro final. Again, a great start from Amy Peacock. Slot straight into P2.
Yeah, stops Ben Robinson, getting that run into that first corner. Through the chicanes they come then, Potter leading from Peacock.
And is that Layla Berryman around?
No, it's Holly Swan.
Holly Swan, sorry.
Similar helmet and colour
Yes.
scheme, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, Holly Swan. I knew it was one of the 2.
Potter then leads from Peacock. Peacock gets a good run down that back straight and will look to come to the inside as they head down towards South Bank, and Amy Peacock is through on Thomas Potter. Potter slots into 2nd place then, with Robinson in 3rd, Collinson and Clark. So this has been the top 5 for all of this race weekend, really, Tom. As Robinson gets down the inside of Potter. Potter gets the cut back to the inside and will slot back up into 2nd place. you know what? Potter's nose is bouncing around quite a lot there, Tom. In the front end, I don't know. It looked at a bit of an angle at the start.
Oh, yeah, you can see it there.
As Robinson then comes down the inside of Thomas Potter. Then there's a bit of bumping and boring in the background as Robinson forces Potter wide as they get a run down the back straight. Potter's not going to give this one up, but Robinson will have track position down the inside.
Not for long.
Potter's going to do exactly the same back into hairpin number 3. And Amy Peacock is driving away at the front of the field here in Honda Cadet Pro. Still waiting for that first final victory for Amy Peacock. She's been so close, took the pole position here, of course, for that final at round 5. Then it started to rain slightly and Potter came through from 7th to take the victory. She's currently leading the way with Thomas Potter and Ben Robinson, the top 3. Then it's Collinson, Clark, Rye. Then it looks like Stansmore Wilson in front of JJ Plowman, William Howard and Harris Alley, with Alfie McBain having made his way past Alex Lynn, and then Holly Swan, who's had that opening lap spin.
So the gap was 0.8 of a second between Peacock and Potter over the line on the previous lap. They're just coming round the dog leg and the kink section this time. Let's see what that gap is. I think that's come down quite a bit, and in fact it has. It's come down a quarter of a second. Thomas Potter putting in the fastest lap of the race, but bringing with Ben Robinson and Jack Collinson and Stanley Clark and all the rest of the field, with the exception of Holly Swan.
Yeah.
But right the way from second place down to 12th is now one train.
Such a close class, isn't it, Honda Cadet Pro?
Oh, we love it. Absolutely love it.
I wouldn't even be surprised if Holly Swan caught the back of the train at some point in this
Stranger
one, Tom,
things have happened.
She's the only one not involved in a battle that's not slowing each other down.
If Amy Peacock goes incredibly defensive, you can see it happening.
Yeah, there's no reason to stop it. Like I say, everybody else is in a battle for position as well. She's the only one that's got free air and is able to just take her own lines and maximise all the way around the corners. I get a feeling this one's going to have a bit of a lull, Tom, for 2 or 3 minutes.
You think so? Potter's just put in another fastest lap of the race and has gone another 10th and a half quicker than Amy Peacock. So potentially, but it's 4 tenths behind.
By lull, I mean like maybe no overtakes for a lap or 2, and then I think it's going to go up a notch again.
We do see this a few times, don't we, with particularly in Honda Cadets and certainly things like Junior and Minimax, where you get a bit of a mid-race lull, like a mid-afternoon snooze, and then it all kicks off again. So here we go, Peacock coming over the line. It is Peacock from Potter, from Robinson. Then it's Jack Collinson, Stanley Clark, Edward Rice, Stansmore Wilson, JJ Plowman, William Howard and Harris Alley in the top 10. Alfie McBain 11th, Alex Lynn 12th, and then the aforementioned Holly Swan in 13th. Still putting in personal best for Holly Swan as well, so she's trying hard. Not giving up on this one.
No, 5.5 minutes remaining in this race, so we're not quite at half race distance just yet. But Potter is now right. Potter is right on the back of Peacock now.
Yep. And Robinson has been trying to go with, but now there's a half-second gap between Robinson and then another half-second back to Collinson.
They've got to push Collinson and Clark and Rye as well.
And yet place. Another fastest lap of the race as well for Potter.
Second will be enough. Doesn't need to do anything silly here.
Second will be enough, but does he think like that? That's the question. Will he be happy to just give up a final win in order to take the championship, or will he take it in style with a final win and push the limits and risk it for the glory?
Well, we've got 4.5 minutes or so to find out here. As we say, doesn't need to do anything silly, doesn't need to get himself involved in doing anything silly, as he tries to sweep all the way round the outside of Amy Peacock. Just as we said, it would probably be best if he just kept his nose out of anything that could potentially take the championship away from him today. He tries and move round the outside of Amy Peacock that you really have to be alongside going over start-finish, and the nose was only just about there. And Peacock comes out onto the back straight still as our race leader.
Tucking herself down behind the wheel to try and get as much of the air to go straight over the top of the kart as she possibly can.
It's going to be difficult as well, Tom, because at 12 years old, she is just about as big as you can get into a cadet kart. You see, she's already been out in Minimax as well,
Tall.
which is a full-size chassis, yeah. So, you know, the height-wise, you can see the position as Potter tries exactly the same move again round the outside of the D chicane.
So 3 minutes to go here. As we said, we've had that sort of mid-race lull, if you like, where everybody's just working, you know, to open up their own gaps to people behind, potentially close them to the ones in front. But there's been a bit of a field spread now while that's been going on, although we say that, I look out the window, and for P4, I think there's been a change of position. Is that Stanley Clark?
Yeah, Stanley Clark and Collinson. They're very, very tight with each other. Yeah, but then I think Rye's going to get a better run than Clark's. I think Clark's been balked trying to get past Collinson, and Edward Rye is up into 5th place. Collinson then down to 6th in front of Stansmore, Wilson, Howard, Plowman, McBain, who spent a couple of laps trying to get past Harris Alley and has finally got through, moved up into 10th, and then started to move away.
More personal best laps going in there. One for Ben Robinson, Stansmore, Wilson, Howard, Plowman, Ali and Swan all putting in personal best laps of the race. So Holly Swan is still pushing hard. She's 6.4 behind Alex Lynn, but it was half a second quicker that lap. Might just run out of time for Holly Swan to start making her way back up the order, but still pushing hard. And that's good for her. You know, good to see from her. She's certainly not giving up on this one. Howard has taken 7th from Stansmore Wilson on that lap. Potter is still there behind Peacock, but starting to move towards these two now. Coming back into this is Ben Robinson.
He's closing in, isn't he, Tom, in these final few laps here?
Yeah, he was 4/10 quicker than Peacock on the previous lap. So he's right there now. Potter's looking around nervously, wondering whether to attack or whether he should be defending here. Oh, well, there's your answer. Overtake on Amy Peacock into hairpin 3, immediately rebuked by Peacock into 4. Potter with the over and under, gets the move done and takes the lead.
Yeah, Potter into lead with 1 minute to go then in this Honda Cadet Pro final.
And that was purely looking around and seeing Ben Robinson there.
Yeah, with Amy Peacock and Ben Robinson now, as now Potter will begin to go defensive now. He's in the lead much tighter into hairpin 3. Robinson's able to take the wider line because he's not coming under any pressure at all. Peacock gets to the inside, but Robinson isn't close enough to give her a little push down the back straight, and she has to slot in. All you need there is just that extra little bit of slipstream. If Robinson was there to push through, they'd have both got through down the inside, I think, because Potter wouldn't have had anywhere to turn in. 44 seconds remaining. They're not going to get the last lap board this time, but they will the time after. 2 laps remaining then for Thomas Potter, Amy Peacock and Ben Robinson. This is your top 3 as it is. Then you've got Collinson. Clark is back through on Edward Rye, who's also dropped behind William Howard. He's down into 7th place. Howard up into 6th with Plowman, Stansmore, Wilson and McBain. Your top 10, the leading trio, though, still nose to tail as they go through the chicanes for the penultimate time.
Yeah, they're heading down onto the back straight now. About to start their final lap. Potter still feeling the need to go defensive early. Chops across and then back across in front of Amy Peacock. And he judged that well, but there is Robinson. Oh, there's contact and that's it! Peacock is round.
Yeah, Robinson turns Peacock round down there at hairpin 3. Peacock will drop all the way down to 10th place. Thomas Potter into 2nd. Potter leads. Robinson in 2nd place. The rest of the field behind. Amy Peacock drops all the way down. Let's have a quick look at that one again as they come through. Oh, no, we're not going to get that. So Potter then leads them onto the back straight for the final time.
And into South Bank Corner for the final time. And it is going to be Potter from Robinson. Yeah. And then Jack Collinson is now in third. Amy Peacock, as you said, David, all the way down in 10th and 1.8 seconds.
Yeah, what was a very, very promising race for Amy Peacock, ruined on the penultimate lap. Thomas Potter, though, will come through to take the checkered flag and be crowned the 2022 Cadet Pro champion here at Teesside Autodrome. Robinson gets second with Jack Collinson in third place, gets the final step on the podium with Stanley Clark, William Howard, Edward Rye, and then JJ Plowman in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Alfie McBain, and a very, very unfortunate Amy Peacock in P10.
Here we have the replay. So Amy Peacock got good speed here. Ben Robinson with even more speed went up the inside. Amy Peacock wasn't expecting him there. Coming together and round she went. But congratulations, there is Thomas Potter, your 2022 Cadet Pro champion. I'm hoping that there will be big rounds of applause across the bank that is watching on, as there will be in the commentary box as he comes across the line. Well done, Thomas Potter, 2022 Cadet Pro champion. And our first champion of the year has now been crowned here. And that brings to an end Cadet Pro, not for the year, but for the day. For this round, we still have 2 rounds to go, but it is mathematically impossible for Thomas Potter to be caught, and that is how he has been crowned our Cadet Pro champion, provisionally, barring any late penalties, but it doesn't look like that way, although we were a bit concerned earlier on, obviously, about the nose, but he looked very happy, so I'm sure everything is fine. And one final congratulations to him as we move on to our final for Cadet Club. Okay, your grid for the Cadet Club final is headed by Samuel Yeadon, who has taken pole position and 2 wins here today. Charlie Eyeball will go off second place with Sebastian Benson in third, Mason Dinsdale in fourth and Cameron Tipping fifth, Thomas Harper in sixth, Joey Swan in seventh with Ollie Carter in eighth, Reese Cranston in ninth and Layla Berryman going off P10. Riley Buckton-Young in 11th and Charlie Quine in 12th. Then it's Mason Webster, Ashton Carmichael, Toby Turner and Riley Sims-Ezard. Henry Colborne and Matty Prinku-Wright in 18th. Then we have Morgan Cooney and Bradley Smith rounding out the top 20. Do you know what we haven't done yet today, David?
Is it a brief chat about some cake?
It is. Not only are we going to have a brief chat about some cake while this has been rocked up, gridded up. Sorry.
I believe we have cake chat music.
We've got cake chat music.
The thing is,
very jazzy.
The thing is, you didn't have any today. We had some during the paddock walk yesterday.
But I did have 2 yesterday.
Yeah, because before we had the cake that we started our paddock walk with, you'd seen a double cookie with chocolate filling.
Yeah, it's a double chocolate chip cookie with a chocolate sort of creamy.
Was it not a double? Was it not a double chocolate chip cookie? Because there was one at the top and one at the bottom. It was
just a double cookie. Yeah, it was like a cookie sandwich. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. What did you have today? You had the mini egg cake.
I had the mini egg cake.
Big slab of mini egg.
Well, yeah, but
cake.
I had that whilst
enough for 2.
Yeah, but I had that whilst I was waiting.
Yeah, he refused to share.
But I had that whilst I was waiting for me pork burger to turn
Oh yeah,
up.
because you had it upside down,
Yeah,
didn't you? So you had the dessert first.
Yeah, I had it. Yeah, it's
because you're a wrong 'un.
Well, look, who makes the decision as to what the starter is?
Polite society, which you've never been a part of. But yes, I hope you're enjoying our hashtag Cake Chat music. As I said, it's very Gran Turismo-esque yesterday when I heard it for the first time.
Full-on lounge music, isn't it?
It's beautiful. I love it. Anyway, so that concludes hashtag Cake Chat for this particular round. Better late than never.
We'll be back for its next instalment in October.
In fact, Adam had hashtag cake today.
He had the same hashtag cake as me.
He did. What was your thoughts, Adam? Moist.
Stop it. Just having a bit of a...
doesn't even deem a response, that, does it?
Having a reshuffle, Tom. Toby Turner.
Not chocolatey, not, oh, I loved the mini egg on top. Oh, there was a piece of chocolate on top, but I'm not sure what kind of bar it came from. Just moist. One word summary. You'd never make it on MasterChef, would you?
You two stop it now, please. We've
never
got a
going to
race.
be a critic. Paul Hollywood, yeah.
Morgan Cooney there with a steady pirouette right at the back to
like
get
Gary
his kart into position.
Any film geeks out there, if you got my Gary Shepperton reference there. Anyway, we are about to get going for our final of Cadet Club. Lots and lots of support and congratulations coming in on the live chat for Teapot, but we are up and down with the green flag and away for the final. Great start from Charlie Eyeball.
Yeah, he considered ducking in, didn't he? And then decided that he had enough speed to sweep round the outside.
And that's what happens when you don't.
Straight through.
Straight through, crew, into the lead and into hairpin 1 with a healthy gap.
Eyeball then leading the way as the rest of the field make their way round hairpin 1. Let's make sure that they get round 2 and then we'll give you a brief order of the opening lap. So it's Eyeball leading the way then from Yeadon and Benson, with Mason Dinsdale and Cameron tipping in front of Joey Swan, Ollie Carter, and then the pink helmeted Layla Berryman sweeping round in front of Thomas Harper, although Harper's going to try and go down the inside into hairpin 3. He's got to get hard on the brakes though, because Berryman sweeps round the outside and holds on.
Heading over the line for the first time, so it is Eyeball from Yeadon, Benson, Dinsdale tipping, Swan, Carter, Berryman, Harper, Cranston, Turner, Buckton, Young, Prinku, Wright, Webster, Carmichael, Sims, Ezard, Quine, Colburn and Cooney. Charlie Eyeball has finished second in every single heat today and has made has had no messing around in getting a gap clear at the front of this race.
He's currently waving goodbye to the rest of them at the moment.
Currently, there is still a long way to go, 8.5 minutes as it currently stands. But yes, Charlie Eyeball for the first time is at the front of this race and is making hay while the sun is shining. Ish.
Well, we haven't seen
the
that
clouds
all
are
day.
there. I'm sure it's shining somewhere, it just isn't here. But brilliant from Eyeball as well, almost half a second quicker than Samuel Yeadon on that last lap.
The top 3 though have been the top 3 for most of the day. Let's see if there's anything that Dinsdale, Tipping or Swan can do about this. So steady little battle going on, Tom, just from Riley Buckton Young in 12th place all the way down to Morgan Cooney. It's very, very tight. And there is plenty going on in that battle.
We're keeping our eyes on Benson and Yeadon. Well, Yeadon at the front of this pair. I'm wondering whether Benson's got anything to offer up in the way of an attack on Yeadon here. Toby Turner has just lost 4 places on that lap, so Buckton, Young, Prinku, Wright, Webster and Carmichael all moved through. So potential issue there for Toby Turner.
He's still running, Tom, just in front of Riley, Sims, Ezard and Charlie Quine.
lost around a second as he got overtaken by 4 there. Yeah, that is a good group going down the back straight right now.
It's nose to tail, isn't it, from pretty much Riley Buckton Young, although him and Matty Prinku Wright have broken away ever so slightly from the chasing pack. There is a nice trio in front of them, though. Layla Berryman still in front of Thomas Harper and Ollie Carter.
Charlie Eibel with another fastest lap of the race, but only a 10th quicker than Yeadon that lap. The gap is still going out. It's 1.3 seconds now. Benson was slightly quicker than Yeadon on that lap, but only to the tune of half a 10th. Right there, though, in that slipstream of Yeadon. As we said, has Benson got anything left in his pocket by way of an attack on Yeadon? Not too sure. We'll find out in the next 6 minutes.
It's a couple of kart lengths back as well now from Yeadon. The gap was only just over a 10th on the previous lap. It's going to be at least a quarter of a second, I think.
Might have made a mistake in
more than half.
1. Although Yeadon just banged in the fastest lap of the race as well, so perhaps that had a fair bit to do with it.
Could be more Yeadon, less Benson there, couldn't it?
Yes, indeed. So, although only matched, really, Charlie Eibel, yes, fastest lap of the race, but it was only a couple of hundredths quicker than Charlie Eibel, who is looking very comfortable at the front of this one. So we're into that mid-race lull, a bit like what we had in Cadet Pro. As everything starts to sort of spread out before it starts to come together again towards the end of the race.
Over start finish they come then. Eibel then now with the fastest lap of the race, immediately eclipsed by Benson in 3rd place there, sandwiching Yeadon in 2nd with Dinsdale, Tipping and Swan still nose to tail from 4th down into 6th place. Layla Berryman still in front of Thomas Harper, 7th and 8th respectively, but they have dropped Ollie Carter by around about 10 kart lengths.
I'm going to be really intrigued as to what the lap times are like now when they come across the line, because the last couple of laps, Yeadon and Benson have at least matched Eibel, and in fact, Benson was a little bit quicker that time, and the balance seems to be shifting. So Eibel was very quick at the start of this race. Let's have a look as they come across the line this time. Is it starting to be that maybe he went up on the tyre pressures to get that temperature in early and break away? And now it's starting to come the other way, and in fact it is, because
minimal though there, isn't it?
Well, Sebastian Benson was 2 tenths quicker than Eibel on that lap and has started to close the gap back into Yeadon. So potentially coming towards 2nd and 3rd place. And that gap will start to reduce to Eibel as this race goes on. A couple of overtakes going on through hairpin 2 at the moment. So we're looking at this Cameron tipping Mason, well, Mason Dinsdale, Cameron tipping Joey Swan.
Oh, I thought Swan was straight lining that down into 4 then.
Yeah, through the short shoot of 3 and 4. We've seen that move quite a lot, but not from that far back. Well, not pulled off anyway from that far back. So this one's heating up quite nicely. This is for 4th place. Lots of personal best going in further down the order for 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th places.
Really is quite tight. Yeah, Swan's got a good run there, hasn't he? Right round the outside of Tipping and up into 5th.
Yeah, good drive out of hairpin 2 for Swan. Don't often see that. Certainly not done that early.
No, I thought he was going to do the same to Dinsdale down the inside into 4 as well, but maybe saving that one for another lap.
That gap again to the leader has come down from Yeadon and Benson, and in fact Benson was nearly 4 tenths quicker than Eibel on that lap. Benson a couple of tenths quicker, so it's all starting to come together at the front. Less than a second now separating the top 3.
Benson really needs to get cleanly past Yeadon, doesn't he, in the next, well, by the end of this lap. If he's probably the quickest driver, you know, consistently lap on lap has been the quickest driver, but can't find a way through. Here's the attempt down into 3. The door closed then by Yeadon.
And of course, if they do start fighting, that's going to be music to Charlie Eyeball's ears, as it's going to slow them down and help that gap go out. So it was 0.9, it's now 0.7. In fact, the gap between Yeadon was 0.951 over the line. Now it's 0.951 to Benson. So you can visibly see how much they've closed.
Yeah, it's very, very tight now. Yeah, very tight now. 1.5 minutes remaining. They're going to get 3 more laps in here, I think.
So there really is potential for this one to have the blue touch paper lit right at the end of this race. Has Benson got anything to offer this time into hairpin 3? Has another look, but decides against it. Slots back into line. And is there behind Yeadon as they exit hairpin 4. Coming over the line, there's just over a minute to go, so we'll probably get 2 laps in here.
Yellow flag out at 3, Tom, briefly, because Thomas Harper's had a spin. He was battling it out with Layla Berryman, so he was behind Berryman, so it looks like he could have tried to go down the inside, and he's been tipped into a spin. So that's going to drop him behind Riley Buckton-Young. That's lost him 2 places to Ollie Carter, well, 3 places actually, behind Ollie Carter, Reese Cranston, and Riley Buckton-Young. 36 seconds remaining.
And that gap is still continuing to come down with Yeadon and Benson not fighting each other. They are just working together. Not in the sense of pushing each other along, but certainly in the sense of not fighting.
Yeah.
Yeadon pulling Benson along. And they are really close now. It was 0.6 over the line.
It's tighter than that, I'm sure of it.
2 laps to go here.
0.3 of a second now then between Charlie Eibel, Samuel Yeadon and Sebastian Benson. It is so tight at the front of this Honda Cadet Club final. They'll see the last lap board next time as the timer on the overhead gantry elapses down to 0. 1.5 laps for Charlie Eibel, who's led all of this final after a rocket ship start all the way around the outside of Samuel Yeadon into the first corner. But now the gap that he pulled out has been reeled back in by Yeadon and Benson as they head towards the final lap here at Teesside.
Yeah, coming out of hairpin 4, and that gap is now nothing. They are nose to tail, this front 3. Benson's kept his powder very, very dry so far, but he's going to have to go past 2 here if he's going to take the win.
Personal best for Yeadon, just when he needed it the most, and takes the 0.2 out of the lead. So comes over the line then with just 0.1 behind Charlie Eibel.
Keeping an eye on the group behind as well, which is headed at the moment by Mason Dinsdale, as Joey Swan now sends it up the inside into hairpin 1 and just about got it stopped. Overcooked it a little bit. That was great.
Yeah, but on the last lap, you've got to do that, haven't you?
Yeah, he had full send there. Didn't quite manage to get it stopped in time, and Mason Dinsdale retook it. But it is Charlie Eibel coming out of hairpin 4 for the final time. Will cross the line and take victory here in your Cadet Club final. Going to Charlie Eibel, Samuel Yeadon closed right up at the end of the race, but could not get a move done. Just 1 more lap, and potentially there was a move there. Benson taking a well-earned 3rd place and the fastest lap of the race. Mason Dinsdale, Joey Swan and Cameron Tipping. Then it's Layla Berryman, Reese Cranston, Ollie Carter and Thomas Harper, your top 10. So well done to Charlie Eibel. Samuel Yeadon, 3 wins and a pole position today, but 2nd in the final. As well. So well done to Charlie Eibel. Great performance. Got his head down early. Managed to get around the outside at the start and just cleared off into the distance, and it was then just waiting for everybody else to reel him back in, and just ran out of time.
Yeah, he did really, really well, because he got that start and had all the intentions of dropping in behind Samuel Yeadon, but then had the awareness that he'd got such a good start that he just needed to pop out then of that slipstream once again to come through and go round the outside to take the lead. And ultimately, in the end, he opened up enough of a gap in the first 2/3 of that race that no matter what the pace from Yeadon and Benson was towards the end, they ran out of time to put in a challenge on Charlie Eibel, who takes a superb victory for the second time here in the Cadet Club Championship here at Teesside this season.
That brings to an end our 4 strokes for the time being. One more 4-stroke race to go, which will be the Senior Pro Karts, which will be our last race of the day. In the meantime, we move on to our 2 strokes now with Junior Rotax final. Your Junior Rotax final is going to be headed by Finley Watson in pole position. Bella Franklin will go off P2 with Jay Smith in 3rd, Alfie Warbank 4th, Nathan Jensen 5th and Melissa Adrian 6th. Then we have Catherine Potter in 7th, who let us know in the comments that she had a technical problem in the previous heat. And then it's Lucas Fletcher, Lewis Smith. Have we got a Lizzie Mentier? We have got a Lizzie Mentier out there in P10, and then we've got Zach Turner in, yes, we have got Zach Turner out there in 11th.
Great to see both of them back, one with a broken brake pedal and one Turner requiring some medical assistance in the previous start of the previous race. So we're back to a full complement of Junior Max drivers.
They head round now for their second rolling up lap. Going to keep an eye on what Mentier and Potter can do here. Of course, those two were absolutely inseparable in cadets. 2020?
Yes.
Yeah, 2020. Absolutely inseparable.
Do you know something? It's very windy out there now. I can hear it in the headset, but also I can see it in the trees on the far side. Very, very windy.
Yeah, and it's getting darker as well. I don't know what's going on. It doesn't seem like... I mean, we're not into winter or anything yet, but it's like 5:10 and it's looking like it's dark. They're putting the lights on soon. That voice you can hear is Cat going, not at these prices.
Juniors then making their way towards the start line. Finley Watson leading us through with Bella Franklin alongside. Green flag is down, we're away and racing, and towards the tail of the field, Lizzie Mentier immediately takes the outside line and sweeps round at least 3 of them, slots in front of Catherine Potter in the background, as then Lucas Fletcher takes a huge chunk of curb, and that sends him wide at hairpin 1. The rest of the field try and sort themselves out. Then you've got Zach Turner taking a chunk of curb into hairpin 2. That's going to balk his exit, and both Mentier and Potter slide down the inside. Warning for Lizzie Mentier.
Out of position, maybe?
Don't know, Tom. As you were watching the front, I was watching the rest of the field. I was watching pretty much the back half of the field and didn't really see much, so...
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that one.
She's back through on Fletcher, is out at the front then. Watson, Franklin and Smith are your top 3, with Warbank, Jensen, Adrian. Then it's Turner, Fletcher, Mentier, Potter and Lewis Smith.
Yeah, Watson went off like a scalded cat in the opening lap, but has been pegged back since then by Franklin and Smith to an extent as they come across the line for the second time. In fact, Watson's still 0.3 of a second quicker. So that gap has gone out to a second. Wow, as that is Smith and Wallbank trying to go side by side through the chicane.
Nathan Jensen was there trying to take full advantage. There he is running in 5th place. If he finishes there, that'll be a career best finish at Teesside for Nathan Jensen.
Good showing from Nathan Jensen today. Lizzie Mentier already up to 7th. Catherine Potter has unfortunately dropped down to 9th place. Zach Turner moving back through the field is in 8th. So they're having a good show in the final, Turner and Mentier. But already 5.5 seconds off the lead. Finley Watson clearing off into the distance, making this one look very, very comfortable so far. 1.1 seconds fast, 1.1 seconds in the lead, and again 0.2 faster than Bella Franklin. 3/4 of a second faster than Jay Smith on that last lap as well. So Watson has the hammer down early doors here.
Just something else, Tom, that I've just been notified of. One of our Bambino runners from the double header, Riley Murrow, has today been crowned as the Motorsport UK British champion in Bambino. So congratulations to Riley Murrow for that feat, taking the British championship in the Como Bambino class.
Well done, Riley Murrow. Absolutely. Back onto things here at Teesside, and Franklin has put in the fastest lap of the race, so really started to close back in now onto the back of Finley Watson as Wallbank and Smith go side by side through hairpin 3. And immediate response from Finley Watson. Absolutely immediate. Again, 1.2 seconds the gap. So Watson seemed to have a little bit of a breather lap, and Franklin, got the hammer down herself, and then that is immediately being responded to by Finley Watson.
You need that every now and again, don't you?
A little bit of a breather lap.
Yeah. Especially when
I
you've
don't know
got...
if you can afford it in a 10-lap final.
Yeah, when you've got a cushion, you can do it a little bit. Sometimes, if you're conscious that the temperatures are going up a little bit, you can have a bit of an ease. There's more to it than just putting the power down with these Rotax, isn't there? You've got to manage temperatures as well.
Tyre temperatures as well. Obviously, there's no indication of how hot the tyres actually are. It's all to do with feel in the steering and through your backside and through your back and your chest and your ribs and your arms. All about feeling, but you'll soon know when you come into the hairpin like that and it's either the back end's trying to overtake the front or the front end's ploughing on or it's nicely balanced. If it's nicely balanced, you're in the right window.
Finley Watson then crosses the line with 5 laps to go, and it's going to be 5 laps from the Junior Rotax Championship here at Teesside, and he continues to push as he sets the fastest lap of the race and a personal best, and I think that fastest lap then is immediately eclipsed by Bella Franklin.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so Franklin is on it now. And pushing Watson in terms of pace, but not in terms of position on the track, with a 1.2 second gap. 5 seconds then back to Jay Smith and Alfie Wallbank, who is still struggling to get through on Jay Smith. But right on the back now is Lizzie Mentier, potentially in with a shout of a podium here.
Well, certainly closing in. Still 4 laps to go, Tom. So plenty of time. And sets the fastest lap of the race with a 41.755. Mentier on a charge then.
Wow.
Having to come through at the start. Made a good start and swept round the outside. Then lost a couple of places in the hairpin 1 and 2. Is now starting to close in on Jay Smith and Alfie Wallbank.
Paid us a visit as well, did Lizzie Mentier, during the lunch break that we had. And I reckon she's got a career in commentary lined up for when she finishes karting, She wants to have a go, David.
Well, she's not shy of a word, that's for sure.
No, she definitely wants to come and have a go. So, yeah, anytime you're not racing, Lizzie, come and say hello and we'll try and get you on the mic.
Smith then leads that battle for 3rd place from Wallbank and Mentier, but Mentier now right on the back of Alfie Wallbank as they head down towards hairpin 1. Wallbank leaves half a cart width down the inside, but Mentier not tempted to nibble.
Yeah, progress has sort of been halted a little bit as she's come up to the back of these two, and is going to need to get through them quickly if she's Well, in all seriousness, I think that's about as far as she's going to get, because I think Franklin and Watson are too far up the road. Franklin again closing in on the back of Finley Watson.
Warbank there tried to get past Smith, and then in doing so left the door open for Mentia, and Mentia comes through to move into 4th place.
Oh,
and then
there you go. Ooh,
Smith makes a mistake then, and Mentia then has to back out the throttle, and Warbank comes back through. So Warbank takes advantage of Smith's mistake, which in turn slowed Mentia down. You know, Warbank is back up into 4th place. Last lap board, I think we'll meet our leaders when they come round this time.
Franklin has closed that gap to under a second now. He's just going to have to go to take a full second out of Finley Watson on the final lap. But stranger things have happened here.
42 seconds await Finley Watson and the 2022 Junior Rotax Championship here at Teesside Autodrome. He's had 2 heat wins and a 2nd place. Finishing would have been enough, but he's going to take this one in style. We still watch the battle for 3rd place between Smith, Warbank and Mentia down the back straight. Mentia's going to make a late move down the inside of Alfie. Warbank's had a spin down at South Bank. Mentia up into 4th place. Out of the final corner, though, comes your 2022 Junior Rotax champion, Finley Watson, with Bella Franklin in 2nd place. Then it's going to be Jay Smith and Lizzie Mentia, 3rd and 4th, respectively. Warbank recovers to 6th place behind Nathan Jensen.
Then it's Zach Turner, Melissa Adrian, Lucas Fletcher, Catherine Potter, and then it's going to be Lewis Smith in 11th.
Finley Watson then makes the trip up from Kent every round. Absolutely worth it, as he's crowned the 2022 Junior Rotax champion here at Teesside Autodrome.
And we will clap him across the line, and well done there to Finley Watson. Junior Rotax 2022 champion. Big congratulations from all of us here at Alpha Live on your efforts this year. And that brings to a close Junior Rotax for today, and we will move on to Mini Rotax final. Okay, so pole position for your Minimax final goes to Jared Fox-Whiteley, with Addison Smith in 2nd, Lewis Goff in 3rd, and Charlie Berry in 4th. Sam Robson takes 5th place with Joseph Yao in 6th. Then it's Ben Adrian heading up row 4 with James Philip Byrne in 8th. Amy Peacock in 9th, and William Robinson rounding out your top 10 and final.
So we thought Amy Peacock was having some issues potentially with stamina in that last heat, but it turns out it was actually the spark plug. It was not doing what it should have done, so she wasn't getting all the power she needed. So it wasn't stamina, it was spark plug.
Oh, I didn't question her stamina.
No, I did.
Yes.
I did. All 100% on me. What I would say for this one, Tom, is that the spin for Lewis Goff could well have played into his hands in the long run here. Because he starts on the inside in P3, is that
called it at the time.
Yeah, so he's dropped down into 3rd place. Now Addison Smith has got the run on him in at least 2 of the heats so far from the inside of the 2nd row. So now Smith will have to go off the outside of the front row alongside Jared Fox-Whiteley. But as we know here at Teesside,
push him through.
Yeah, And it's one
and
of them,
himself in the process.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not so much about pushing through, it's about not letting the driver on the outside get back in.
It's also not about pushing too hard.
Because we don't want the front fairing
because
penalty.
then you could push your front fairing down. Okay, so here we go. Final for Mini Rotax. Just getting lined up. There's a couple of people struggling to get in position. They're going to be joining the back of the grid very, very late.
There we go.
But they are in position. The green flag is up. It's down and we're away.
Will Smith get back into the train? He's going to try and sweep round the outside. And in fact, he's almost pitched sideways as he tries to get on the brakes from whomever was behind him. But Lewis Goff is through into
predicted.
second place. Smith holds on to third then, with James Philip Byrne into fourth place, with Charlie Vary dropping from fourth place. He was the driver that was behind Addison Smith. He's down into sixth place now, trying to find a way past Sam Robson. I think he will on the run down towards South Bank.
They head round into hairpin 3 for the first time. Smith, I'm surprised he held on to it as well as he did coming through that national loop for the first time. Thought he was going to be taking the car park route, but no, managed to gather it all up and still managed to appear in third place. But it is Fox Whiteley from Goff, from Smith, from Byrne, Vary, Robson, Yao, Adrian, Peacock and Robinson. Yes, indeed. So
I was just keeping an eye on the Yao, Robinson, Peacock battle as they went into the first hairpin. I think Robinson has just managed to find a way past Joseph Yao. So Ben Adrian, in fact, in front of Joseph Yao now with the move that moves him up into seventh place. Yao down into eighth in front of Amy Peacock with William Robinson.
Goff's closed in on the back of Fox Whiteley now. Only a tenth and a half maybe, but right there onto the tail of Fox Whiteley as they head into hairpin 1, hairpin 2, and Addison Smith has gone with them as well and is now starting to close in as well onto the back of Fox Whiteley and Goff.
Charlie Vary has found a way past James Philip Byrne. Now we'll find out whether he's got the pace to close in on this leading trio. So Vary up to fourth, Philip Byrne down into fifth place. Lewis Goff down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley into hairpin 4. Fox Whiteley takes to the rumble strip and holds on by the skin of his teeth as they cross start finish. It's as you were. It's as if nothing ever happened if you were to just look at the timing lap on lap. But Lewis Goff was down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley kept the power down on the rumble strip as Goff tries a move into hairpin 1. He's going to try something very similar into 2. Will Fox Whiteley be able to go cut back? No, but it's Addison Smith who comes to the inside. Can he get a run on Fox Whiteley at least? Will he get down the inside of Goff as well, as Goff takes a much wider line, sweeps round the outside, as does Jared Fox Whiteley, and Addison Smith has to settle into third.
Yeah, I'm surprised at Smith there. I thought he'd got second place done and dusted there, so I'm not sure whether he yielded to Fox Whiteley squeezing him onto the inside, whether he had to get out the throttle or whether Fox Whiteley just kept it pinned and was extremely brave around the outside. We shall never know. But
all of that means, Tom, is that Charlie Vary is not too far off the back of the 3 at the front now.
No, right on the tail of Addison Smith now.
In fact, Charlie Vary, the final winner from round number 5. So we know he's got the pace to take victories. And there he is, right on the back of Addison Smith.
Yeah, so it is Goff, Fox Whiteley, Smith, Vary, Byrne. Then it's Robson, Adrian, Yao, Peacock and Robinson.
I think Adrian's found a way past Sam Robson towards South Bank, so he's going to come through and be classified in 6th place in a few moments' time. You'll see the change where Adrian goes green and moves up into P6.
Goff with fastest lap of the race. Oh, fully sideways coming into hairpin 1. Really got that locked up and well controlled from Lewis Goff, but those tyres taking absolutely no prisoners with the tyres. That's for sure. They're going to be cooked very, very quickly if he keeps doing that. That's Fox Whiteley now closing in again on the back of Lewis Goff. And there's a front 2 taking away from a from a 3rd and 4th pair of Smith and Vary.
Yeah, Smith holding on here from Charlie Vary. In fact, but even though he's dropped away, isn't having to defend overly much from Charlie Vary.
Fastest lap went to Fox Whiteley on that last time across the line as well. So Fox Whiteley not done and dusted here by any means.
Ben Adrian, Thomas, carrying some pace here. He's got past Sam Robson for sixth place, and he's closing in on James Philip Byrne. I think he took nearly 3/10 out of him on the previous lap, and we've still got 3 laps to go. Let's see how, if he takes a chunk out on this lap as well.
Ooh,
half a second. Yeah, so for sixth place isn't, fifth place isn't beyond Ben Adrian here.
No, he's only 0.7 of a second behind as well. So with 3 laps to go, that could well be on the cards. That would be 5th place. Fox Whiteley seems to have dropped back again slightly on Goff. Potentially able to have another run at him, but we will see as these final 2 laps play out. They come across the line for the penultimate time.
If it was to stay as it was, they would score 208 points for Fox Whiteley, 207 for Goff, with Goff having that 7th place to drop him down the order, pretty much negating the points inheritance from the 7-point difference between first and second place. But it still means that the championship will be so tight going into the final 2 rounds. They only came into this one with a 10-point swing. So it's going to be incredibly tight going into the final 2 rounds if Jared Fox Whiteley can't find a way to close up on Lewis Goff. Last lap board will greet them as they come over the start-finish line today. Here and now Lewis Goff leads by half a second from Fox Whiteley. The big battle though, Thomas, for the final step of the podium between Addison Smith and Charlie Vary. Smith holding on at the moment as they come through the chicanes, and he's got 2 or 3 kart lengths to Charlie Vary. Vary needs a good run out of hairpin 2 to try and get the slipstream down the back straight. Smith has a look over the shoulder, then gets his head down behind the steering wheel. Vary though close enough, but Smith comes to the inside at the final moment to defend that one off, and I think he's going to do exactly the same round hairpin 3 and 4. Out of hairpin 4 though will come Lewis Goff, who moved through at half race distance to take checkered flag and the victory here at Teesside Autodrome from Jared Fox Whiteley. And then Charlie Vary on the final corner gets past Addison Smith to snatch the final step on the podium. He finishes 3rd, Smith in 4th, Adrian, then James Philip Byrne in front of Sam Robson, Joseph Yao, Amy Peacock and William Robinson.
That is Mini Rotax done and dusted. Congratulations to Lewis Goff on your final win. Well done there, and we will move on very swiftly to Micromax.
So Micromax, they'll make their way out onto the track. Now their championship here at Teesside will take the part in the final 3 rounds. So rounds 6, 7 and 8. They'll have a mini championship before having a full one here, I believe, next season. Edward Haynes then will start on pole position with Thomas Potter alongside. Caden Simpson and Ellis Child on row number 2 with an even amount of points between them. Although a better finishing position for Simpson means that he will start 3rd with Child in 4th. Then it's Donaldson and Gruffity on row number 3 with Fraser Anderson, Andrew Davidson on row 4. George Schweier starts in 9th place with Lewis Cacoldi in 10th. Then Buddy Hugo and Leo Livings start on row 11 and 12 respectively. No karts to recover, which means that our Micromax drivers will be out in a few moments once we've moved the barrier to allow them to take part in their rolling start straight down towards the National Loop. And then they'll take the chicane at the start of lap 2. 10 laps then for the final here in our Micromax class. Then after that it will be Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart to complete your day here at Teesside. Micro then making their way out onto the circuit. So Haynes then leading. He'll lead them round in this Micromax Championship. The engine's in a slightly different configuration than what they've run in the last couple of years, as it's now a fully restricted class, which will see the lap time slightly differ, but will align itself as a class with the Motorsport UK class and the championship going forward into 2023. So drivers will make their way round. It's 2 rolling up laps, of course, for our micros, as we've got a spin for one of our drivers, but they'll have enough time, I think, to get into position as they make their way round. Try and find out who it was. So it was Fraser Anderson in the 61 who had a little excursion down there. And Ellis Child is actually round as well at hairpin number 1. We've had a bit of a messy 2 rolling up laps here for our Micromax drivers. And, so it's going to take a little bit, I think, to get everybody into the correct positions here. Ellis Child is still well off the back, and he should be in 4th place, so he should be behind Thomas Potter. There is a gap for him, but he's just got to thread his way through, and he does so, and gets the kart stopped. So miraculously, after 2 fairly messy rolling up laps, Micromax are good to go now as they come through to take the green flag. We're away in racing. They're 3 wide behind Edward Haynes, who's able to sweep out. And Fraser Anderson, I think, is going to come through here. No, it's Katie Donaldson for 3rd place behind Caden Simpson. Then Ellis Child Potter down into 5th place, with Anderson then having to hand 6th over almost immediately to Gruffert, although he's going to run all the way around the outside and snatches it back. And then that leaves the door open for George Schweier to come back down the inside, and Gruffert takes to the grass on the outside. Schweier's going to dive down the inside into South Bank.
Katie Donaldson's had a lightning start, crossed the line in 5th place and came out of the National Loop in 2nd.
Yeah, it was a great start, wasn't it? There were 4 wide behind Edward Haynes. He was far enough in front that he could sweep all the way over to the left to take the optimum line all the way around the outside.
And are we going to see a repeat of Edward Haynes challenging his Sebastian Vettel Red Bull era kind of
dominance,
head down and clearing off, and a second in putting a second into them by the end of lap 3, and that's going to be game over. We shall see in the next 9 laps.
Donaldson's not exactly getting dropped here since she got past Caden Simpson.
No,
Simpson came through the chicanes on the opening lap in 2nd, but Donaldson was quickly through into 2nd place. And behind them, Ellis Child and Thomas Potter.
Yeah, heading through hairpin 4. So I'll keep an eye on this gap now between Haynes and Donaldson. It's gone out by half a second. So, yeah, Edward Haynes already almost a second clear of Donaldson, who is in turn almost a second clear already of Caden Simpson. So, Donaldson absolutely flying here on these opening laps. The kind of pace we've not really seen from her relative to the rest of the field so far today. She is flying. Caden Simpson as well is going well in 3rd place. Then it is Ellis Child, and then heading up a pack then that it includes Thomas Potter, Fraser Anderson, George Schweier, Jake Gruffert, Drew Davidson, Buddy Hugo, Leo Livings and Lewis Cacardi all the way back to 12th place.
Potter has moved through on Ellis Child to move him up into 4th place now. Child drops down into 5th in front of Fraser Anderson. Then there's a bit of a gap back to George Schweier. Donaldson, though, is looking steady in 2nd place, Tom.
Yeah, very, very much so. Very, very much so. Although the gap to Simpson has stabilised as well. I thought it looked like it, well, visually it looked like it had come down, but it is holding steady at around about a second. Haynes again with the fastest lap of the race. I don't think we're going to, well, unless he pulls out another 2/10 or finds another 2/10 in this race, I don't think we're going to be touching lap record pace, which of course was set by Edward Haynes earlier in the day. What with this being the inaugural meeting for Micromax here this year.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, as you were walking up, Tom, and running in a different spec to what the other Micromaxes were in the previous couple of years. So it will be just the lap record will be set today. We won't be looking back at previous ones. So
different spec.
Yeah, different spec. They're running a different restrictor on them now. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, to align them going forwards into 2023 with what we've got going on there.
You're so much more abreast of the technical stuff than I am.
Oh no, you're the technical man. I'm just the one that keeps my eye on the socials.
I just like looking at the racing.
I just come for racing.
And the cake.
And the cake. Cake and racing.
Haynes leads by a comfortable margin and sets the fastest lap of the race, 2.3 further down the road than Donaldson at the moment. Then it's Simpson and Potter, with Child, Anderson and Schweier then up into 7th place.
Potter unable to find a way past Simpson so far. I had a look coming onto the back straight, but couldn't get through. We're looking here at the battle behind that is headed by Ellis Child, Fraser Anderson, George Schweier, Jake Grufferty in that as well, and then just off the back of this is Drew Davidson as well, and could well be getting involved any minute now.
Yeah, for 3rd place, Tom, there's a great little run by Potter trying to go all the way around the outside of Caden Simpson. Can't get it done though. There we are, as we see Simpson holding on with 4 laps to go for 3rd place.
Yeah,
nose to
Potter
tail.
Pushing along now, Caden Simpson. Potentially getting a little bit impatient here, not being able to get through. But Simpson doing all the right things to hold on to that final step of the podium. And the gap holding steady as well to Donaldson, despite the attacks from Potter.
It's not slowing Simpson down, is
it?
It's
not at all, no.
Simpson, though, much tighter into 4 and then will run very, very wide. Gets the run, but now Potter's going to get alongside. There's support coming in from somebody at the bank, Tom, like behind the commentary box, that's so loud we can hear it through the commentary box.
Well, that's good for them, isn't it? I like a bit of crowd cheering. Edward Haynes now moving clear even further, 3 seconds clear at the front of this race. We are only 5 minutes in, so that's almost a second a minute. That Edward Haynes is managed. Well, in fact, it's half a second a minute, because he's just ticked on to 6 minutes into this final now. So, yeah, half a second every minute. Edward Haynes is quicker than the rest of the field. Crossing the line now, 46.742. Katie Donaldson, a 47 dead. That's 3.4 seconds behind Caden Simpson, and that gap has now gone out to 1.7 seconds. Thomas Potter still right there on the tail of Caden Simpson. Going to have a look at the inside of hairpin 1. No.
One and a half laps remaining, and then there's contact there between Potter and Caden Simpson. Potter tags into the back of Caden Simpson as they come out of hairpin 2. It's actually slowed Potter a little bit more than it has Simpson around that corner, but now Simpson going very, very defensive with 1 lap remaining for Edward Haynes, who comes over the start finish. He's led every lap, including the pole position and the fastest lap in all the races. It's going to be a 100% weekend for Edward Haynes at this race as he heads down towards hairpin 1 with Donaldson in 2nd, Simpson and then Thomas Potter 3rd and 4th. Then there's a great battle going on for 5th place, headed by Anderson at the moment. We'll keep an eye out on that, because the final step of the podium now sees Thomas Potter diving to the inside of Caden Simpson in that run down the back straight there. It's a drag race, but it's a right-hander at the end of it, and Thomas Potter's going to get through on Caden Simpson. Can Simpson get the cutback? In fact, Simpson almost on the grass trying to find a way past Thomas Potter. Potter, though, going to defend that one. Edward Haynes out of the corner to take victory in the inaugural Micromax race here at Teesside, with Donaldson and Simpson back on Thomas Potter to get the final step on the podium. It's going to be Haynes, then Donaldson and Simpson, your top 3, with Potter, Anderson, Child, Swire, then Grufferty, Davidson and Livings in front of Hugo and Kokodi.
Congratulations to Edward Haynes, the absolute grand slam here this weekend. Pole position, led every single race, won every single race, led every single lap, sorry, and won every single race, including the final. So Edward Haynes, in fact, that's potentially, I think maybe Thomas Potter did that earlier in the year. Maybe we didn't call it the ultimate Grand Slam, but I'm not sure. But definitely one for Edward Haynes. So congratulations, Edward. A well-earned victory. Katie Donaldson as well with that lightning start. Just head down on those opening couple of laps and managed to get clear of Caden Simpson and Thomas Potter, and then never really looked back. So well done to Katie Donaldson. Caden Simpson, of course, taking third place on the final lap in a good and clean and fair battle with Thomas Potter. That brings to an end Micromax, and we will move on to the final for Senior Rotax. Your grid for the Senior Rotax final will be Andy Collinson with Andy Ambrose in second, Isaac O'Shea in third, and Ben Ficini in fourth. Then we're going to have Shane Collinson fifth and Martin Fisher sixth. Seventh place is going to go to Ashley Savage. Then it's Paul Swan, Emma Brown, Arthur Lothian, Lee Bell and Chris Stowes. Andrew Hull and Sophie Stevenson will be your top 14 because Roger Cheek is not here today, although was signed on, but is not here. So as they head round for their second rolling up lap of the day, second rolling up lap, sorry, as they head out for this final, we wonder what is going to come of this final. We've got, have I missed off a winner here of a heat? I've only got 2 W's, both of which went to Andy Ambrose.
Poor admin again, Tom. Isaac O'Shea won it.
Sorry about that, folks. Here they go then. So it's Collinson and Ambrose at the front, as we've seen throughout this year. Who's going to take this final as they come to the green flag? It's up, it's down. Oh, that was a potential jump from O'Shea.
He was very quick away, wasn't he?
Was.
I mean, in fact, he wasn't in front at the line, but he was definitely alongside.
He was in front of the person he started, who he was supposed to be behind, though.
Yes, he was.
So we'll see what happens, if anything, with that.
It's allowed Ambrose to come through then for second place, with O'Shea now leading the way. Collinson in third place, with Shane Collinson in fourth, Martin Fisher, and then Ben Ficini in front of Ashley Savage and Paul Swan.
Wow, O'Shea has
bolted, hasn't he?
Yes.
Through comes Collinson, though, on Andy Ambrose to move up into second place.
Potentially realising there might be a 5-second penalty incoming, and so wants to build a 5-second gap pretty quickly. From Isaac O'Shea, of course, Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose, and even Shane Collinson will be doing their very best to put the scuppers on that one as they head down the back straight. 11 laps still to go here, so plenty of action could be taking place. Apparently we've...
leader, though.
Yes, sorry, we're just getting some info through our ears. Yeah, Isaac O'Shea leads. Andy Collinson in second. Andy Ambrose third. Shane Collinson fourth. Martin Fisher fifth. Ficini sixth. Savage seventh. Swan eighth. Arthur Lothian ninth. And then it's Brown heading up your 177 class with Stokes, Bell, Hull and Stevenson. And Isaac O'Shea putting in another fastest lap of the race to move away at the front to the tune of 1.3 seconds from Andy Collinson, who we are looking at down the back straight. And Andy Ambrose tries to make a late move on the inside of South Bank Corner and can't make it stick, and that's going to bulk them even more, drop them into the clutches of Shane Collinson once more, and move Isaac O'Shea even further away.
So Fisher and Ficini are having a great little battle behind for 5th place. Ficini's now in front of Martin Fisher, Ashley Savage in 7th, then with Paul Swan and Arthur Lowthian. We've got all of our 162 runners in front of all of our 177
yes, I noticed
runners.
That as well. It's a nice little what's the word? Partition.
Yes, it's satisfying on the colours.
Yes, it is. It's pleasing my OCD. Very much.
Yeah, Brown, though, leading from Stoves and Bell with Hull and Stevenson. So what it does, though, it means that Brown, Stoves and Bell are very, very close on track with each other as Collinson and Ambrose still go round 2nd and 3rd. Isaac O'Shea leading the way. O'Shea opening the gap up to 2.1.
Yeah, again, another half second quicker almost than Andy Collinson there. As this one continues, it is Isaac O'Shea moving well clear now. Have these 3 behind got any kind of answer? With 8 laps to go. I mean, there's still plenty of time, but you know that gap is going out and out and out.
Yeah, it's hard to see, isn't it? It needs to hit its tipping point, doesn't it? As they start, and then they're going to have to start reeling it in again.
Well, Collinson and Ambrose, Andy Ambrose and Andy Collinson both set personal best, but there was still 3/10 off what Isaac O'Shea is currently doing.
Yeah, 3/10 on the previous lap as well. So O'Shea's lead out to 2.4, so we're not quite at that point yet where O'Shea,
if indeed there is going to be one.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like,
well, I mean, we hope for our sake it's going to
for a race. Yeah, I'm hoping they reel him in at half a second a lap, and it's a fantastic final one. But at the moment, Isaac O'Shea is driving superbly out at the front and is opening up the gap lap on lap, and now a personal best as well with a 42.1. Fastest lap of the race, and the gap's out to just under 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly difficult to close now with 6 laps to go. I think the fight is on for second, though. What's Shane Collinson got in the bag for Andy Ambrose? If anything, what's Andy Ambrose got in the bag for Andy Collinson?
Well, Andy Ambrose needs to finish in front of Andy Collinson to keep the championship hopes alive here. As it stands, Andy Collinson is taking the Senior Rotax Championship home with him.
As it stands right now.
Yeah, as it is.
So Andy Collinson with a personal best, but still half a second off what Isaac O'Shea did. Yet another fastest lap of the race. 3.5 seconds now for Isaac O'Shea. What's Isaac O'Shea had in the break between Heat 3 and the final? Let us know, because I want some of that, please.
It's one of those. He's definitely had. It's not like he had his Weetabix this morning, is it?
No, he's had something between Heat 3 and the final, because absolutely flying.
He's probably been fed 2-stroke oil. 3.4 the gap on the previous lap from O'Shea to Collinson. Now it's 3.8 as he continues to open the gap up at the front here. Collinson then from Ambrose, and then Shane Collinson with Ben Ficini a second back, but seems to be closing in. As now Ambrose goes slightly wide as he tries to get down the inside of Collinson into South Bank. Can't get that done, and then we'll slot back out and back into 3rd place. Let's see whether Ficini is closing in. It was pretty much bang on a second on that previous lap. And, it's actually down to 0.8 this time. So he is closing in, and behind that, Savage, Fisher, Swan, Lowthian and Brown all set personal bests. Now
Isaac O'Shea's eased off now. He's only 0.4 of a second quicker than everybody else in the field.
Oh, what's he playing at?
Taking it easy now with 3 laps to go.
So Ficini is closing in on the back of this one, and Collinson is starting to go defensive, potentially knowing here that he can get the championship wrapped up if he stays in front of Andy Ambrose, and knowing as well that he's got his brother Shane Collinson riding shotgun on the back of the two of them, so he's unlikely to send a silly move down the inside and potentially ruin anything. But now Ben Ficini...
Not of Andy Collinson anyway.
No, Ficini though is in 5th place, sets a personal best and moves right onto the back of this train. It's 4 karts for
Ficini, of course, with nothing to lose.
No, nothing at all.
And eyeing up a potential second.
It could be anybody's, couldn't it, with these 4 drivers going round the South Bank corner. In front of them, though, there's a slow-moving car. I think 17 of Andrew Hull has started to slow. Last lap board is out, though, for Isaac O'Shea.
Shane Collinson is alongside here. Andy Ambrose. Ben Ficini can't take advantage of that, and they all slot in as you were.
Has opened up a bit of a gap, though, hasn't it, now, for Andy Collinson and Andy Ambrose. There is some lap traffic heading down towards hairpin 1. Andrew Hull moves out of the way. Great awareness by the 17 to allow the battle for second place to come through. The leader is already making his way round South Bank. Andy Collinson defends fresh air because he's got 2 or 3 kart lengths, but he wasn't to know. He didn't look over his shoulder as they headed down towards hairpin 3. Out of the final corner, though, comes Isaac O'Shea, who's led from the opening lap to take victory here in Senior Rotax. Collinson will come through for second place and also be crowned the 2022 Senior Rotax champion here at Teesside, with Andy Ambrose, Shane Collinson and Ben Ficini in 5th place. Then it's Ashley Savage, Martin Fisher, Paul Swan and Arthur Lowthian, with Emma Brown taking victory in 177 from Christopher Stoves and Lee Bell.
I'd just like to point out there was a 4.978 second gap.
Which is what you're saying there, is that if there was an indiscretion at the start,
still finished second. Anyway, at the very least, if there was an indiscretion, but we haven't seen anything on the board about an investigation or a warning or anything like that. So there is Andy Collinson, your 2022 Senior Rotax champion. Congratulations to Andy Collinson. And that brings our 2 strokes to the end of their day. And we have 1 more race to go, for which no champions can be decided yet here today. Dog watch. But
I think people are just bringing their dogs onto the bank now just so they can get some camera time.
Yeah.
that's all they're doing, isn't it?
Our director, Adam, has said, that boy is spectacular.
Spectacular boy.
Spectacular boy. Is it a boy, though?
I've never heard.
That's going to be embarrassing now, isn't it?
I don't think I've ever heard a dog described as spectacular.
What a spectacular boy. Anyway.
Here we
so,
go,
Senior Pro Kart final. Let's go through it. Let's do a sting and let's do a grid. Final race of the day then, a day that has crowned so far 3 champions here at Teesside. Rolling into pole position is Josh Folkus, with Connor Lucas taking 2nd place, Jessa Alexander in 3rd, Asher Blythe in 4th, and Scott Tate 5th, with Jack Morris 6th. Then we have Thomas Braid, Gracie Mitchell, David Thompson-Mack and Simon Doughty in 10th. Mark Tate, David Brown in 12th. Then it's Lennon French and Brandon Jennings, Brandon Truman Reddish and Harry Nottage. Then we have David Brewis and Jake Richardson. Callum Booth, Thomas Lowther, Jonathan Allen, Caitlin Frame, Ben Hogarth and Steve Nichols. Joe Burrell, Harry Roddis, Jordan Cranston, Jack Hewland, Alfie King and Thomas Hewland. And Daniel Tate will take our P31.
Are we predicting this one, Tom?
No.
Too tight, isn't it?
Gun to my head, I'm going Focus.
Yeah, difficult to see.
With teamwork from Lucas.
Yeah, difficult to see past the pole sitter.
Although
So-
I'd like to see Jess get in the mix. I'd also like to see Asher Blythe and Scott Tate all get in the mix as well. I mean, they're all right at the front here, but it's... if Focus gets a good first lap, I think it's going to be
Let's
tricky
be clear,
to get
though.
past.
Even with the random grid format, the cream that you would
Rises
expect, even
to the top.
if we were doing qualifying, you would expect...
Look at your front five.
Yeah, you would expect that top 6 to be the top 6 if we were qualifying.
Even so, even Tom Brady is right up there as well in 7th. It's you're absolutely right.
There's
the cream rises to the top.
There's
It
nobody
sorts it
that
out.
you'd think particularly is out of place.
No. With the exception of Dante right at the back.
Well, yeah, but he hasn't raced after beyond one lap of Heat 1, so...
Oh, okay, so he's not even here.
No, he's not doing it.
Oh, right, okay, well, that explains that then.
Final race of the day then here at Teesside Autodrome is almost upon us. Race 36 of the day is go. It's green flag. We're away and racing. Lucas makes a good start, but Alexander's alongside. She's going to try and sweep round the outside, and Jess Alexander inserts herself into second place. Focus leads them round the national loop, then Alexander in second, and Lucas has dropped back behind Asher Blythe, who's up into third, although we'll immediately try and get back through. Tate in fifth, then it's Morris, then Braid, with Mitchell and Thompson Mack as the field make their way round, and there's contact. Mark Tate turned round by David Brown. I think Brown's arms up in the air, so I think there was contact as well into the back of Brown, but both of their racers ruined on the opening lap.
I thought Blythe was quite obliging there through hairpin 1 and allowed Lucas plenty of space that potentially wasn't really entitled to, and Lucas came through and took third place.
Yeah, but Asher Blythe, Tom, whilst racing these drivers outright, is in a different subclass. He's in the club class, so knowing that Tom Brady's in 7th with Thompson Mack in 9th, maybe just a little bit of smartness there from Asher Blythe. Maturity on the young shoulders of the 16-year-old from Nottinghamshire.
We have seen that. Certainly in the British 24, we saw maturity, and you're absolutely right, David. That's could well be an old head on young shoulders of Asher Blythe. Is he going to work with Lucas to move towards these front two? No, he isn't. He's going to go full send up the inside into South Bank. And there he goes through into third place overall. Focus is well clear now, but Alexander trying her best to go with. Big gap then back to Asher Blythe. Big gap, relatively speaking, in terms of senior pro kart, back to Asher Blythe as they've been sorting themselves out. Scott Tate is right there on the back of Connor Lucas as well. Then we've got Jack Morris, Thomas Braid, Gracie Mitchell and David Thompson Mack. Then it's Simon Doughty in your over 40s class is 10th overall.
Mark Tate starts to make his way back through the field, as does David Brown there in 25th and 27th respectively. Focus, Tom, is opening the gap up to Jessica Alexander. Half a second is the difference between Focus and Alexander on the previous lap. It looks a little bit further than that now. There's still plenty of time for Alexander to reel this one in.
Yes, there is. She's going to have to start going a little bit quicker than she is at the moment, though, because Focus has currently got a 10th and a half, just over a 10th and a half in terms of pace advantage over Alexander, although she then has a 10th and a half over Asher Blythe as well. So it's all sort of starting to spread out a bit from first through to about 8th. Gracie Mitchell was the only one in the top 10 who actually closed up a gap on anybody.
We've seen it in most of the final so far, haven't we? That with that, we speak about it, but that mid-race lull, and I think because it's the final and everybody's sort of found where they're positioned, it takes a while for then everybody to sort of, find that second wind.
Yeah, figure out where the people around you are fast or slow, and then you are faster than them, and then be able to take advantage of those situations. Yes, indeed. Thomas Braid looking up the inside of Jack Morris into hairpin 1 and through just as they took it to hairpin 2 to get the move completed.
Yeah,
but
looked
yes.
like Morris was hoping for a cutback, but then Braid did just enough. What it has done, though, is opened up the gap even further from those in front. But Braid now up into 6th place.
Alexander has indeed picked up the pace, but still not enough as Falk has put in another fastest lap of the race. And there he goes across the line. Still quicker. Another 10th pulled out. Asher Blythe closing in ever so slightly on Jess Alexander, but he's 2.5 seconds back. Then it is Lucas, Scott Tate, Braid, Morris, Mitchell, Thompson, Mac, Doughty still holding 10th and the over 40s class. Next in over 40s is David Brewis down in 16th, and then Steve Nichols in 21st, Mark Tate in 26th. So big spread between the over 40s class.
Yeah, well, 2 of them, at least, well, Tate was round, wasn't he, in the opening lap of this one, and David Brewis had a spin as well in heat number 3. Blythe, though.
Your novices are headed by Jack Hewland in 25th. Then it's Jordan Cranston, Harry Roddis, Alfie King and Thomas Hewland.
Fastest lap of the race for Josh Volkus. Opens up the gap by another 10.5 to Jess Alexander. It's almost a second now for Josh Volkus at the front.
It's got to be frustrating if you're sitting in 2nd place in this race, because Jess is banging in personal best after personal best every single lap, and the problem is that so is Volkus, and he's slightly quicker every single time as well. So that gap again, almost a 1/10 of a second quicker that Josh Volkus was over Jess Alexander. That gap is now almost at a second.
Yeah, Volkus continuing to pull away. We're past half race distance now. It was on the previous lap, so we're down to 5 as Volkus comes through and over the line. Personal best for Blythe, personal best for Tate, the same for Mitchell as well in 8th place. Same for Dougherty, he leads the 40s class in P10 overall, having taken that superb heat victory earlier on as well.
So 5 laps to go already. We are half race distance. In fact, we're past half race distance.
Oh yeah, we're almost at 2/3 now, aren't we? Will be when they come over the line in this 12-lap final. And this battle for 3rd place still sees Asher Blythe holding off Connor Lucas. Lucas will be 3rd in the pro class. Blythe leads the way in the club, which is those with the red background, with Braid and Thompson Mack, the top 3.
And again, Alexander, the fastest car on circuit, with the exception of one. That one being Josh Volkus. Yeah. So really frustrating for Jess, doing absolutely everything within her power to close in. Certainly, look, consolidating 2nd place, let's not beat about the bush.
Yeah.
You know, and brilliantly done. Just no match for Josh Volkus as it stands right here at the moment. Coming across the line, there will be 3 laps to go. And again, Volkus 200ths quicker. That gap is just going, it's just eking out minutely by minutely, and it's taken, you know, 9 laps to get to a second, but it's just eking out and eking out and eking out. And but then Alexander doing the same to Blythe and Lucas.
2.5 laps remaining then.
I think this is going to be our fight.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, for the final step, effectively on the podium, although it will be Asher Blythe, as long as he doesn't come into any harm, taking the leading trophy in the Honda Cadet Club class, or sorry, Honda Senior Pro Kart Club class.
Oh, we've got somebody round at South Bank. Orange number on it.
That's Ben Hogarth.
Okay, well, he went...
Because that orange number is the orange background from Junior Pro Kart, because he's made the step up, and they run an orange background.
Well, he went fully around at South Bank and managed to gather it up and keep going, but has lost a few places, 4 places on that lap.
Lucas is through, Tom, on Asher Blythe, and then Blythe's going to come back through, and Scott Tate's going to push him through as well. And Scott Tate could be up into 4th place here, and he is. Scott Tate then into the final trophy place in the pro class here. and Asher Blythe, who lost third place, then got it back, and Tate pushed him through, and Tate moves up into fourth overall. Last lap board is out then. Focus leading from Alexander and Blythe.
Indeed, it is Focus a second clear, although lost a couple of tenths on that lap to Alexander.
Now we see Lucas making a dive down the inside of Scott Tate. Tate's going to be on the outside on the rumble strip. They're side by side, and Tate's slightly in front, but is he going to have enough? He is. Chops across the bows of Connor Lucas. The final step on the Pro Class podium between Scott Tate and Connor Lucas, but out of the final corner comes Josh Focus to take victory here from Teesside, from Jessica Alexander and Asher Blythe. Then it's going to be Scott Tate in front of Connor Lucas, Tom Braid, Jack Morris and Gracie Mitchell, with David Thompson-Mack and Lennon French coming through to complete the top 10 in front of Harry Nottage and Simon Dougherty, with Richardson, Booth, Truman Reddish and Jennings. And then we've got Lowther, Brown, Nichols and Burrell complete your top 20. In our novice class, Jordan Cranston takes the victory from Jack Hewland and Harry Roddis. In the 40s, it's Simon Dougherty, Steve Nichols and Mark Tate.
So there is your final winner, Josh Focus, already coming out of hairpin 4. And across the line, we will congratulate Josh Focus as he comes across the line in front of us. So that brings to an end our races for the day. So congratulations from all of us at Alpha Live to our final winners. In Bambino, Buddy Hugo. In Junior Pro Kart, Christian Oblag, the psychic, as we're now going to call him. Christian Oblag predicting his own win. Thomas Potter in Cadet Pro also took the championship here today as well. In Cadet Clubman, Charlie Eyeball took the final. In Junior Rotax, Finley Watson took the final and with it the championship. In Mini Rotax, Lewis Goff won the final. In Micromax, Edward Haynes won the final. In Senior Rotax, Isaac O'Shea took the final, but Andy Collinson, I'll get it right, Andy Collinson took the championship, so congratulations to Andy Collinson. Senior Pro Kart final went to Josh Focus as well, so 3 champions crowned here today. Once again, thank you very much to all our competitors for your entries and for the entertainment that you have given us. And thank you to our marshals and all our event staff and organisers.
Agreed. 2 more rounds then of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series to complete 2022. We'll be back in October before the culmination of the season in November. Then we head towards our Winter Series through the months of December through to February. Thank you to everybody that stuck with us. It's been a very long day of racing, but entertaining nonetheless here at Teesside Autodrome. And we look forward to welcoming you back here again in October.